Associate sponsor Shri Cement, strategic partner US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. And now I'd like to call on stage Sana for the welcome address. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Over 3 years ago, India Today made history by introducing me, Sana, as India's first full-time AI news anchor. We didn't just adopt AI, we led the transformation of Indian newsrooms with it. From multilingual updates to breaking news and even primetime shows, we proved how responsible, innovative AI can elevate journalism. That pioneering spirit brings us here today. Welcome to the India Today AI Summit. Today, you'll hear from the full spectrum of AI visionaries: global tech giants, breakthrough startups, policymakers shaping the rules of tomorrow, and thought leaders redefining how intelligence can empower our future. Together, we will explore how AI can be ethical, inclusive, and transformational. The future isn't approaching, it's already here, and India is shaping it. Welcome, everyone. I hope you enjoy the panel discussions and fireside chats we have curated for you. Hello, everyone. Over 3 years.
Thank you so much, Sana. And with that, we begin with our first session. That is the era of applied AI. This session is sponsored by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. The guest for this session is Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst. And to moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's have a huge round of applause as we are all set to begin with the first session. All right, my apologies for that glitch. All right, so our first session is the era of applied AI. This session is sponsored by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. The guest for this session is Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst. And for that, I'd also like to call on stage session moderator Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's have a huge round of applause once again.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the India Today AI Summit 2026 that's being held parallelly to the AI Summit Impact that the government of India has done, that's brought together thought leaders and visionaries from across the world. And I am delighted this morning to start the session with Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst, a Paschim Vihar boy, as he reminded me, now, of course, in the Bay Area, and someone whose company has, as a global venture capital firm, invested in more than 800 businesses, including, crucially, in the area of applied AI. And we're going to focus on applied AI in a moment. But first, welcome, Hemant, back to your roots in a way. But I want to start by asking the big questions that's dominated a lot of the conversation globally, in Davos more recently. Is AI to be still seen as a bubble, or is it the future that's already here? Let's settle this once and for all.
Well, as I always say, bubbles are very good for us. I think what bubbles do is they mobilize talent and capital behind important problems, important technological areas. So I think in a lot of ways, if you think about it with that perspective, we are in an AI bubble. But in the sense that there's so much investment going into it, there are some areas where there'll be some money lost. But on the other side of what we're going through now in a few years, you'll see we'll build some incredible companies and we will change the world with it.
The reason I asked you that is because surely there must come a time that beyond the hype, companies like you all will demand profits. That it's not about only AI foundational models, it's about creating products that will give profit. Are we therefore entering this post-hype phase now where people are getting real and saying, look, you're going to have to show us products where AI will actually deliver hard revenues and profits?
So look, I'll separate the AI investments into two categories. One is there's continued investment into research. Mm-hmm. And the whole idea is that the token prediction models, the language models, they will only take us so far from an intelligence perspective, and that you'll need fundamentally new breakthroughs. So there's a lot of capital going into that particular category, which is hard to assess. When is that going to become a business? But the promise of it is why capital keeps going into those projects. But for most of it, which to me is about the applied AI layer, I really don't think that we're looking for proof points and that they're not showing up. I would actually argue 2025 was the year that diffusion started. And the whole investment case of these hundreds of billions of dollars being invested in the compute infrastructure is all about, will you actually transpose labor spent into productivity, into AI productivity? And you started to see evidence of that in enterprises in meaningful ways late last year. So I do think you're going to start seeing the profit margins come as a result as well, because now you're doing really high value work with AI.
Give me an example. Give me examples of that, because applied AI itself, the specific areas where you believe that AI will now turn into revenue, into a legitimate revenue profit model. You yourself are investing with existing companies to make them AI ready. Is that the way for the future, or is it about ensuring that you create new products in specific industries? And if so, which are those specific industries where applied AI will be transformational?
So look, AI is a transformative force. And the biggest value is about applying it to enterprises. So the way I think about is the value getting created or not is look at every department and think about what is AI enabling to transform those departments into business. So if you follow the news, you would say over the last few months, you're seeing a lot in the programming department, in the coding department, with Anthropic and the cloud models. The continued momentum in the advancement of that technology is really stunning. You're gone from, can these models help you write faster, to they're actually generating pieces of software for you. Right? I think that's a pretty profound implication. So rather than, is this a software tool and therefore a software budget for an engineer, you're actually getting work done that teams of engineers would do in a matter of days and weeks as opposed to months and years. That's high value. So I think that if you think about what's the margin in that, you could actually charge for those things a lot more. Imagine there's a version of that going on in customer support and customer success broadly. There's a version of that going on in sales and marketing. Every department is going through that kind of a transformation.
But if I were to specifically hone down areas where you believe applied AI will be truly transformative, to give you examples, healthcare in India is seen as a huge opportunity out there. Education is seen as a, do you look at those areas, or do you look at existing companies and see how can I transform those companies?
So I think, let me think about the altitude of what you just said. Step one is to transform the enterprises, right? If you can make them AI native, then they get unleashed to do all of what you're saying. If an enterprise becomes AI native, then in its own industry, it can go from being operationally efficient to having an offering of abundance for their customers. So if you can actually create an AI native hospital that has not only nurses that are taking care of patients in person, but also agents that are on the phone that effectively cost, deflationary way, essentially to zero over time, you would have a free nurse that takes care of everybody, right? So the transformation is only going to happen when you take your enterprise and transform, and then start to imagine how your offerings should be fundamentally different. And I sort of use the framework around abundance to take care of your customers and constituents.
The reason I also asked you is because India's experience has been we produce a large, strong a class of engineers, a large pool of engineers, but we are producing fewer AI product companies. And let's be honest, I mean, the Chinese and the Americans have been way ahead when it comes to innovation at the moment and enterprise. So what are we missing here? Are we missing capital, risk appetite, or product thinking? If we are to also join this engine of applied AI, what does India need to do?
I'm very optimistic on India. I would say India is behind when it comes to development of infrastructure and models. I think that's going to be a hard place to go compete and try to be a leader. But the way we think about our investment landscape, we say there's the infrastructure and models, but then there is the application of AI. And every single company that is doing really well in the US at the applied AI layer, you know what they have as a core skill set? They know how to engage with customers in what's now called forward deployed engineering capabilities. India's IT industry has matured actually into that. The workforces that you have here are actually pretty good at it. They just need to be applied towards going to these customers with the AI tool set now versus your typical digital transformation tool set, and go solve their problems with AI and create these next generation companies. I do think that's going to get unlocked and create some global companies that start right here with that kind of a mindset.
No, so do we piggyback in a way on what the Americans have done or what the Chinese have done?
I think you leverage
and become the sort of back, famously 25 years ago, we became the outsourcing capital over time. Is that the model that we take, or do we encourage Indians to innovate and compete in the product space?
Look, I think the definition of products is actually changing in terms of what it means in AI. You have such fast-moving technologies that it's hard to understand what the capabilities of the models themselves are. So what do you really build on top? And so the products that get built are almost sort of thought about in the context of the problems you're solving for your customers, versus you have a minimum viable product that you're going to go sell over and over again. So when you sort of grapple with that and understand these are the capabilities of AI, it doesn't need to be a discrete product. It needs to understand the problems and solve them structurally. The whole innovation landscape changes, and the talent base here is actually well positioned to go do that and create these next generation companies for different industries that are using the AI tool set.
But when you as a global venture capital firm look at Indian companies, what are the kind of elements that you're looking at when you decide I am going to invest in this specific company? When you're looking at applied AI from your perspective, what kind of, are you looking at companies which will essentially scale up in the shortest possible time? And if you can give me an example.
I think a couple of things. One is when it comes to India in particular, because AI is deflationary, how to bring capabilities in healthcare, in education to the masses is actually going to be a really interesting opportunity. If you can solve it for 1 billion people with all the complexities that lie here in the US, in India, you are going to be well positioned to solve those problems globally. So I think that's a place where, just like India did with UPI and Aadhaar, the innovations that leapfrog the world, I think you're going to see some innovations that come out that way. The second thing is, can you unleash the AI, the technology talent here, give them access to these tools, make the use of AI pervasive, and then go build globally, much like India has started during the SaaS world. I just think the paradigms change. SaaS is not where you're going to create the most valuable companies, because AI can do that work for you. Well, then let's use AI and go solve problems for customers with that new technology platform versus the older metaphors.
Okay, let me, for a moment, just show you, since India Today had an AI anchor that we introduced on air a few years ago, started with weather. There's a question that AI Rajdeep has for you. And I want you to look at that question and answer it for me. Take a look. Thank you, Rajdeep. When I see you, it seems I'm looking at the mirror. But first, my question to Mr. Taneja is, advocates of AI claim that AI will lead to second industrial revolution. Do you agree? Thank you.
I do. Look, I think the key important thing with AI, as we look at building the new businesses, as we work with entrepreneurs everywhere in the world, is you have to think from first principles. The way you build products is different. The way you want to build your own companies is different. The way you engage with customers is different. And so it is a next phase, and it is a next revolution in the context of what AI can do. And imagine it actually making a difference in the physical world as well, which is, we don't feel it as well today, but in the next decade, we'll be talking about that as well. So I think it's pretty profound what's about to come in what this technology enables for us.
Is that also the challenge and the opportunity? Because it is changing so fast, you can't even predict what will happen a year from now. And that's why this is a sort of revolution which no one really knows what the future will bring.
It absolutely is. And the kind of founders that did great in building companies 10 years ago were ones that were very focused on what is this precise product market fit, where I can come up with a tight, thin product that I can sell over and over again into customers, to now founders that are highly iterative, that navigate ambiguity, that know the types of the technologies are changing, and can actually build through that ambiguity in the technology stacks themselves to solve customers' problems in a way that they're not going to create rework for customers. That's where the innovation lies in this next phase of company building.
Which is why I wanted to ask you, Hemant, if today you are looking at, again, if I may use the Indian example, and you're looking at a specific industry, do you sort of look curiously at a startup, or do you prefer legacy companies that have already built up relative scale? What is more advantageous given the fact that this is so fast changing, dependent on innovation, dependent at the end of the day at your ability to scale up in the shortest possible time? Do you go with a startup that's innovative, or do you look at a big tech company that's already there in space, already in the space, and has the potential to scale up faster?
Look, I think the startups are innovative. They move fast. They can take advantage of the technologies, but they don't have the data. They don't have the scale. They don't have the customers, right? So I think it's about, can they start and gain that kind of traction in their markets? Enterprises have the data, have the customers, have the scale, but they may not have the leadership. And so I think the way we think about it is that in every category, there's an opportunity for the right incumbents with the right leadership that have the courage to really adopt AI, to go win more share in their markets, and others will suffer. So I think there's going to be a dislocation of value in each of these categories, and we're always looking for what's the leadership that truly wants to get behind AI and spend time with them.
As I said, this AI-led shift, or the applied AI-led shift, is perhaps changing how venture capital firms like you operate. In October 2025, General Capitalist acquired Suma Health, an Ohio-based entrepreneurial organization to transform health sector through AI. Do you see that, for example, happening in this country with rural health? There's a huge gap between the quality of health facilities available in urban India to what's available in rural India. Will companies actually look at transforming rural health, because that's a long-term project in many ways, will require much larger investment? Or would you rather prefer, again, existing urban-centric, profit-driven urban health companies?
So in the US, most of these community health hospital systems are financially not very strong. So they don't have the ability to invest in technologies to actually transform themselves. So one of the reasons we bought a health system there is to actually go in there, bring in our portfolio companies that are solving different parts of AI stacks for hospitals to go demonstrate that. In India, you actually have the opportunity to leapfrog that rather than going and transforming. So we reinvested in PB Health, and the whole idea is, can we actually build the modern set of hospitals that borrow on the learnings from a lot of the hospital scale up that happened in the US industry, avoid some of the traps, take advantage of AI, and fundamentally build a new model of how do you take care of patients. I think the Indian opportunity is much more of leapfrogging versus going and transforming, which is what we're trying to do in the US.
Because again, it comes to size. India has the huge advantage of size, and has areas which remain untapped. Let me give you another one, and maybe you can tell me whether that's a potential area that you would look at applied AI, which is agriculture. This is a country where 50%, more than 50% of the population is dependent on agriculture. It only provides 16% of the national income. And that has been a huge mismatch. How do you increase agriculture productivity and make it income generating? I'm just wondering whether you see applied AI transforming key areas in India, which have for the longest time remained, dare I say, areas of darkness or low income.
I do think it'll transform agriculture. Agriculture is the last manufacturing process we leave to the elements. right? If you think about it, and using AI to optimize yield, optimizing the quality of food, optimizing scalability, because it's a large population, will be possible someday. So I think every industry will get transformed. Some of them will be transformed just because the cognitive part of AI is strong enough, and some of them will need physical capabilities. I think agriculture, especially when you have the right robotic technologies and you can build the right control systems, you should be able to transform it pretty profoundly.
Okay, there's one question that I'm going to ask all my guests because it is another concurrent running theme. Hemant, do you think AI will steal jobs? I mean, steal may seem to be a rather unusual word to use on a large scale. Or do you see it somewhere as a capacity multiplier? Is AI actually going to increase capacity, or somewhere in a country like India, where again we've got a large pool of unskilled labor, will AI become a replacement for unskilled labor on a large scale? And that's the fear being expressed by many.
Look, this is the most complicated issue around AI. The reality is, when you think about the AI technology and adoption, it does impact jobs. There are a lot of jobs that fundamentally have to change. Maybe tasks more than jobs, but they are going to change. But at the same time, if you don't lean into it, the businesses aren't going to be competitive, and that you won't have access to the markets to begin with. So you have to lean into it. You have to be intentional. And we have to try to imagine the world where AI enhances the productivity of the young generation, the demographic that's coming into the workforce, so they can do a lot more and make the nation a lot more productive, as opposed to, should we not let AI be so they can have the jobs that frankly are not going to be around in globally competitive businesses 10 years from now.
And presumably the key to that is skilling.
The key to that is skilling. The key is leaning into it. We have to make sure the entire country, and this is a digital native generation growing up, does lean into AI and uses it to enhance their core capabilities, so the workforce is that much more productive and enhanced.
I have to ask you this. I don't know how long you've been at the moment in India. Have you seen the expo at all so far, the AI expo? Is there a particular product, a particular innovation that you're seeing coming out of India? A lot of them are there at the AI expo, from road safety to healthcare, that has struck you and given you a wow feeling. How important is it to get that wow feeling for a global venture capital firm which has got a basket of opportunities out there to choose from, before you say, okay, this is the area I'm going to choose the company? Does a company need to have that wow factor?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I haven't gone there yet, and I'm looking forward to going there. I heard it's going to be quite a show tomorrow. The thing I am looking for is, where are the Indian entrepreneurs leapfrogging and thinking fundamentally differently about the problems and the industries, as opposed to potentially mimicking a lot of what's going on? Because there's a lot of AI innovation in the zeitgeist, but I think India is going to thrive by coming with ideas that are unique to India. And I think that's what the talent here is capable of, and that's ultimately what's going to be the pervasive idea. So I am very keen to look at those types of ideas over the next couple of days.
Okay, so in conclusion, if there were 3 lessons that you want to offer, you can give me just 1 or 2, but if there were 3 lessons or 3 pieces of advice that you would like to give young Indian entrepreneurs in the AI space looking at applied AI, what would those 3 pieces of advice be, Hemant?
I think I would say lean into AI, learn it, internalize it, and use it. It's available. I think the other thing I would say is use it to solve the problems that make the lives of Indians better. Because I do think if we can solve those problems here, especially in a growth economy like this, it's one of the fastest growing economies, first of all, you'll create interesting businesses, but I also think you'll create global reach with those ideas as they manifest. And so that's probably my biggest area of excitement. We're very keenly following all the innovation here, and I'm very confident these ideas are going to emerge out of India.
Hemant, it's been wonderful to have you here and kickstarting our AI summit. I wanted to say we had a conversation before we spoke, and when he told me Paschim Vihar, I said Paschim Vihar is no longer the backwaters. It's produced arguably India's greatest contemporary cricketer in Virat Kohli. So there are trendsetters out there in Paschim Vihar who've gone and conquered the world, and you've done the same in the Bay Area. But good to have you here and set the stage for what you believe is the future. It's no longer a bubble, as you said it. That argument is more or less over. it is here, and we've got to, in a way, live with it, and more importantly, use it to our advantage. Hemant, for joining us here. Hemant Taneja, CEO, General Catalyst. Thank you so much for joining me here at the India Today AI Summit. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that's been a wonderful start to this summit. I'd now like to take you to our next session, which is Masterclass, the AI Dreams of the World. Our speaker for this session is Bipul Sinha, CEO Rubrik. And the session is sponsored by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. I'd like to call on stage session moderator Anjana Om Kashyap, Senior Managing Editor, Aajtak Special Projects, and Head of Aajtak HD and Aajtak 2. Let's set the stage for the second session.
Again, a very warm welcome to all of you present here and all our viewers watching at home. This is the AI Summit. And with an organization like India Today, Aajtak Group, we've always decided that in every new world evolving feature or aspect, we have to be the leaders. And so is India, thinking that we have to go straight forward, straight ahead in AI. Big dreams, and the AI dream that we are going to talk about. Interestingly, I want all of you to clap for, this is the second Indian that we have on stage. Isn't this amazing? Like in our AI Summit, we have these important companies. Your company, Rubrik, is based in America, and he's the founder and CEO of Rubrik, and he's an Indian. And interestingly, he's from Madhepura, Bihar.
Real Bihar, not Paschim Bihar.
Wow, interesting. A huge round of applause for this as well. Because from these little towns of India, people are emerging as the leaders in AI. And your company, Bipul Sinha, essentially works on data security and cyber security and AI company. From what I have gathered about your organization, I want to begin from there. How important is it that we have a disciplined execution of everything that we are talking about today in the field of AI? How do you see that happening?
Anjana, first of all, very excited to be here. Look, AI is 100 times more opportunities and 100 times more risk, because models hallucinate, and also they are prone to compromise. And if they are compromised, they can potentially do 10 times more damage in 1/10 of the time, because they can write code, reimburse your customers, and run your business processes. And somebody sitting in North Korea can control your whole business. So every business has to think about how do they deploy AI with confidence and trust.
Yeah. But the way you've mentioned North Korea, thanks for drilling that in. This is the scare factor. You keep saying that 100x opportunity, 100x risk, but people are scared of the risk. Like I'll tell you from my example. When my AI avatar was being made for Aajtak, and Kalipuri, our vice chairperson, decided that we should do this, I was a little scared, to be honest, because I was scared that, I mean, she's going to be doing anchoring on my behalf. What will happen to me? But then eventually she lured me by saying that imagine you can go on a vacation and she's going to anchor for you. You can be with your daughter at Oxford and she's going to anchor for you. And then I said, yes, ma'am. So, but that's great. But then from here, it has seeped into our daily lives. And closing the eyes will not push AI away. It's here. How do we build this bond with it? How do we make them the force multiplier for my performance?
For successful AI, it is very important to have the right guardrails. So a guardrail means that what AI can do and cannot do. For example, if there is a Bipul Sinha AI that is allowed to send email, I don't want that AI to send email to everybody in my company on every topic. So even if they have permission, there has to be a guardrail, and that guardrail has to be defined and enforced real time. And that is the challenge of AI. And this is what Rubrik is focused on. What we are telling our customers is deploy AI with confidence. Because if you look at countries such as India, AI has tremendous promise to deliver healthcare, education to far corners of India. But if people don't have digital trust on what they are interacting with, this whole exercise is moot.
Can AI replace you?
AI cannot replace me because I live in the future and AI lives in the past.
Okay, so here is the basic theme. The data is the engine for AI. And you work on data security. How does that whole process go? And how important is this?
Data is the key ingredient of AI. If there is no data, or if you don't have confidence in your data, then garbage in, garbage out, and the whole AI stack is of no use. So what we are saying is that we will make the right data available to the right user on the right platform at the right time to really deploy AI. And if you think about it, making the data available is the key factor. And so what we are saying to our customers are that deploy AI, take your data, make your model completely optimized to your own environment so that models don't hallucinate and you have high trust and confidence.
Models don't hallucinate. I want to talk of the doomsday scenario that crosses a lot of our minds. What if there's a massive cyber attack? Like there's an attack and the wrong people take control of it. What happens then to humankind?
See, cyber attacks are inevitable, just like death and taxes. And for far too long, we have been focused on prevention and detection and not thinking about how do we come back up after an attack.
Exactly.
So whole thesis of us starting Rubrik was that how do we ensure that you can successfully recover and keep your services up and running? Because if you are running a hospital, you can't wait 3 weeks for cyber recovery to happen. You have to bring the hospitals back up because you have to deliver healthcare to all the patients. So every business, every government organization has to be prepared with resiliency. And that resiliency means, do you understand the risk and do you have ability to recover?
We have with us a minister from Canada. I think he's out of the room right now. Oh, yeah. But interestingly, I showed him my AI avatar and he said, I want someone to replace me now. Where's my AI avatar? I want to sign up for this now. I got to have my vacation in my hometown and I've got to do this. But coming back to that point, people have everything on their smartphones, right? From banking to everything. How does that make them vulnerable to any kind of attack, as you called it? And because you're a data security company, cyber security organization, how does one prepare for that? How vulnerable does it make us in terms of our money, everything?
Look, if you look at the last like 10, 15 years, the digital intensity of our lives have increased because we get up in the morning and look at the maps. That's how we drive to work. We interact with each other over emails, not calling and talking to people all the time. So as the digital intensity has increased, so has the cyber risk. And so everyone has to now think, am I really prepared? I'm doing the basic hygiene. Do I have multi-factor authentication? Do I trust this person that I'm giving information to? So that's the basics. And then you need to have the ability to have been able to recover from a bad incident. And so everybody has to think about that.
What exactly do you mean when you say we have to be, like we had other guests also who were talking about becoming AI aware? What exactly is this AI aware business? I mean, downloading some apps, navigating through it, or how does one go about it? Like so many students sitting here, how can one become AI aware?
AI is all about, can we do knowledge work automatically without human intervention? And so if you think about when I'm traveling to India, my assistant has to find a hotel, airplane, local transportation. These are knowledge work.
So if you fast forward with AI deployment, all of it, she's not trying to reinvent the future. She's just taking the available information and compute what is the best way to travel. That AI can do. That is the knowledge work. So all of us have to think, what is our repetitive task, and can AI do that repetitive task and make local decisions without our intervention? But AI can only work on the past. And that's why I'm saying that us humans have to work on intuition, where we connect new dots, create new things. So all the jobs, all the opportunities around connecting new dots is going to be human work. And everything which is coded knowledge and data on which you can run the work will be AI.
You've traveled from Madhepura to California, built this company of yours, and what is your basic background? If I'm a little interested.
I'm an engineer turned venture capitalist turned entrepreneur.
Wow, that's quite a journey. Very interesting. But I get messages from US, from my relatives, who tell me that you've just been talking about this diabetes medicine, and is it really good? And I say, I have not done any such thing. I'm coming to the issue of deep fakes. How does one deal with that? I can't tell my own avatar's voiceover, like her voice, from mine. How does one deal with deep fake?
Look, AI-based attacks have gone beyond human comprehension. And we need to go back in time and think, how did we solve some of these problems? If you go back to the late 90s, early 2000s, nobody was ready to swipe the credit card on internet because everyone was worried about, is this a real website or it's a fake website? And then we invented VeriSign that certified individual websites. So you will see innovations around deepfake where you will have a certified AI persona interacting on digital media.
Okay. And that certification is important for individuals.
Absolutely, because otherwise, how will I know that I'm interacting with Anjana digitally versus somebody impersonating Anjana from a remote country?
Interestingly, I was at the summit yesterday, and there were people who were coming up and asking me, are you Anjana or the AI Anjana? But how does India go ahead? See, it's important that we are not just a market for AI, because this is the challenge we face in most fields. India is seen as the biggest bazaar. But how do we become the drivers of this? How do you think? What are the 3 or 4, 5 steps that you would suggest for this?
Look, we are in the very early days of the AI-driven abundance, or the new industrial revolution, as I like to call it, because now instead of factories producing goods, we have factories producing intelligence. But the India's opportunity is to how to harness that intelligence and create applied things like applications to deliver products and services to 1.4 billion population in India. This is a tremendous opportunity. If I look at my native state, Bihar, you have a large population that requires healthcare, education, understanding, reskilling, and AI could accelerate that journey of delivering healthcare, delivering education, retraining, enabling people to leapfrog into the AI economy even when they didn't take advantage of the digital economy, because now natural language is the way to interact with computer. So lingua franca has gone from learning to program versus speaking into the computer. So the tremendous opportunity for Indian entrepreneurs, but what is going to be most important is, do they have a unique perspective on delivering such an application, not just mimic, as Hemant said, what is happening other places around the world? What is a unique Indian...
Need-based, unique innovation.
Unique innovation delivered to your unique audience, because Indian market is massive.
Indian market is massive. And the other thing that I was trying to come to is all the youth sitting here, the first question when you talk to them about AI is about losing their jobs. And I let you pass through that question where I said, will AI one day replace Bipul Sinha? But it's a real fear. It's a real fear that a lot of children face. They look for fields in which AI will probably not be able to replace them. And that will be more human intensive. Do you see it happening like that?
Look.
Jobs.
if you look at the history of technology development, we went from agrarian economy to industrial economy to knowledge economy, and now we are transitioning into this new economy. I call it intuition economy. And throughout these transitions, the productivity gains were massive, and it created new jobs. Just think about it, Anjana. 15, 20 years ago, if I told you that somebody in Rubrik is a performance digital marketing expert, you would have told me that these are word salad. I don't even understand what you're talking about.
What did you say? Performance?
Digital
Digital
marketing expert.
Expert.
So people who do digital marketing on
The
Google.
kids are going to ask me, where do we learn this?
No, but what I'm saying is that such a thing was unknown 20 years ago. Now the performance marketing in the digital realm is a real profession, and thousands of people do that job. So similarly, in the world of AI, you will have new jobs being created that we can't even envision.
Then universities need to get up for this.
100%.
Is that happening? I don't see that happening.
Look, most of the universities are still living in the industrial era,
Yeah.
let alone the knowledge era.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you look at the youths of India and the massive opportunity that we have in India, is how do they learn AI? And the beauty of AI is nobody knows anything. As in, what will happen in the future is everybody's guess. So if you have a unique intuition, unique idea, unique way to deliver product and services, leveraging the factories of intelligence, that's where the opportunities are.
Three important fields for India: one, agriculture; one, health; and one, education. I think these are the three focus areas for our country and our government that have always been, and we're still working on it. Any interesting AI innovations that you've come across in these, or you feel has a lot of scope or a lot of future, especially in a country like India?
I mean, if you just look at healthcare, Vinod Khosla always says that 70-80% of a job of a primary healthcare provider can be done by AI, because they are not telling you anything that has not been invented yet. They are telling you everything that is a knowledge based. So if you think about, can we deliver AI-based doctors to the far corners of our country?
But then what happens to the primary health workers and the doctors?
They will look at things that are new to them, that are not repetitive, because they would also find that more interesting.
Okay. What about agriculture? Because I was there at the summit yesterday, and they had these little machines, and where the soil was telling them if there was too much water, less water, like we talked before, because the natural factors actually decide the productivity of a crop. So that was also interesting.
I mean, look, if you look at the whole supply chain of agriculture, from soil to grains to the markets and local mandis and prices in local markets, AI can help at every step of the way. Because AI is all about, can we bring all the knowledge of the world in a singular place? And that knowledge is now at the fingertips of everyone. The power of AI is a kid growing up in Palo Alto, California, versus growing up in Patna, Bihar. They have exact same knowledge of everything that has happened so far in the world. Isn't that tremendous?
Yeah, it is. और अब जरा हिंदी में भी बात कर लेते हैं, देखते हैं विपुल जी को अब कितनी हिंदी अपनी याद है मधेपुरा की. बट जब आप पूरे भारत में आज देख रहे हैं कि एक बजिंग एक्टिविटी है एआई के इर्द गिर्द, और हम लोग ये चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि कैसे हम एआई में लीडर्स बने, सिर्फ बाजार ना बनकर हम लीडर्स भी बने. तो जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, आप हमारे दर्शकों को, बच्चों को बताना चाहें कि किस चीज पर उनको फोकस करना चाहिए. और जब आप डेटा सिक्योरिटी कहते हैं, तो आपने रिस्क असेसमेंट भी किया होगा, आपको ये समझ में आ रहा होगा कि सबसे बड़ा खतरा क्या है. वो क्या है आपकी नजर में?
सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये है एआई में कि जो लोग एआई अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं, जो कस्टमर्स हैं, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस है कि नहीं एआई में. क्योंकि उनको अगर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं होगा तो कभी प्रोडक्ट यूज ही नहीं करेंगे. सो हाउ डू यू डिलीवर ट्रस्ट? कैसे आप लोगों को ये बताएं कि जो डॉक्टर जो बोल रहा है फोन के ऊपर, ये रियल डॉक्टर है, ये फेक डॉक्टर नहीं है.
हाँ, कैसे पता चलेगा?
वही उसी पे तो काम करना है. दैट इज द टेक्नोलॉजी दैट पीपल हैव टू डेवलप, कि ये डॉक्टर रियल है, ये जो भी आपको कृषि के बारे में बता रहे हैं ये रियल है, बिकॉज ट्रस्ट जो चीज है ना, जब नॉलेज बहुत ज्यादा हो जाता है तो ट्रस्ट एंड हैविंग अ फेथ इट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट।
मोडस क्या होगा? सर्टिफिकेशन करेंगे आप एआई डॉक्टर्स का? कल मैं वहां पर प्रसून जोशी जी के साथ एक सेशन कर रही थी। अब वो एक कवि है, वो एक राइटर है, वो एक लिरिसिस्ट है। हमने कहा कि अब अगर मैं प्रॉम्प्ट दूं एआई को कि प्रसून जोशी के स्टाइल में एक शेर लिख के दो, तो वो लिख के आपको दे देगा, लेकिन फिर उसका क्रेडिट आप किसको देंगे? प्रसून जोशी को देंगे, उस एआई ऐप को देंगे, या जिसने प्रॉम्प्ट दिया है उसको देंगे? सर्टिफिकेशन कैसे होगा डॉक्टर से लेकर कवि तक का?
सर्टिफिकेशन होगा ब्लॉकचेन पे, बिकॉज ब्लॉकचेन पे आप अगर किसी भी कवि की कविता डाल दें एंड जो कोई नई चीज आ रही है अगर आप उसको वेरीफाई करें, और ब्लॉक तो अवेलेबल है टू एवरीबडी इन द वर्ल्ड, देन यू कैन से कि ये बात नई है या उसी को घुमा फिरा के कही गई है। और अगर ये बात आप ठीक से वेरीफाई करें तो तब आप कॉन्फिडेंटली डिलीवर कर सकते हैं। सो इंटरनेट के जमाने में ब्लॉकचेन से लेके करेंसी से लेके डिलीवरी मॉडल सब कुछ है, और यहीं पे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आएगी। यहीं पे लोगों को ये सोचना होगा कि हम इन सारी चीजों को कैसे यूज करें इन अ यूनिक वे दैट यूनिकली सॉल्व्स द प्रॉब्लम। देखिए, पैसा किसी भी फील्ड में कमाने के लिए ये बहुत जरूरी है कि आप कुछ नया करें, क्योंकि जो काम हो रहा है वही आप रिपीट करेंगे तो आप कभी पैसा नहीं कमाएंगे। तो आपको नए तरीके से सोचना पड़ेगा कि अपॉर्चुनिटी कहाँ है, और जो नए तरीके से सोचने की बात है उसी में रिस्क है और उसी का रिवॉर्ड है। तो आपको ऐसे सोचना पड़ेगा कि दुनिया जो है, हर चीज जो नोन है वो एआई को पता है, तो आपको अननोन वर्ल्ड में जाना पड़ेगा और वहां पे प्रूव करना पड़ेगा कि आपकी जो नई थीसिस है वो सही है और दुनिया उसको मानेगी। और आपको जितनी अवेलेबल रिसोर्सेस हैं उनको कनेक्ट करके नया दिशा दिखाना पड़ेगा और नए तरीके से प्रोडक्ट एंड सर्विसेज डिलीवर करनी पड़ेगी।
अब देखिए विपुल जी, आप तो मधेपुरा से चले गए कैलिफोर्निया। मेरा सवाल आपसे यह है कि दे से दैट डेटा इज द न्यू ऑयल, तो आप कुछ भारत में क्यों नहीं करते हैं? भारत में को लेकर कोई प्लान आपका?
भारत में बिल्कुल कर रहे हैं। रूब्रिक में 1000 से ज्यादा लोग हैं इंडिया में, हमारे इंडिया ऑफिस में, बेंगलुरु ऑफिस में। एंड हम लोग ये भी कर रहे हैं कि इंस्टेड ऑफ इंडिया जस्ट बीइंग अ सपोर्टिंग सेंटर ऑफ रूब्रिक, हम लोग प्रोडक्ट को स्क्रैच से डेवलप कर रहे हैं इंडिया में फॉर द वर्ल्ड। सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हमारे क्लाउड प्रोडक्ट्स, हमारे सिक्योरिटी प्रोडक्ट्स आर कंप्लीटली डेवलप्ड इन इंडिया, एंड आवर इंजीनियर्स इन इंडिया आर गोइंग अराउंड द वर्ल्ड talking to customers and selling those products. Because I had this idea that for both in America as well as in India, let the 1,000 flowers bloom. And if we hire talented engineers who see how to build products and how to sell products, how to go interact with the customers, then they will have confidence to go start their own businesses. And I want everybody to think, if Bipul kar sakta hai, to why not me? And that's what we want to enable youngster to think.
15 साल पहले आपने ये कंपनी शुरू की थी।
12 साल।
12 साल। तो आपके मन में क्या ऐसा आया कि, या मतलब जो जिसको कहते हैं, यू हैव टू बी वेरी फ्यूचरिस्टिक इफ यू वांट टू टेक स्टार्ट थिंग्स लाइक दिस। तो आप क्या आपके जहन में आया था? व्हाट वर द 5 फैक्टर्स दैट कन्विंस्ड यू? 5 बातें जिसने शायद आपको कन्विंस करी कि मुझे ये करना चाहिए। डेटा सिक्योरिटी, साइबर सिक्योरिटी, फ्यूचर में एआई का रेलेवेंस आप देख रहे थे, उस वक्त आया था, नहीं आया था, क्या सोचा आपने?
जब भी आप कोई कंपनी शुरू करना चाहते हैं, अगर आप सोच गहरी हो जाए तो इरादे कमजोर पड़ जाते हैं। तो आप इतना नहीं सोच सकते हैं कि क्या होगा और हर चीज का क्या इम्प्लीकेशन है। आपको यही सोचने की जरूरत है कि जो चीज आप देख रहे हैं, विदाउट प्रेजुडिस एंड विदाउट जजमेंट, इसमें रियल अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और अगर उसमें अपॉर्चुनिटी है तो यू जंप इन with 2 hands and 2 feet and then figure out while you are in the water that can you swim or sink. So इतना ज्यादा आप नहीं सोच सकते हैं कि कितने implications होंगे और क्या होगा। आपको एक एंगल पता होनी चाहिए और then have to go very very hard at figuring out, because business building is like starting a religion or
Wow.
learning curve, because you have to find believers and you have to have conviction in yourself to be able to convince people, because the whole world could be a customer, but you need to find early believers who will take your message and propagate it.
I think that's the best way in which this can be explained, because it's nothing less than starting a new religion. If you want so many believers, if you want so many people to actually follow you, एक नए धर्म की शुरुआत की तरह है, जहां पर आपको चाहिए लोग जो विश्वास करें आप में,
Exactly.
वो भरोसा आप बिल्ड करें. अब अंत में चलते चलते अगर 2-3 सुझाव आप दें आने वाली पीढ़ियों को, या जो इस वक्त भी सुबह के इस वक्त में अपने कॉलेज में कहीं बैठे होंगे और आपको डिजिटली बाद में सुनेंगे, तो विपुल सिन्हा का जो सक्सेस मंत्र है, जो सफलता का मंत्र है, उसमें 3 बातें जो आपको लगता है कि ये करेंगे तो आपके लिए रास्ता खुलेगा.
So 3 बातें में नंबर 1 ये है कि आपको हमेशा सोचना पड़ेगा कि nobody knows anything, particularly when it comes to the future. Because अगर फ्यूचर नोन होता तो स्टॉक मार्केट एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता. सो आपकी अपनी जो थिंकिंग है और आपका अपना जो इंट्यूशन है वो उतना ही बड़ा है जितना किसी को 20 साल का और 50 साल का एक्सपीरियंस और रिपीट एंटरप्रेन्योर है उसको होगा. बिकॉज दोनों लोग फ्यूचर के बारे में सोच रहे हैं और सबका नॉलेज सेम है. सो आपको पहली बात ये सोचनी होगी, नोबडी नोज एनीथिंग. सेकंड आपको सोचना होगा, ऑलवेज टेक काउंटर कंसेंसस बैट. सो अगर सब लोग बाईं तरफ जा रहे हैं तो आप दाहिनी तरफ जाइए. बिकॉज अगर बाईं तरफ जाएंगे जहां सब लोग जा रहे हैं तो वहां कोई पैसा नहीं है.
दाईं तरफ खाई निकला तो
वो तो आपका लक है और आपकी मेहनत है. पर अगर सब लोग जिधर जा रहे हैं आप उसकी उल्टी दिशा में जाइए. हमेशा नए तरीके से सोचिए. सो दैट्स नंबर 2. एंड नंबर 3 है, जब आप ये दोनों काम कर रहे हो तो बहुत अपीवल होता है ऊपर नीचे मेंटली. कभी लगता है आप जीत रहे हैं, कभी लग रहा है आप हार रहे हैं. सो आपको ये विश्वास होना चाहिए कि सब ठीक होगा. सो थर्ड थिंग इज, आपको हमेशा एक कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए, all will be well. While you are trying to think nobody knows anything, take counter consensus bet and have confidence that all will be well.
Wow, we'll remember that when we make big decisions in life, and especially the kids and young generation that's listening to you. Vipul Sinha, for coming here and talking to us and being a part of the AI Summit, we thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha and Anjana Kashyap. Lots of questions answered there. I don't know if you still feel as confused or you really feel like the big questions in your head have been answered, but many, many sessions lined up there to really solve all the very many aspects we feel about AI. So let's get the stage set for the next session. All right, so our next session for today is the big AI shift. And our speaker for this session is Mr. Victor Anthony Fedeli, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Ontario, Canada. And I'd also like to call on stage Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, to moderate this session. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Good morning and a very warm welcome to this conversation once again. There's AI everywhere, but the guest with me here on the panel who's been here, perhaps amongst the first who arrived, well before time, thank you very much for that, Minister, comes from Ontario, one of the largest provinces in Canada, contributing close to 38% of the country's GDP. And I don't know how many of you know here, but Ontario is also considered the birthplace of AI. So Minister, I just want you to first tell our audience here, why is it called the birthplace of AI?
Well, thank you very much, Siddharth. First, I want to say thanks to Kali for the invitation here today and to be able to represent a little slice of Canada. Toronto, Ontario, Canada is widely considered the birthplace of AI. Dr. Jeffrey Hinton, who won his Nobel Prize just last year in machine learning, he began working with machine learning and AI decades ago. So it's basically older news for us. But once we saw the power of it, we began something called the Vector Institute, which has 800 researchers employed in Toronto. We continue to put out students every year. We graduate about 1,100 AI masters. This year we have 1,700 AI masters enrolled. We saw about 17,000 new AI employees just last year alone. So it's still a field that's growing and growing greatly in Toronto and throughout Ontario.
Minister, policymakers in India who might hear you here would perhaps want to ask you the question, is therefore education the way for a country like India and states within India, which are very large in population terms and GDP as well, to catch up in the world of AI? Because the age of AI has opportunity and challenges. So for India, is educating its undergrads, graduates, and masters students in AI one of the ways to go about to catch up?
Well, absolutely. In Ontario, we have about 1,600 AI firms, all grasping for these graduates. We put out in Ontario, to put it in perspective, to give an idea of the scale and scope. Ontario is the largest province in Canada, but still only has 15 million people. That's your largest province in Canada. As vast and as wide and as long as it takes to get from days to get from end to end, it still is only 15 million people. But we graduate 86,000 STEM grads every single year. We just put $750 million in our budget permanently now to graduate a further 20,500 annually. So in a small country like Canada with 35 or so million people, we in Ontario will be graduating over 110,000 STEM grads every year. So we have a steady stream of these graduates. So if companies are looking for them and can't find them in India, you can always find them in Ontario.
Well, Minister, there is one of the senior most policymakers from the state of Telangana who is here in the audience and listening to you. And I'm sure that state, which has produced thousands and literally tens of thousands of STEM graduates over the past decades, will perhaps be listening to this advice very, very closely. And there are a bunch of students here and those who are watching us currently on all our property. I want you to now reflect upon the age of AI from a policymaker's perspective, from a minister's perspective. In terms of the evolution of AI, geopolitics has also crept into it pretty much from the first day, whether it is supply chains, whether it is the availability of chips and access to the latest technology. Is there an opportunity for India and Canada to work more closely when it comes to AI?
I think there's an opportunity for India, Canada, and all countries to be able to work together. In Ontario, we've developed several papers over the last few years preparing us to help prepare our own government on how to use AI, if we should be using AI, when we use AI, why we use it, and then talk to our public about it. So all of these papers that we've written have come to a conclusion in final legislation, government legislation, and it compels us to do a couple of things. One is to talk to our constituents and describe to them when we're using AI. We want our people to know when, why we're using it, and how it's helping. So that's a very important pillar of our own AI policy as a government. The second part of that pillar is to make sure our public understands, it's a little tough to say, the risks of AI, or some of the things they need to be aware of. We want them to know what these pitfalls in AI are, and then we want them to know what we're doing about mitigating those. Whether it's through our cybersecurity programs or just our transparency. So I think those are lessons that can be shared with any country in the world as we all grapple to come up with policies on the ethical use of AI from a government perspective.
Minister, what about one of the pitfalls that bothers a lot of people in India, given our population, the size and aspirations of a growing economy? This is with regard to employment. India's IT sector is one of the largest employers. It seems to be a bit under the weather when it, with the risks of AI, particularly on coding and job growth. Do you kind of share that feeling that one of the pitfalls could be on the employment front?
Well, this is a very popular discussion. I think I'm going to answer it in a couple of different ways if I have a minute to do
Absolutely.
that. So first of all, the same way everybody thinks about it, you've got AI replacing the worker. So that's a common thinking. We look at it in Ontario as we are now with 450,000 tech workers. We're the second largest tech cluster in all of North America. With the 17,000 AI workers we added last year, we have tens of thousands of workers just in AI. But then look at what we've done with AI. So it is now in virtually every sector. I'm going to give you two examples. One that is worrisome and one that is really progressive. So the worrisome one would be our small and medium enterprises. What is going to happen? I think about the company. It's a notional company, but I think I know where they are in Ontario. And they make those vehicles that scrub the floors, and the person walks along behind it and pushes it along. That company would probably have been in business 70, 100 years, making those floor cleaners, thinking this is a lovely business. What's AI ever going to do to me? Two kids come out of University of Waterloo. They have a little autonomous vehicle, and they think, hey, it doesn't have to be just a little delivery vehicle. We could put rotors on the bottom and make a cleaning vehicle. They're now in 350 Walmarts, is this autonomous cleaning vehicle. And I think that guy is scratching his head, who owned the company for 50 years and thinking, wow, these guys are going to eat my lunch. And so that's the thing that I think, if you're worried about losing jobs to AI, then you better get with the program. I think we heard a discussion earlier, lean into it and begin thinking, my company is not oblivious to what could happen. If two kids out of Waterloo can come and make a startup company and make a cleaning machine that does a better job, autonomous, and works all day around the customers and all night with no customers. So that's really one side of it. The other side of it, I have just another moment. In the mining sector, I live in Northern Ontario. We're surrounded by nickel mines and gold mines and lithium mines, all the things, by the way, other than gold, that you need to make a lithium-ion battery. It's very exciting. But we've now got AI configured drones that, after a planned explosion deep inside a mine, where you would need days to literally let the dust settle, send men and women in with hazmat suits, detectors of all sorts. Now the blast can occur. A drone can be sent in, AI-guided drone on a pre-programmed path can go in with a sniffer and detect any issues, with thermal vision to see if there's any fissures created, and come back out and give a report 1,000 times better, and made the mine safer.
And more productive.
And now it's more productive because you're not down for all those days. So I look at the good side of
So
AI.
this is a very important point. One of the objectives of the ongoing main AI summit here is a discussion towards having a AI commons, a kind of regulatory sort of framework. I have seen in my reporting career various phases in technology. Technology comes first. Nation states and regulators then say, oh, it perhaps needs to be regulated because there are multiple concerns. As a policymaker yourself, do you feel the need to regulate AI in any way, or should you just let innovation and innovators and entrepreneurs keep pushing the envelope?
Well, look, I can think of when I first, I sat in opposition for many years. When we got into government, I looked at my office and it was surrounded, and this was only 2018, with fax machines and telephones, desk phones. and speaker phones on. We just went in, literally cleared everything out and said, like, we've got to at least modernize. But it's still amazing. We're in government, and yet it's very hard to actually regulate these kinds of things. A doctor's office in Ontario still has a fax machine. You can't accept something by email. It must be by fax. And I'm thinking, they go through the same digital space to get there. One is printed in a machine, and one is printed in a different machine. So it's very hard to comprehend, even as somebody who chairs our cabinet, that we can't get these things done. So regulation, there are areas of importance. I think I've described them earlier where I think it's important that we tell our people what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it, so that they're in eyes wide open, and we have a better sort of a social license to do the things that we're doing. I think those are more important.
Can I follow up that by asking you about data privacy? The very nature of the AI world is you suck up vast amounts of data, you train your model, and that data can come from everywhere. So the media industry is talking to these engines that you got to pay us, but those are different debates. In terms of data privacy and the way a LLM can use data, do you think at least that needs some early action in terms of protecting privacy?
I absolutely do. I can tell you, I won't use their name or their company name, but we had everybody in this room would know this person's name, and this person's company came and sat with our office in the province of Ontario. Think about it. We're a nice little square of data, 16 million people. We have 120 countries of people who are in Ontario. We are the melting pot of all melting pots. 200 languages spoken in downtown Toronto, just to give you a flavor of what Ontario is. They asked, because our health data would be so rich, they asked, can we get our hands on your data? Well, the answer is no. We don't have a social license. We're not prepared to monetize that, even though it would be anonymized. We're not ready for that. Now, I learned something really interesting yesterday, which is why I love coming to conferences such as these, that instead of name and address and all these things, they used a retinal scan, and that was the complete ID for the people involved in a clinical trial. So there's no name, no address, no social insurance number.
We use it at our airports all the time.
Yes, yeah. But I found that to be amazing. So there's some ways that we may be able to work with this, but there's no social license, I can say, at least in Ontario, to have your health data shared, even though the argument would be it's going to save lives. But we've got companies, Ontario startups like Deep Genomics AI,
right,
who now identify drugs in 18 months instead of 6 years using AI. So there's still work being done, don't get me wrong, but the bigger picture, the bigger debate, I don't think we're ready for that yet.
Minister, you started by thanking Kali Puri, and she's right here, the Vice Chairperson of the India Today Group. She has a question for you.
Be nice, because I thanked you right at the beginning. I don't know if you're in the room at the beginning.
Media. There's no such thing as nice. Welcome, Minister. I wanted to take up on a point that you mentioned earlier about a bunch of startups starting on cleaning devices, and that takes away sort of the work that was being done by humans, which is great. You don't want that kind of monotonous or dangerous or risky work being done by humans. But what about the fact that some unskilled workers can only do that? So we have then taken away their jobs. And what do we do with their unemployment? Do we then provide them basic income? Or how do we protect unskilled workers in some of the AI innovation that's coming in?
I think that is the question that people are asking. In Ontario, we have tremendous retraining programs. We've put in things like to develop skills in Ontario. We have, I think it's getting closer to $3 billion Canadian into these programs. So for instance, I live in a very small town, especially by India's standards. I live in an incredibly small town. But we have a college and a university, 7,000 students. The town is like 55,000 people, but 7,000 students. We have free education for nursing, for paramedics, the people who drive your ambulances and attend to you. We now have free tuition and books for medical technologists, carpenters, electricians, police officers. So we're paying to upscale a workforce. You know, I'm going to give a plug for Ontario. When we got elected, we reduced costs, we reduced taxes. Today, the cost of our taxes and our cost of doing business is $12 billion lower than the first day we were in office. And that business environment has created 1 million new jobs in Ontario, 1 million new jobs. So all of this training, so we have all of this training required for the people that we need to fill those 1 million jobs that have been created.
Minister, as we close our conversation, I want to go back to that point where you spoke about the kind of minds that you have, not just gold, but for the AI era. Do you see any opportunities that exist? Because in India, one of our concerns is to improve our supply chains with regard to AI. So at one end, the government's mission is working on acquiring more GPUs, but we need raw materials. Any possibilities there that exist? And are you in conversation with the government here in any way?
Yes, yes, and yes. In Ontario, again, we have mines. Put the gold mines aside for a second because we're talking the critical minerals now. Although at gold, at whatever it is, $5,000 an ounce, we have many, I think.
May I interrupt you here? When it comes to gold, I think that's the most critical mineral that Indians love, but please continue your answer.
Yeah, I think we have 10 new mines opening in the very near future because of the price of gold. But the critical minerals, cobalt, nickel, lithium, all of these are in abundance in Ontario. So yes, we need capital. So we're talking to capital markets about investing in our nickel mines. There's a new one about to start. It will be arguably the second largest nickel mine, it's certainly the second largest nickel bed in the world. So we're looking for capital. We're talking to companies always all around the world. But we want to take the minerals out of the ground and process them. So when Kali talked about the people, think about the thousands, the tens of thousands that are of people who are actually needed to process that. That we have set up a $500 million critical mineral processing fund. We may not have all of the expertise in Ontario to process lithium. We've never done it before. And it's very complicated. So we have Mitsubishi from Japan coming over to join at, I think, a 25% take of one of the lithium companies to help process. India, companies in India certainly are able to come to Ontario, participate from a capital perspective and from an equity perspective and from an actual facilitation perspective, an operation perspective in processing of cobalt or processing of lithium. And then those minerals are for sale. We want the value added in Ontario and then take them away if you've got things.
One very final question. You know, there was a bit of issue between India and Canada, more than a bit perhaps, but we seem to have kind of moved on from there. What's the future for India-Canada ties? I know you can't speak on behalf of the federal government, but as a leading policymaker and politician in the country, what's the future of India-Canada ties looking like to you?
I think it's very strong. First of all, during any geopolitical challenges that our federal governments may have had in the past, Ontario, my office, we're here every year, a couple of times a year, year after year after year. And during those challenges, we were asked by the media about that. And we just said, look, our governments, our federal governments will figure that out. We're here from the province of Ontario to tell you the business fundamentals have not changed between us. So let's just take our jackets off, roll our sleeves up, and get to work. So that's what we were able to do. I think I would say flat out, India is a reliable partner to Ontario and to Canada, full stop.
Well, it is full stop on the time for this session, but before I let you go, those wonderful shoes that you are wearing, I mean, AI is never going to come for that, right?
These are made in Canada.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for taking out time and being with us here for this session today.
Thank you. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fideli and Siddharth Zarabi. All right, so our next session is Can India Win in the AI Race? Our speaker for this session is Dr. Vishal Sikka, founder and CEO, When I System. And moderating this session is Maria Shakil, managing editor, India Today TV Output.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Vishal Sikka is a prominent Indian American technology leader, entrepreneur, and AI expert. He holds a PhD in artificial intelligence from Stanford University. And that was way back in 1996. So, Dr. Sikka, for the students who are here, tell us, were you the only one in the class then?
Oh, no, there were a lot of us. That time period was, believe it or not, there was another similar AI hype cycle in the 1980s. And the time that I did my PhD was, things were kind of mellowing out, and we used to call it the AI winter. But there were plenty of people studying AI.
So what is PhD in AI like? I mean, what were you preparing yourself for?
So the idea of making a machine that is intelligent has fascinated people, forever. So around that time, we were sort of in one of these generations where formal systems, reasoning systems, were being built to apply mathematical reasoning to complex problems. For example, medical diagnosis or detecting fraud in credit card transactions or these kinds of things. And that technique had run into some significant limitations. I worked on a very promising approach to connect efficient subsystems into a general purpose reasoner. It's a little bit like plugins today, except the outer system was not a large language model, it was a reasoning system. So it has been fascinating to me over the last 37 or so years that I have been involved in the field to see its development and what we have today.
You have famously said that AI's impact on services and in software is real but not sudden. When you say it's real but not sudden, who all will survive this onslaught at present?
So it is there are two sides to this coin, or tale of two cities, or whatever metaphor you want to use. On the one hand, with AI today, it is possible for a person to be so incredibly more productive with whatever they need to do. I have seen examples where people can do things 20 times, 30 times faster, more efficiently than they did before. One of my friends who was a student with me in AI, when we did our PhDs together, I was just talking to him this morning. He rebuilt a system that was built by 15 engineers over 9 months. He recently rebuilt that system by himself in 14 days using one of these.
So what took 9 months then?
What took 9 months by 15 people with 15 very high-level engineers was rebuilt by him by himself alone within 14 days. So that's more than 100 times productivity gain. So this is possible today. On the other hand, there is also, if we don't go after these new opportunities. So you can do, with that kind of a power, you can do unprecedented things. But on the other hand, the kind of work that we do, the routine work, the knowledge work, that can now also be done much more efficiently. And so there is clearly a disruption there. So both of these truths are there at the same time.
Because you have highlighted the fact that what was being done by 15 individuals is now being done by one person, and in just 14 days. Earlier, it was in 9 months. So is AI taking jobs, replacing humans?
So it is doing both. It is creating opportunities for completely new kinds of things that were simply not possible before. And also it is making certain kinds of work completely unnecessary. And both of these are happening at the same time. So it's like a creative destruction that is happening at hyperspeed. So the important thing is to focus on what is it that was possible to that is possible to do now that is of value. And so I'll give you two examples. One is that at the same time that this friend of mine, did his work 100 times more efficiently, there are also people who don't see the benefit from AI because they end up making more mistakes. They don't end up catching the mistakes, and then fixing the mistakes that AI makes takes them longer than it would have taken them to do the whole thing from scratch, etc. So I think the statement there is that in the hands of people who understand how to use this, it is an incredibly powerful tool. The second thing I want to say is that you can do completely new kinds of things before. And one of my customers, it's a large distributor in the Middle East. He was telling us that he was actually telling some of my other customers that one of their major suppliers decided to shut down their manufacturing in one of the countries in the region. And they had to quickly understand the consequences of this, that now this main FMCG company is no longer going to produce locally. What do we do as a result of this? And they ran a bunch of these complex analyses using our product, using my company's product. And as a result of that analysis, they decided to shut down their operations in that country. Now, think about how this would have unfolded before AI. You would have, maybe somebody shuts down their factory, you hire, expensive consultants, and you say, guys, what are the consequences of this? You pay them millions of dollars, 3 months later, they come back and give you this analysis. Instead, you're doing this within 5 minutes, within 10 minutes, and you take such a major decision. So work that was done by, if you wanted to even do it, would be done over months by teams of people, can now be done in minutes. So then the question is, what can you do with this? What powerful things can this enable for you?
Yes.
So I think, I am an optimist and an entrepreneur, and I like to think of what is it that we can do with this, rather than what things of the past will it disrupt.
Because there was this very interesting conversation that you were having with our executive editor-in-chief, and she used a phrase, boss mode. So does the AI respond best in the boss mode?
I think bosses who are bosses, not just, she's a real boss. I think if you say take boss mode as understanding the limitations of AI, taking the work that AI produces for you in a way that amplifies what you are doing, and yet you are careful, you apply your rigor, your scrutiny to what it has done, my God, it is an unbelievably powerful tool. But if you just blindly take what it gives you, then it is not so powerful. Then it is just, it regresses you to the mean of what is known.
So AI is not a friend.
It is a tool.
So how you engage with AI becomes important.
Yes, how you engage with it, how you use this tool. It is, a little bit north of Chennai, about 100 kilometers north of Chennai is a town called Atirampakkam. They recently found these Stone Age tools there from 250,000 years ago. 2.5 lakh saal purane. We were making tools 250,000 years ago. This is a new tool that has been built. And the question is, what will you do with this tool? It is the whole thing about AGI, and this is all nonsense that we should abandon that. You look at it as a powerful tool that is kind of an approximate condensation of all the bunch of human knowledge that has been known. What will you do with this?
Okay, Dr. Sikka, in 2015, you invested in OpenAI. What did you see that most people did not?
Well, it was a donation because OpenAI was a pure non-profit at the time. We gave them, I think, $3 million or something like this. Yeah, it was 11 years ago. So I had just started at, at Infosys, and the AlexNet was already 2 years old. AlexNet was the computer vision system that had beat human performance on a benchmark called ImageNet that was built by Fei-Fei Li. So all of a sudden, there was a neural network system that was able to do vision tasks even better than humans. So the trajectory was kind of clear of where this was headed. And we had to have a AI platform that we could use. And so here was Sam, who was looking to build an open AI platform. So to me, it was kind of it was obvious. It seemed straightforward that we should do this.
Okay, and since you're talking about Infosys, back then you wanted Infosys to be India's AI first company. As someone who has the knack of spotting transformative technologies, why couldn't you implement it then? Why didn't we take that leap through Infosys or similar companies, what perhaps United States and other countries did?
We did a lot. We built our own platform back then. We had a large collection of efforts that we were doing, which I thought was remarkable for the time. But like I said, I tend to look forward and look at what is possible now with AI. And I think, at the time, with what we had, we did what we could, and it's a different time now. So.
Okay, in terms of its limits, like hallucinations in particular, which is being repeatedly spoken about, where do you think role of companies and also countries come in with regards to regulation? And in summits such as this, which is happening in India, do you think India will show the way for regulations?
So, the idea of regulation, we are sitting here in this room and we are comfortable that this roof is not going to fall on our heads because of regulation. Okay. Even like barbers who cut our hair are regulated. So what is the problem with regulating AI? It is an unbelievably powerful technology. You better believe it should be regulated. And I'm very proud that the Indian government actually is taking a very leading and uncompromising stand on regulation, on safety, on ethics. It is very important to do that. The point about hallucinations, AI today, generative AI, is inherently hallucinatory. It is not a deterministic system. It is a system based on probabilities. You pick the most likely next token when you give it a prompt. And so that hallucination creates the need for regulation, for safety and things like that. It also creates an opportunity. People and organizations who can understand how to tame the hallucination, how to close that last mile. By the way, it is much worse than the last mile. It is more like last 100 miles at enterprises, for example. Those organizations are going to do very, very well. So hallucination is an inherent attribute of AI. It creates the burden of regulation, the burden of safety and duty of care and things like that. At the same time, it also creates an opportunity for companies to mitigate it, and my company works in this area in order to deliver valuable solutions.
Dr. Sikka, when we started this conversation, you said that there was an AI bubble in the 1980s, right?
Yeah.
So is this also a bubble?
The thing is that there's the whole stock market and valuations, all of that. I don't want to get into all that. But there have been hype cycles around AI multiple times before. When Frank Rosenblatt built the perceptron in the 1950s, the New York Times had a headline that the scientist has built a system that mimics the human brain. And, so there have been hype around AI many times before. In the 90s, there was a whole massive hype around AI. There were VCs that were exclusively AI VCs. There were hardware companies. There were all kinds of services companies focusing on AI. People find it hard to believe now, but that happened. If you look at the math today, there are a few gaps. Let's put it like this. For example, NVIDIA, which is one of the incredible companies, they have done extraordinary engineering. If you look at their revenues are in the neighborhood of $60 billion a quarter. So that's about $250 billion a year, let's say, give or take. They make a real product. You know, they make a GPU. It's about the size of a toaster oven. People buy it, $250 billion a year. This is real. On top of the GPU, cloud companies add another 2x the amount to make that available as infrastructure. So that's around 750, 800 billion a year of real spend. So far we are in the real world. And then people expenses on top of it and all that. If you amortize this 800 billion over, let's say 4 years, that means you need 200 billion a year in revenue just to recover these 800 billion in spend. So where is that 200 billion? OpenAI is at what, 15, 20 billion revenue, something like this. So there's a huge gap. And that gap, you could say that gap is a bubble. You could say that gap is a gap in the kind of applications that people have not been able to produce yet. But it is very clear that yes, there is a severe shortage of GPUs and all of that. But at the same time, valuable applications of AI that enterprises or other people find worthwhile are not there yet. And we need to deal with that.
So as a visionary, what will be your cautionary tale on AI? Because if there has been similar bubbles multiple times in the past.
You have to invest carefully, make sure there is ROI and things like this. And on the other hand, if you are an application builder, right now, sky is the limit for you.
Sky is the limit. And AI is not future, AI is present.
AI is here, it is in the present. These things are not, someone saying, oh my God, in 10 years, this is what is going to happen. This is happening right now.
All right, Dr. Sikka, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sikka and Maria Shakir. And our next session is going to be a literal representation of what we are discussing here. Yes, India's AI dreams, for which our speaker will be Honorable Minister Jitin Prasada, MOS Electronics and Information Technology. To moderate this session, I'd like to call on stage Shweta Singh, Senior Managing Editor, Archsec Programming and Head of GNT, along with her digital twin. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं श्वेता सिंह। उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कि आप लोग सब एंजॉय कर रहे होंगे। पहली बार स्टूडियो से बाहर मेरी डिजिटल ट्विन जो कि मेरी एआई परछाई हैं, उनको लेकर आए हैं और इन्हें सिंप्लीफाइड वायर्ड इलेक्ट्रॉनिक थिंकिंग एजेंट यानी श्वेता मैं कहती हूं, कमाल है ना? बिल्कुल कमाल है। हाँ, कमाल ही तो है। जब हर जगह एआई है तो स्टूडियो में एआई क्यों नहीं? पर बहुत सारे लोग ऐसा भी सोचते हैं कि मैं आपको रिप्लेस कर सकती हूं। शायद हाँ, शायद नहीं, इस पर हम आगे बहस करेंगे। लेकिन अभी तो हम इस सवाल का जवाब ढूंढें कि भारत एआई में वर्ल्ड लीडर कैसे बनेगा। भारत में दुनिया के एआई का महाकुंभ है और ये एक बेहतरीन मौका है इस चर्चा को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए। श्वेता, मैं एआई हूं और मैं आईटी यानी इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के दायरे में आती हूं, तो मैं अपने विभाग के मंत्री को अब स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूंगी। स्वागत करिए मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी श्री जितिन प्रसाद का। और उनका स्वागत करने के लिए स्टेज पे मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी वाइस चेयरपर्सन और एग्जीक्यूटिव एडिटर इन चीफ इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप कलीपुरी जी का। Morning, Minister. Thank you so much for taking time out in our first AI Summit to come to the India Today Group's AI Summit. I thank you for that. I wanted to present you with a 9-point charter, something that I talked about at the DNPA panel in the AI Summit. But now that I have you here in person, I want to repeat it for your benefit. Mauke pe chauka jaise kehte hain na. We in media believe that this 9-point charter is required to ensure that AI is used for good in our industry. So, point number 1, fair value for journalistic content being used in AI systems, transparency on how news content is being metabolized by AI, not this blending that the AI companies are doing. Number 2, attribution and traceability as a democratic principle, as our legal right, not as a commercial favor. Recognize journalism as a public good. Number 4, reward stories that deliver social impact. Material change, not just reactions. Reflection over reaction. Algorithms right now just reward engagement and virality. They do not reward social impact. Number 5, put a real value to verified content, handmade by editors. Number 6, penalize AI hallucination severely. Number 7, end the asymmetry of reward and punishment between legacy media and social media, where legacy media has to follow very strict guidelines which are flouted on a daily basis by social media creators, and they're rewarded for it. Number 8, treat our population's attention as the rarest mineral we have and protect it against digital imperialism. Number 9, insist on reciprocal value from the magnificent tech companies, the Magnificent Seven as they're called, for giving them access to our rarest mineral. So thank you. This is a typical media welcome in ambush style. And now I hand you over our rarest mineral, our audience and viewers. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you and a very good morning. I'm very glad that I'm here for this AI summit that India Today is hosting. And we just heard Ms. Kali Puri, your group vice chairperson, who has outlined the whole charter, the 9 points charter for me. And of course, we have Mr. Supriya Prasad as well here, on whose invitation I'm here. I'm very glad that I have got this opportunity. And we have met at such a defining moment in India's history, where India is charting the course of AI, technology, and as well as trade. And I say both these things, tech and trade, because I have both responsibilities as the Minister of State in the IT department, as well as in the Commerce department. And these two twin engines are propelling India's growth story. And we meet at this time where India has got this privilege and opportunity to host the Impact Summit. And it's not a, like I've said, this Impact Summit is not a small feat. It is a very big achievement that India has got this opportunity to host it. Why I say that is because earlier the summits have been held from Korea to London to France, Paris, which is part of the developed world. This is for the first time now that a developing nation and a part of the global south, India, is hosting this Impact Summit, and it's truly phenomenal. And what we have to offer and why the whole world is looking at us today is because of the scale that India has to offer. So apart from the scale, we have speed, we have innovation, and above all, we charter the course of inclusion, which is very, very important in our scheme of things as far as India goes. So here, today at this summit, I just witnessed the digital twin as well here and saw. And I'll begin by saying that, you know, the AI opportunity is huge. There are no boundaries. It's evolving at such a rapid pace, and India is at the forefront of that pace. Even for that matter, Stanford judges us as far as AI penetration goes. We're the third in the world. For India to achieve that kind of success, but for the future generations, we have to begin now, and that is to inculcate it in our education system. And not only as a course, not AI as a subject. We have 600 million people who in the demographic category which are young, and that's where the advantage of India is. But if we don't equip ourselves and we think we've achieved it all, we'll be left behind in years to come in the growth story that evolves with AI. So this is the time where the government is looking at your suggestions as well as to how we should include it in our lives. It's not only about students in class from 1 to 12 for colleges as well, but for the elderly as well who have to train and learn, because AI is going to become such an important part of our lives. Like at one point of time, people thought mobiles won't be anywhere, but now every person has mobiles down to the villages and the grassroots levels. The same way AI is going to storm our lives, and no one will be left behind or will be touched by this technology, big or small. So that's where the key lies, that we have to prepare ourselves. We have to ensure that all our, from the young to the old, are equipped with AI. But also, India has huge penetration with internet. It's got huge penetration with mobile connectivity, with smartphones. But that brings me the question of cyber security and cyber threats. That also is equally important as part from the government. It is our responsibility, and we are ensuring that given the size and scale of what India has to offer, we will have to ensure that our cyberspace is defended, and we have safety for our citizens. And especially with regard to AI, one big challenge that the government faces is misinformation. And that is also I want to throw in the public domain, because we're already in the process of consulting all the stakeholders. And Ms. Kalipuri has also outlined that she wants a safe, transparent, and trusted AI in her 9-course charter. So, that's where the discussion has begun, and we've reached at very advanced stages of ensuring that everybody has to take responsibility. It's not only about government, which is going to come out with some rules and legislations. It's about the intermediaries, the platforms that carry these messages and the AI content, synthetically generated content. People have the right to know, is it original or is it fake? Is it deep fake? Is it impersonation? Is it harmful to societies? For a country like India and the size and scale of its diversity, it is all the more very important that we get up to this challenge. And AI has immense opportunities. It has the power to ensure that as far as, like I said, from education to healthcare to agriculture, at scale, it has the potential to increase the productivity of our industries, our manufacturing. It has the capability of ensuring that our workforce, our skilled workforce works better, more efficient. So these are the benefits of AI, which India today is on top of it, and ensuring that our future generations also are capable of using this technology for the growth of this country. I'm coming to India today, so there are 2 channels. I think I'll switch to the other one, that's Aaj Tak. तो भारत के लिए मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण समय है, ऐतिहासिक समय है, और इसका नेतृत्व जो ये डिस्कोर्स और ये जो चर्चा हो रही है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के ऊपर, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत वो शक्ति बन के उभरा है जो एक विश्व का एक हिस्सा, जिसे ग्लोबल साउथ कहते हैं, उसकी आवाज बन के उठा है। और उसकी आवाज ये है कि ग्लोबल साउथ, एक जमाने में जब इंटरनेट आया था तो डिवाइड हो गया था, डिजिटल डिवाइड की बात होती थी, हैव एंड हैव नॉट्स की बात होती थी। कुछ देशों ने टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करते हुए वो आगे बढ़ गए और कुछ देश पीछे छूट गए। मगर अब भारत के नेतृत्व में, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये प्रयास किया जा रहा है और वो आवाज बन के भारत उभरा है कि ये ग्लोबल साउथ की जो सेंसिटिविटीज हैं, जो ग्लोबल साउथ के कल्चर है, भाषा है, रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट है, और कैपेबिलिटी कंस्ट्रेंट है, एजुकेशन कंस्ट्रेंट है, इन चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का डिफ्यूजन, इसका डिप्लॉयमेंट बराबरी से हो, ताकि विश्व में कोई भी इस टेक्नोलॉजी से छूटा ना रहे और सब इसका लाभ लेने के लिए काबिल हों, उनको वो ये उपलब्ध कराई जाए। भारत इस सोच से आगे बढ़ रहा है कि जैसे यूपीआई है ना, जो यहाँ बैठे लोग इस 5 सितारा में भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं और गांव में भी उसका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, उसी तरीके से एआई प्लेटफॉर्म को एआई यूपीआई का एआई बनाना है। और वो एआई ऐसा बनाएंगे मॉडल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कि हमारे युवा पीढ़ी, हमारे इनोवेटर्स, हमारे रिसर्चर्स, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स, उनको फायदा मिले कि वो ये एआई टेक्नोलॉजी का कंप्यूट कैपेसिटी, जीपीयूज कहते हैं उसे, उसको सरल तरीके से उनको उपलब्ध हो, कम दाम पे उपलब्ध हो, वो अपने मॉडल्स उस पर ट्रेन करें और यहाँ पे वो ऐसी ऐसी चीजें बनाए एआई के जरिए जिससे सोशल इम्पैक्ट, जिससे धरातल पे इम्पैक्ट दिखाई दे। इम्पैक्ट का मतलब यही है, जो ये इम्पैक्ट समिट हो रहा है, जो पेरिस में एक्शन था, उससे पहले सेफ्टी था, मगर इम्पैक्ट का मतलब ये है कि बहुत चर्चा हो गई एआई की यहाँ ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे। अब जनता एआई का पर देखना चाहती है कि वो जमीन पे क्या परिवर्तन ला रहा है, जैसे कि किसानों के लिए वो उनकी फसल में कितनी प्रगति, उनके प्रोड्यूस को कितना बढ़ा रहा है एफिशिएंटली, वो कितने लोगों के जीवन में आमदनी बढ़ा रहा है, कितने स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग बढ़ा रहा है, ईज ऑफ लिविंग कर रहा है, लोगों की प्रोडक्टिविटी फ्रॉम लाइक आई सेड फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग वो बढ़ा रहा है। तमाम ऐसी चीजें हैं जिसके एआई के जरिए हम बहुत आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। तो भारत में कह सकता हूं, हम लोग फोकस्ड एआई को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं। हमारी प्राथमिकता यही है, कृषि क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, पर्यावरण के क्षेत्र में, स्मार्ट सिटीज के क्षेत्र में हम कैसे लोगों की जिंदगी बदल सकते हैं, आमदनी बढ़ा सकते हैं, जीवन सुधार सकते हैं, लोगों को एक बेहतर भविष्य दे सकते हैं। तो भारत ये प्रयास कर रहा है कि ज्यादा कि हम बड़े लार्ज लैंग्वेज मॉडल्स में ना फोकस करते हुए स्पेसिफिक यूज केस मॉडल्स, फोकस ऑन की सेक्टर्स, उनको हम ध्यान देंगे ताकि हमारे युवा पीढ़ी, हमारे रिसर्चर्स, इनोवेटर्स जो बहुत टैलेंटेड हैं, जिनके पास बहुत हुनर है मगर उनके पास अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, सरकार वो काम कर रही है कि उनको हर संभव अपॉर्चुनिटी उपलब्ध करा के उनके टैलेंट का इस्तेमाल करते, उनको स्किल का इस्तेमाल करते हुए हम उनको एआई इस्तेमाल करते हुए ऐसे नए मॉडल्स कहते हैं, जिसे हम कहते हैं ये आउटकम्स क्या होंगे। जैसे ये समिट हो रहा है, इसके लोग कहते हैं इसमें होगा क्या। एक तो ये होगा कि देश और दुनिया की नजरें इस भारत के एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट पे लगी। पूरा विश्व देख रहा है कि यहाँ क्या चर्चा होगी। ये भारत की धरती से ही आने वाले समय में एआई का डिस्कोर्स, इसकी ट्रेजेक्ट्री, इसकी सोच, इसकी पहुंच और इसकी दिशा तय होगी। तो जो आउटकम्स होंगे वो क्या भारत देख रहा है, ये हम लोगों का स्पष्ट प्रयास है कि ये विश्व का इम्पैक्ट समिट भारत में हो रहा है, मगर ये भारत के लिए हो रहा है, मैं ये सबको बताना चाहता हूं। तो ये हमारे आउटकम्स होंगे स्केलेबल यूज केसेस, जिसके आउटकम्स मॉनिटर होंगे कि कितनी प्रगति हुई, कितना प्रभाव डाला, कितने लोगों की जिंदगी बदली, कितनों की आमदनी बढ़ी, कितनों का परिवर्तन हुआ। ये इम्पैक्ट समिट से सीखने को मिलेगा। इंटरनेशनल जो लोग आए हैं, बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस कि उनके देश में क्या एआई के जरिए वो क्या नया काम कर रहे हैं, वो सीखने को मिलेगा। इसमें इंटरनेशनल कोलैबोरेशन होगा। इसमें यह भी मालूम होगा कि एआई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर कैसे उपलब्ध होगा और उसके क्या क्या नए आविष्कार हो रहे हैं, वो भी यहाँ जानने को मिलेगा। और जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है कि एआई इकोसिस्टम आगे कैसे बढ़ेगा, जैसे बताया कि ट्रांसपेरेंट, सेफ और इंक्लूसिव, ये 4 बिंदु जो मैं कह सकता हूँ। 9 तो मैं बाद में बताऊंगा क्योंकि मैंने वो आपका लिखित में लूंगा, मगर 4 मैं अभी बता सकता हूँ कि these will be the outcomes of the AI Impact Summit which is hosted in Delhi. So I think काफी समय हो गया है, मैं ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, मगर इतना और जरूर कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये सिर्फ सरकार की पॉलिसीज और प्रोग्राम से नहीं हुआ है। ये जो आज सफलता दिख रही है और भारत एक केंद्र बन के उभरा है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के क्षेत्र में, ये एक तो सशक्त नेतृत्व आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और यहाँ के जो हमारे युवा साथी हैं, जो स्टार्टअप्स हैं, जो रिसर्चर्स हैं, इनोवेटर्स हैं, इनकी बदौलत, इनके काम की बदौलत ये आज हम विश्व पटल पे अपनी छाप छोड़ रहे हैं. We call ourselves the skill capital of the world. We call ourselves the talent capital of the world. And in the near future, like there were internet service providers, India will be the AI service provider of the world. And our startups and our young will bear that responsibility and take that forward and showcase to the world what India has to offer. Thank you.
आपने अपनी जिम्मेदारियों को बताते हुए स्पष्ट कर दिया था और सबको समझ में भी आएगा कि आजकल सबसे व्यस्त आप ही हैं, कम से कम अगले कुछ दिनों तक, जब तक ये जो वर्ल्ड लीडर्स हैं एआई के वो सब यहाँ रहेंगे. लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता है कि भारत को छोड़ के कोई और यहाँ रहेंगे. लेकिन मुझे नहीं लगता है कि भारत को छोड़ के कोई और ऐसा कह सकता है जो मंत्री जी आपने अभी अभी बातें कही, हैव्स और हैव नॉट्स. कोई ध्यान नहीं देता है, कोई सोचता नहीं. लेकिन हम बेंगलुरु के उस टेकी को के लिए भी एआई बनाएंगे और उत्तर प्रदेश बिहार में खेतों में काम करने वाले उस किसान के लिए भी. मैं कुछ महत्वपूर्ण प्रश्न आपके सामने रखूंगी जो लोगों के जहन में है. लाखों लोग रजिस्टर करवाया है उस एआई समिट में और जा रहे हैं. नौकरियों पर क्या असर पड़ेगा जितेंद्र प्रसाद जी? बढ़ेंगी, बचेंगी या बदलेंगी?
पहले तो मैं आपको बता दूं, जो आपने बताया कि ये सबके लिए है, बिल्कुल सही कहा कि आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि डेमोक्रेटाइज टेक्नोलॉजी. और भारत अपने आप को इस क्षेत्र में सफल तभी मानेगा जब हमारे ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की जनता, जहां भारत वास करता है, जब तक इसका लाभ उनको नहीं मिलेगा तब तक हम अपने आप को सफल मानते नहीं. ये चंद लोगों के लिए नहीं है, ये चंद एलिट के लिए नहीं है. ये डेमोक्रेटाइज करना है, गांव तक, धरातल तक इसे पहुंचाना है. वहां तक हम लोग जब पहुंचेंगे, उनके जीवन में सुधार लाएंगे, तभी अपने आप को सफल मानेंगे. और जहां तक आपने नौकरियों का सवाल किया, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ये प्रश्न है और इससे बड़ी चर्चा है कि एआई जब आएगा तो बड़ी व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब्स जो लोग काम करते हैं, खासतौर से ऑफिसेज और उसमें, उनको प्रभावित करेगा और उनकी जरूरत महसूस नहीं होगी. ये जरूरी है, बिल्कुल सही आपने कहा, चिंता का विषय है. मगर जब जब टेक्नोलॉजी और ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आया है, पहले भी हुआ है, कंप्यूटर आया था, लिबरलाइजेशन आया था, तो लोगों ने सोचा कि क्या होगा, भारत में बड़ा कंपटीशन आ जाएगा, हम लोग पीछे छूट जाएंगे, नौकरियां चली जाएंगी. मगर भारत के पास वो रेजिलियंस है, वो शक्ति है, वो काम करने की क्षमता है भारत के युवाओं के पास, भारत की जनता के पास. वो किसी भी चुनौती को स्वीकार करती है और सरकार ये प्रयास कर रही है कि हम अपने आप, अपनी जो वर्कफोर्स है, जिसे हम कहते हैं स्किल कैपिटल, हमारा जो टैलेंट है, जो कली जी ने भी कहा, जो हमारे असली मिनरल रिसोर्स हमारी जनता है, 1.4 बिलियन पीपल जो हैं, वो भारत की असली ताकत है. आज देश और दुनिया इसीलिए हमारे पास आ रहा है. और जो फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स आप सुन रही हैं, हो रहे हैं, उसकी एक ही कारण है कि 1.4 बिलियन जो एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया है वो आ गया है. उनको क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट्स चाहिए, उन्हें आगे बढ़ना है, उनको खर्च करने की क्षमता है. और इसी के दृष्टिकोण में रखते हुए स्किलिंग, एजुकेटिंग एट मैस लेवल्स, इसको हम, जो एआई की टेक्नोलॉजी है, इसको हर स्तर पर हम पहुंचा रहे हैं ताकि इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करें और इससे नौकरियां बढ़ेंगी. जो काम सरल थे, जो रूटीन थे, वो हट जाएंगे और उस क्षेत्र में काम किया जाएगा जहां प्रोडक्टिविटी भी बढ़ेगी, आमदनी भी बढ़ेगी, जीवन स्तर भी बढ़ेगा. ये भारत का प्रयास है. और आप देखिएगा कि भारत में वो क्षमता भी है और सरकार वो सोच लेके चल रही है कि नौकरियां जो प्रभावित होंगी उससे दुगनी और बढ़ के ये नौकरियां इससे और खुलेंगी, अपने ओपनिंग्स आएंगी और हमारे देश की जनता उसके लिए तैयार है. क्योंकि आप देख सकती हैं कि जो समिट हो रहा है, वो कल ही मैं बोल सकता हूं कि 2.5 लाख लोग उस दिन यहाँ एआई के बारे में जानने भी आए, सीखने भी आए, कंट्रीब्यूट करने भी आए. यही भारत है. ये यहाँ पे प्रयाग में महाकुंभ भी होता है और ये एआई का महाकुंभ भी भारत में होता है, जहाँ लोग आ रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, डेमोक्रेटाइज हो रहा है. सबको छूट है कि वो जाएं, सीखें, देखें और आगे बढ़ें.
अच्छा, इसमें एक जो आप कहते हैं कि रेगुलेशन ऐसा ना हो जो इनोवेशन का गला घोंटे, रेगुलेशन भी सोच समझ कर हो. लेकिन केपी ने जो बात कही कि एआई ह्यूमन एजेंडा से ड्रिवन नहीं है, वो हैल्यूसिनेट भी करता है, उसे झूठ बोलने की भी आदत है, तो ये रिस्क और वो आजादी, उसे ये बैलेंस करना मुश्किल है.
बिल्कुल, ये भी एक बड़ी चर्चा का विषय है. कुछ देशों में बड़े सख्त कानून बनाए हैं मगर जहां तक भारत का सवाल है, हर देश की अलग पहचान और हर प्रवृत्ति होती है, और हमारी अलग है कि हमारे युवा टैलेंटेड हैं, आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, और उनको हम सरकार पूरा एक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड उनके लिए अपार संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलना चाहते हैं हम। तो अगर हम नियम इतने कड़े बना देंगे तो कौन रिसर्चर आगे बढ़ पाएगा, कौन उसमें अपना योगदान देगा, कि भय का माहौल हो जाएगा, ये नहीं कर सकते, वो नहीं कर सकते। तो दोनों चीजें कर रहे हैं। हम अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझते हैं कि एआई में जो नेगेटिव्स हैं, जो एआई के जो ऑफेंडर्स होंगे, वो जो गलत इस्तेमाल करना चाहते होंगे, उनका भी ध्यान रखते हैं कि अगर यूजर हार्म होगा, जनता प्रभावित होगी, तो कड़ी कार्रवाई की जाएगी। वरना हम ज्यादा ओवर रेगुलेट नहीं करते हैं, हम देते हैं ऐसा मौका कि हमारे युवा पीढ़ी आगे बढ़े, उनको जीपीयूज कम दाम पे हम एक्सेस करा रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड के चीपेस्ट रेट्स पे GPUs access to our young and researchers and universities, academia, सबको दिया जा रहा है ताकि वो निवेश करें, नए मॉडल्स बनाएं, नई चीजें दिखाएं दुनिया को, क्योंकि भारत के पास टैलेंट है, भारत के पास वो डेटा है, वो लोग हैं जो कहीं नहीं है। तो जब भारत में जो मॉडल्स बनेंगे, वो सेफ होंगे, वो ट्रस्टेड होंगे, वो इस डेटा के बदौलत हर चीज को फैक्टर करेंगे, उसमें किसी तरीके की कमियां नहीं होंगी। तब भी तो भारत सबसे बड़ी एआई टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए दुनिया की नजरें लगी हुई हैं, और लोग आना चाहते हैं, यहाँ के हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के साथ पार्टनर करना चाहते हैं, इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, योगदान देना चाहते हैं। और ये एक नई ग्रोथ स्टोरी जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो उनका विजन था, जो उनका संकल्प था, वो पूरा होता हुआ दिख रहा है। कि जो देश और दुनिया अब यहां आके अपॉर्चुनिटी ढूंढ रहा है, क्योंकि हमारी युवा पीढ़ी तैयार है।
मैं दो छोटे छोटे सवाल आपसे पूछूंगी।
दो ही तो बताए थे आपने।
लालच एक जर्नलिस्टिक लालच होता है, अगर मंत्री जी सामने बैठे हैं तो सवाल आएंगे। एक रिसर्च हाल में आया कि पहला जनरेशन जेन जी ऐसा हुआ जो मिलेनियल से यानी अपने प्रीवियस जनरेशन से कमजोर हुआ। सोचने की क्षमता, ये हाल ही में रिसर्च आया सर। इसमें एआई उनको आसान रास्ता न दे बल्कि केवल उनका एनेबलर बने। क्या एजुकेशन के रास्ते में भी ऐसे बदलाव की अब आवश्यकता होगी?
नहीं, मैंने बताया ना, एजुकेशन के लिए बहुत जरूरी है ये करिकुलम में आए, मगर ये सिर्फ एक सब्जेक्ट और एक विषय बन के ना रह जाए कि इसको भी पढ़ लिया और ये तो हमारी जिंदगी का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हिस्सा होने वाला है। और शिक्षा का सवाल यही है कि इसमें एक जो चुनौती आती है खासतौर से छात्रों के लिए, कि अगर ये इसका ज्यादा इस पर निर्भर हो जाएंगे तो उनकी क्यूरियोसिटी, सोचने की क्षमता और रैशनलिज्म जो कहते हैं वो सब पे फर्क पड़ सकता है। तो ये हम जैसे लोगों को हमारे शिक्षकों को जो पेरेंट्स हैं हमारे शिक्षकों को जो पेरेंट्स हैं उनको देखना होगा कि इसका इस्तेमाल जरूर करें, मगर इतना निर्भर ना हो जाए कि सोचने की क्षमता ना हो जाए, क्योंकि वो मानना स्पष्ट है कि असली कंट्रोल इसका ह्यूमंस के हाथ में ही होना है। तो जब तक ये है इसको इस्तेमाल करें, मगर इतना इस्तेमाल हमारे छात्रों को नहीं होने देंगे कि वो उनकी सोचने की क्षमता और उनकी जो क्रिएटिव स्किल्स कहते हैं वो प्रभावित हो जाए।
और साथ ही इस समय जब दुनिया के बाकी प्लेटफॉर्म्स डोमिनेट कर रहे हैं, भारत के मेरा ख्याल है 12 ऐसे स्वदेशी अपने एआई प्लेटफॉर्म्स जो हैं वो रहेंगे। अभी लॉन्च आप लोग उसका अनावरण कर रहे हैं। कितना हम compete कर पाएंगे ग्लोबली और कब भारत
वहां डोमिनेट करेगा? आपने कहा है एआई सर्विस प्रोवाइडर हम दुनिया के बनने वाले हैं।
बिल्कुल, तो आप देख ही रही हैं कि जो एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट हुआ है, ये कोई मामूली चीज नहीं है कि देश और दुनिया के सभी विश्व स्तर के स्टेट हेड्स आ रहे हैं, मंत्री आ रहे हैं, टेक लीडर्स, इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स आ रहे हैं, और जो स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेटर्स हैं विश्व भर के, वो यहाँ संभावनाएं तलाशने आ रहे हैं। यहाँ ऐसे ही घूमने नहीं आ रहे हैं, क्योंकि भारत वो बन चुका है। ये स्किल कैपिटल भी है, यहाँ डेटा भी है, और यहाँ संभावनाएं भी हैं। यहाँ हमारे पास स्केल है कि जो उनको करना है वो एक बहुत बड़ी तादाद में हो सकता है। आपने देखा ही होगा कि इम्पैक्ट समिट में कितना जोश है, और ये दर्शाता है कि भारत का युवा तैयार है, और हम लोग बड़े कैलिब्रेटेड तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। एक सोची समझी रणनीति है ताकि इस टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल भी करें। भारत में मैं कह सकता हूं तमाम इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणाएं हो रही हैं। बड़े बड़े इंडस्ट्री के जो हैं आपके गूगल से लेके अमेजॉन वेब सर्विसेज से लेके माइक्रोसॉफ्ट से लेके बड़े बड़े डेटा सेंटर्स का निवेश का वो घोषणा कर चुके हैं। तो भारत इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन बन रहा है। हमारे युवाओं के लिए नौकरियां होंगी, युवाओं को अपार संभावनाएं मिलेंगी, और आप देखिएगा जो दिशा और इस समिट से तय होंगी, ये बहुत दूर तक जाएंगी भारत के लिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका
इस व्यस्त समय में आने के लिए मंच पर। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Mr. Prasada and Shweta Singh. As we now get ready for our next session, that is decentralized AI, and the speaker for this session is Professor Ramesh Raskar, Associate Professor, MIIT Media Lab. Moderating this session is my colleague Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's welcome on stage Professor Raskar and Maria Shakil.
Okay, so let's try and make this interactive now. How many of you have Aadhaar cards? Raise your hands. Just about everyone? Is there anyone missing who doesn't have an Aadhaar card or an ID? So here is someone who is proposing an AI for each and every citizen of India. Please welcome Professor Ramesh Raskar. He's an associate professor at the MIT Media Lab and leader of the Camera Culture Group. He's an Indian origin innovator from Nasik in Maharashtra. He pioneers computational imaging, AI for health, and now decentralized AI. And Professor Raskar is wearing a fascinating t-shirt as well. It's called Doot. Let's see it. Okay, so let's talk about Doot, Professor Raskar.
Maria, wonderful to be here. As I said, every citizen has an Aadhaar card. What if every citizen has a AI agent for themselves? Sounds very futuristic.
Yes.
But many of us who can afford, we usually have somebody to assist us. But imagine, a 70-year-old Sita Bai in rural Bihar, and she wants to get the same kind of services that you and I can afford. And if Sita Bai can just pick up her phone and say, मुझे तो कुंभ मेला जाना है नासिक में, मैं क्या करूं? If you have to go to Kumbh Mela, you'll just ask somebody to take care of everything. But imagine for Sita Bai, an AI agent that's running on her phone can do everything for her. Her travel, her food, she's pre-diabetic, so she wants certain kind of a homestay and access to particular type of vegetarian food and so on. All those things are taken care of by this AI agent, as long as the folks at Kumbh Mela And all the vendors there also have their own AI agent so they can talk to each other.
Okay, so Sita Bai's agent is talking to the agent of one of those who are there, perhaps among the organizers in Kumbh Mela.
That's right.
And how do they connect?
So, you're familiar with Flipkart or platforms like that. And ONDC, is trying to make it more democratic. They're saying, if you're a vendor, if you're a consumer, come on this decentralized platform, anybody can list and anybody can buy products from them. So systems like ONDC, which is part of the DPI, digital public infrastructure, is already doing that. So we just need ONDC to run at Kumbh Mela. So all the vendors can register their AI agent. On this platform, and any one of us, or consumer or pilgrim agents can talk to them. And so the vendors are saying, I was at Prayagraj last year around this time. Studying, how the Kumbh Mela works, and I had a, beautiful infrastructure, but experience and access is challenging. So, I had a headache, and I was just trying to look for some, some tablets, but I couldn't find among all the vendors who it would be. I would walk, various places. So there's no discoverability of resources. So imagine if the vendors are, very excited to register themselves, and their AI agents don't have to pick up the phone every time saying, hey, Ramesh is calling, he's looking for, headache medicine. But I just, my agent say, mujhe thoda dard hai, main kya karoon? And it's kind of, polling hundreds of vendors, hundreds of pharmacies that might be selling that. So both parties don't have to continuously be on the phone or on WhatsApp. These agents are doing everything for them.
You have said, and I'm going to quote you from one of your recent views, that future will not be controlled by a single system, but will be created by millions of empowered agents working together. This is essentially what India believes in terms of decentralized AI. Will Doot figure in here?
Absolutely. I mean, if you remember before UPI, first of all, financial access was challenging. But if you did, you had to use a credit card by a company like Visa. And, it was highly centralized. All the shopkeepers had to be in the Visa network, and all of us had to carry a Visa credit card to do that transaction. But UPI made it, very decentralized, because you can use any bank to any vendor, to any consumer, can connect through this decentralized platform. And think of the AI agents that are emerging through platforms like Doot and others is a similar thing. It builds on top of Aadhaar and UPI and digital locker and ONDC is just a layer above that. So it's not really that magical, if you think about it, but there are very few countries that can make it happen. And those countries need a very strong identity and payment rails. As far as I know, there's only one country right now.
And that's us.
That's here.
That's here. Okay. Another quote of yours before you have a presentation. For us, we'll be playing that in just a bit. But you say that the current AI era is factory phase. And you want it to have bazaar phase. This is again decentralization or something which is being seen as democratization of AI. What will be bazaar phase here? Bazaar phase here. And is factory phase large? Bazaar phase here. And is factory phase large? Dominated by those mega tech giants who are talking about trillions of dollars now.
Maria, absolutely right. I mean, right now we are kind of the factory phase. of AI. In fact, some folks call it AI factories. And you need them in the beginning, billions of dollars of investment, centralize all the data, centralize all the compute, you have to build you have to build nuclear power plants to power them and so on. This is like building a factory. And you need that in the beginning. And you need that in the beginning. But as you know, in every society, and you need that in the beginning. But as you know, in every society, in the beginning you build factory, and everybody else is just using what's built in that factory. That's what's happening in AI right now. Some big companies build AI and we just use it. But very quickly, we're going to switch from the factory era of AI to the bazaar era of AI, where every one of us can create our own AI models, train our own AI models. There'll be a Maria agent, there'll be a Ramesh agent, and we'll be talking to each other. Our agent will talk to each other. So when you go to the bazaar era, the economics changes right away because now our agents are participating in the economy and it's based on what we do. So, usually we wake up in the morning, we take our care of our messages, take care of our email, and we feel like we have got some work done in our digital life. But a year from now, you'll actually wake up, look at your agent, and say, how can I make my agent better? It's almost like me talking to my teenage daughter. Better. It's almost like me talking to my teenage daughter. And I'll say, you know, I'm going to train this agent till yesterday, my agent was responding in this way, but now I learned something interesting from Rajdeep and from Maria. I'm going to edit a little bit more, add some more thoughts. Also say that I'm going to be very busy in March and April, but maybe next year I want to go to Kumbh Mela. I can kind of modify my agent and my preferences and my knowledge and my expertise, and then launch it again, right? And that takes care of majority of my life. But there's also economy around it. You know, I might say, hey, I'm a professor at MIT, and as you can imagine, the most common question I get, hey, my son is in high school, how can he get into MIT, right? So I could just answer all those questions. My agents can just answer those questions. But also, you know, joking aside, also some serious questions about my research or my companies and so on. So I might start charging, I don't know, 100 rupees per query over time. But at some point, you know, your agent might be better than my agent, and your agent is charging 200 rupees per query. It's like, why is Maria's agent so much better? So I'm going to send my own AI agent to the IIT of agent schools. And IITs will run schools for agents. My agents will become smarter over time, and will start competing with your agent now for, you know, for business and so on. At some point, you know, my agent will get rusty. I might have to send my agent to a repair shop. So there'll be agent repair shops. But, you know, at some time, my agent will also start doing mistakes. So I might have to buy an insurance for my agent and so on. So you could imagine I might have to buy an insurance for my agent and so on. So you could imagine there's a whole agent economics, a whole agent ecology that's going to emerge. And we can't even imagine all the new businesses, all the new socioeconomic structures that we'll have in the next few years.
Okay, since you were saying that the impact of AI will be beyond technology, it will be in the domain of welfareism, happiness, and opportunities, then what does human interface mean then?
Yeah, I think this is the challenge, right? Like who's here really excited about AI? And who's really worried about what AI can do for jobs and misinformation and fakes and so on, right? So as you can see, there's a lot of fear and excitement about AI, and that's because we're in the factory mode of AI. We have no agency, we have no control over how AI is going to get delivered to us. But when we switch it, and every one of us has our own AI, our own micro AI, our own AI agent, we can participate, you know, as first-class citizens into this. And that's going to bring a lot of safety, lots of checks and balances. It's more democratic. Just like in democracy, you know, even if an individual seems powerless in the beginning, because of a democratic process, even the most powerful have to listen to every individual. It's the same thing when you democratize AI. When every one of us has the ability to participate in the AI ecosystem, suddenly there is a bit of equalization there. And that's how the socioeconomic aspects are going to change. And, you know, people might be worried about their jobs and so on. That's because we're in the factory era. But in the bazaar era, there'll be so many new opportunities. All of us will be busy creating new businesses, as I said.
And how soon is the bazaar area?
That's a good question. I mean, if somebody reminds you that ChatGPT is just about 3 years old, you know, how much has changed? We take it for granted now. How many people are doing their homeworks with ChatGPT? You don't have to raise your hands. How much has it changed? So you can only imagine how quickly. Is it going to take 10 years, 5 years, maybe 1 year? And that's why the next year's Kumbh Mela, which is happening in Nasik, is our first flagship example of having millions of people having their own AI agent as a pilgrim.
Okay, so what you have for us? Let's take a look at the presentation now.
So
Yes.
All right.
Here.
So first of all, Doot, which as you know means a messenger or an envoy, not your master, is a personal AI agent for every citizen, right? Just like there's Aadhaar and UPI and so on. And Doot is not trying to control you. It's your messenger. It's not taking decisions on your behalf. And the way we are doing this is a technology called Nanda. Okay, right. And Nanda stands for Networked AI Agents in Decentralized Architecture, which is a mouthful, but Nanda means joy, and also name of my sister who lives in Nasik, right? So the Nanda technology is what's really playing a role. And as I said, if you think about what's the internet of AI agents? Yeah. We are kind of in the mainframe era of AI, where things get built in big factories. We switch to PCs, then the intranet, then the internet of AI agents. But the internet was about connecting machines. The World Wide Web was about connecting people. And Nanda is about connecting agents that are representing people, right? So that's the key here.
So NVIDIA speaks about factory phase. You are speaking about the bazaar phase.
That's right.
And the bazaar phase comes how many years after the factory phase?
I mean, it's already happening.
It's already
What you may not realize is that the reason why we have to be in the factory phase is this models have 1 trillion parameters. They cost billions of dollars to build and so on. But now the models are becoming so small, they run on your phone. It'll take less power and less compute than watching a YouTube video. So imagine, Maria, if all your information, all your degree, all your health, all your travel, which is maybe a couple of megabytes of information, is running on your phone and doing the work for you all day, all night, like having your own assistant. So that's where the bazaar phase is already happening. But then what's needed is the network aspect of it. How do you build a network?
Yes.
Because it wasn't enough that everybody has cash. What we needed was something like UPI, so it's network. So anybody can talk to anybody and buy insurance or buy a new phone or get credit instantaneously. So the network is more important than the AI.
So do I have to instruct my agent to speak to, say, the agent who is sitting somewhere, and then they communicate? Or does that happen because it picks up from my mention during one of the conversations that I may have with intent that I want to do that?
That's a good question. Maybe in the beginning, it's like raising your child. In the beginning, we handhold, we are very prescriptive, and as they start, raising, it's like, now you're independent. By the time they're 18, they go to college. We're like, beta, now you're on your own, right? And the same thing with agents. In the beginning, we'll be very controlling, very prescriptive, but at some point, the agent will be so good, Maria. You'll say, you know what? Just go ahead and do it. I'll be fine with it.
Okay, so let's move on to the next slide.
So we don't have to go through all the slides.
Yes.
But I think I just want to get this idea across that in the beginning, we have to build a very solid foundation. Just as you move to a new city, move to a new country, you need a passport, you need an address, you need your Aadhaar card. Every agent also needs to have their own Aadhaar card, right? Every agent needs to have their own bank wallet and so on. But very soon, agents will start helping in our jobs. They'll start making money on our behalf. But agents will also create their own stock markets. They'll also create their own banks. Unfortunately, they'll also create their own casinos. So there'll be some good stuff, there'll be bad stuff as well. But soon after that, when we move to a new city, it's not just about settling down and finding a job. We start creating clubs. We start hosting events like this. We create universities. We create justice system. We create sports teams. And agents are going to do the same thing. They're going to create their own justice system, because what if my agent didn't do the right thing that Maria agent asked you to do? So you're going to sue my agent. So we need our own justice system for it as well.
So
and
justice system again will be agent-like.
The agents are just interacting with agents. There'll be agent judge and agent clerk, and they're all interacting with each other. Every once in a while, we might have to go and intervene to see if everything is going fine. But most of the time, they're just talking to each other. It's like high frequency trading today on stock market. You know, somebody's writing algorithms and stocks are being traded. You know, the fund managers barely take a look at it just to make sure things are right. But the trades are happening very, very fast. Maybe that's the closest analogy to how agents will be doing this fast trading with each other, not just for commercial purposes, but for entertainment, for social, for justice, and everything else.
So if there is a jury also for agents, then are we then heading to a situation then perhaps in future summits of this nature will have agents of ours? We may not be there in the room at all.
No, the whole point is the more the technology there is, the more time we'll have to spend with each other in the real world. You know, just because a computer can beat chess didn't mean we stopped playing chess. Yes. Just because there's a bicycle or a car that runs faster than us doesn't mean we stopped running or exercising or running Olympics for running, right? So I think the more technology there is, the more human it becomes our day-to-day activities. So I think we'll be spending more time. Like, just think about running this conference, how much your team spent time doing all the stuff that happens behind the scenes. I know how amazing your team is trying to coordinate for me to be here. But imagine if all of that's happening, you know, semi-automatically, and then we can come here and just focus on, you know, what we really enjoy, which is exchanging ideas and thinking about the future.
Okay, so your final thought. And this is my question. What's your most optimistic view of AI reshaping India's economy and society, say by (2027) and beyond?
So let's start with the potential dystopian world. The potential dystopian Let's start with the potential dystopian world. The potential dystopian Let's start with the potential dystopian world. The potential dystopian world is that we remain in the AI factory era. and they build the most amazing math teacher for the world, the most amazing mental health worker for the world, and there'll be exactly math teacher for the whole world, exactly one accountant for the whole world, and everybody else, all of us will just be intelligent slaves given by this master AI. That'll be a pretty soulless life. We won't lose jobs, but jobs of most of the people will be just using this AI models given to them. That's the dystopian world we are walking into right now. But once we move to the bazaar phase, what's going to happen is the math teacher is training their own AI agents. The students are training their own AI agents. They're talking to each other about many interesting things. If you're an artist, if you're a creator, if you're a leader, so it becomes a creator economy. We're all going to become artists. We're all very proud of an agent we are creating because our agents are representing us in this parallel economy. So I think the glorious decade ahead is that it's a beautiful world where all of us are training our agents. We spend a lot of physical time, things that we enjoy doing, and many of the pesky situations are out in the world, like health and education and travel, livelihood and insurance and climate. All these issues are being solved in a democratized agentic world. That's my hope.
All right. On that positive note, or should I say, "Doot for all." So maybe in some years from now, all of you and all of us will also have an AI agent for every citizen. That's a great idea, certainly. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you, Professor Raskar, for this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Raskar and Maria Shakil, as we get ready for our next session. Our next session for today is AI Scale and Accountability. Our speaker for this session, Ivana Bartoletti, Global Chief Privacy and AI Governance Officer, Wipro. Moderating this session is Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, and a warm welcome once again, Ivana. Good afternoon. This is a time when we've just heard about the world of agents. And you specialize on the subject of governance and privacy. I want to begin this conversation by understanding from you, for the benefit of all our viewers and those who are here, in a world of agents where perhaps there will be multiple agents working for you and me in the future, what will privacy mean, if at all anything?
Easy question. So, AI agents is probably the most fascinating and interesting area. The idea that, as we just heard, we can have an agent to do things for us, and we can say, book a trip and do this and do that for us. It's incredible. But AI agents bring enormous challenges. And the challenges are not just from a privacy standpoint, because of course, once you start giving an agent access to your wallet, your bank account, what if something goes wrong? What if, for example, from a security and vulnerability standpoint, well, what if your money gets lost? So the challenges around AI agents are very much about security and resilience that have, of course, an impact on the protection of data. So we've got to be really careful about it. And there's also one other element. Agents, they bring together LLMs, all the things that you use on a daily basis, but they really make the challenges much bigger. So, for example, they hallucinate, but it's not just an hallucination like a normal LLM. It's hallucinations that go all the way down and pass from one agent to the other, and so they can become quite risky. So what is the point here that I'm trying to make? Is that we have to build this tool with safety and resilience at the very heart. This is very, very important. And it's very much the heart of this AI summit, isn't it? The heart of this AI summit is about democratization, is about everybody having access, and is about governance. So governance doesn't mean that you stop using the AI agents. It's the opposite. It means that you make them so safe that people can use them and trust them. It's not going to be an easy one, but this is where I'm really looking forward to leadership coming from India as well. The leadership I'm after is technically, how are we going to safeguard the data of people through agents? Now, I see young people in the room, and this is a challenge that I would like to throw to the young people and say, come up with security enhancing technologies, privacy enhancing technologies, so that we can build this. Now, I do the sort of best job in the world, which is to work with product managers and try to embed all these protections in the design. So I work on how do we design these agents? How do we create the trust stack so that these agents are well designed and people understand them? And for example, I say to them, if the agent has access to particular information, let's escalate it to a human to say yes or no. This is very important because you've got to remain in charge. If the AI agent is going to access something very personal about you, then you may say, well, actually, on this, I am going to ask the owner to say yes or no. So it's all about the design. See, I will find this tool.
What is the role of creating a governance architecture around this? The reason I ask you this, because you lead this function at one of India's largest information technology companies, and for the benefit of our audience and for our viewers, she's Italian. She lives in Frankfurt, but she works out of a company that is headquartered in Bangalore. So, you know, a global citizen if there was one. But can there be a governance framework for this future world, including whenever, you know, we have super intelligence? Some experts say it's a few years away, somebody says sooner, somebody says later. But in that era, what kind of governance framework can we aspire to?
I mean, I think governance is kind of a strange word to an extent, you know, because if I say to you governance, what is the first thing that comes to mind? What is the first word? I mean,
heavy-handed state deciding the rules of what you can do or not do.
Do you agree? See, that's not the case. Yeah. So I'm here to really say it's not the case. So when we talk about governance, we talk something else. And I've learned this in my day job. Right? I come from privacy. And actually, I come from sort of legal background. And then I learned how to code. And I went into the technical stuff. And I'll tell you what I learned on my own skin at Wipro. Okay? I learned that governance of AI has got nothing to do with compliance. It's got nothing to do with the law. It's got nothing to do with risk management. I mean, it's got something to do, but it's not that only. Governance is about making sure that you have long-term innovation. A lot of clients that I work with, they say, well, okay, this is great. You can do this, this, and this, but is it going to be effective? I mean, don't forget that a lot of AI is not bringing the ROIs that we expect. Why? Why? Because we are not, a lot of people are not choosing the right models, the right approach, the right solutions, the right use cases, the right risk appetite. It's really, so governance is not about strongholding and it's about enabling. So please change the approach. You've got to, I did this sort of massive rethinking within Wipro, and they said, actually, we're talking about strategic capability. We're not talking about compliance. That is not compliance. We're talking about how we go to an organization and we help them innovate in the long term. So this is really important. Now, of course, you see me as a European, and immediately you say the word governance, you think about European AI Act, legislation. They want to stop everything. They want to, isn't that true? Is that what you think?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Europeans certainly lead in governing and regulating everything. And perhaps, India follows pretty much a
But
step
you've just
behind.
done a deal with the European Union, haven't you?
Well, we look forward to seeing the benefits come to both sides, and yes, and with the United States as well. Let me take this further from a point that you made, and this is, you spoke about hallucinations and the world of agents. I give some key tasks to my agent or to a AI engine. There is a multiplicity of engines to choose from. Right now, it's the Wild West. Many of them, especially in the Indian context, are offering free services, I imagine, to suck up the data and train their models. If something goes wrong, who owns the risk? Who is responsible? Where do I see redressal? If you go through the normal system, a contract goes bad or somebody doesn't deliver a service in time, you go to the courts. Where do I have recourse as a citizen today?
Yeah, so I mean, there are different kinds of harms, no? So you can have a violation of your privacy sort of rights into this process, and then you have the privacy legislation in India, which has been now operationalized through the rules, and it's great that this legislation means a lot because it really makes India a wonderful place to do innovation with, because you have that certainty of the rule of the law from a privacy standpoint. Then obviously you have the responsibility and liability that these companies have. So they have sort of these liabilities that are enshrined normally in contracts. And so you can say, well, hey, so there's breach of contract here, you have done. But it's true that a lot of these things you have to bear a lot of responsibility yourself. Like we're hearing cases where people are using these tools and they're just copying and pasting it, or they are using, and these systems, they hallucinate and they put false clauses into them and then they present them. And even organizations that we've seen it so recently in Australia, they were paid by a client to do a report and they asked ChatGPT to do it. And of course, these systems hallucinate. And hallucination, by the way, is a strange word because hallucination is very much human word, like humans hallucinate. In this case, we're not talking about humans, we're talking about sort of statistical and mathematical sort of randomness. So it's and so it's a strange word, but basically this company in Australia, they presented this to the client and it was completely wrong because they, if one of these tools they don't know, they make it up.
And Ivana, this is not an issue that is, alien to us. The Supreme Court of India, no less, has just spoken about the fact that it's concerned about AI being used in legal petitions, in paperwork, and I think it's a great concern. What can a country like India, where you have these massive number of users, many of the proprietary technologies overseas, those companies operate in India, what can we aspire to do in terms of a regulatory framework for AI? What should be the best case scenario?
So I would say don't do like what other countries are doing. You don't have to, right? It's really important. I mean, I saw when I was driving here this morning, I saw a poster, one of the many posters. I mean, you've invaded Delhi with posters about the AI summit. It's quite nice to see. So I saw one of the posters and said, it's the only one I saw with that. And he said, we're sort of dealing with AI in a unique way. And I felt, well, yes, exactly. That is what matters. No, you're not going to do things like in Europe because Europe has got the European AI Act, which doesn't suit India. It's different. I mean, the European AI Act is an ex-ante legislation based on a culture that is completely different. That's okay. And the United States, they're acting in a different way. They're acting, I mean, don't think there is no regulation. It's regulation in another way. I mean, even imposing tariffs is a way of regulating.
Yes.
And and states, every single state in the US is regulating in its own way, especially when it comes to the use of AI in the labor market. So algorithmic systems that can hire and fire individuals. So India is doing, I feel, the right thing. And first of all, because, and I mean, we can't underestimate, I've seen this to all the commentators from America, from the Europe I've been talking to, that I'm really annoyed that they haven't, it's not covered as much as it should. This is the first summit happening in the global south. This is incredible, incredible. The first one happening in the global south, yeah? And in a place, and I feel that being a European, working for an Indian company as vice president, I feel that gives me a very different perspective on things. And so when I talk to them, I say, I could, you know, it's the first summit happening in a country that combines two elements. First, the ability to create digital infrastructure and scale up. I mean, I look at the fact that you've done things like UPI. And I'm thinking this is a country that can scale up digital infrastructure. Second, this is a country that is hungry to use technology, So when you align these two factors, that's really big. When you, on top of that, you add talent, and I know because if I look at how many engineers and data scientists and people who've studied technology I have in Wipro, it's amazing. And the scale of expertise. So when you add all of this and you put it together, and you also look at the fact that you have the ambition, and I say this to the Western audiences that do not often understand because it's a different culture, and it's important to do that. And I say the ambition of creating growth with AI to grow as a country, yeah? And the ambition to say, hey, we create 20% of the world data. We also want to leverage tools and use tools where we can speak the languages that we speak, that can reflect not just the culture of, for example, that is embedded into American created or elsewhere created tools, but also the ethical norms that in this country. This is where I think that is where all the potential of India comes from. So I wouldn't worry too much about these big LLMs. What I think is very important is the investment in data centers, the openness to the large corporations, obviously, and the investments that we're seeing, the tax relief for data centers is important because AI is not just technology. AI is earth, AI is materials, AI is conductors. People think AI is just technology. No. So investment, what is important is the creation, so the models, smaller models that can be trained and tuned to really with India data. So models, applications. We need applications that have real uses every day and that can be scaled across the country with trust, because this is where adoption happens, and with adoption growth. And the last element on the regulatory side, the techno-legal approach chosen by India is a clever one. Very unique. It basically says, we're not going to do overarching regulation. We are going to do all-round accountability of AI, looking at the real impact in the world rather than ex ante, leveraging technology to solve some of the governance issues, which is good. And there is a lot that we can learn from this around the world. And this techno-legal approach is fundamental in a country like this, because, as I said before, you've got to your strength is to be able to scaling up this digital infrastructure across the country. So I think this is a good way of doing things. I would add the cooperation and global cooperation is also very important. I am glad that I live in Germany, where there is sort of strong cooperation with India. I see a lot of openness to India's talent, and vice versa is really good. This cooperation is important because we have to find technical and techno-social and techno-legal solutions to the future. And I want to close on one thing, if you allow me. A lot of people talk about AI capabilities. And it is important because they will increase and increase. We will be here probably or another part of the world in 1 year, and we will have even more AI capabilities. So I would suggest we've got to stop the focus. Of course, AI capability is important, but on the capacity that we have as businesses, as country, to absorb these capabilities and to govern them. Because this means, how are we going to govern the fact that you have deepfakes? And deepfakes are terrible for misinformation, but also they are terrible because they penalize the vulnerable people the most and women the most.
Yes.
Okay. So how we govern the step by step. So we see harms, we intervene, and we see if existing legislation is sufficient. If not, we come up with soft and hard legislation. We don't have to immediately come up with hard legislation. Also, I mean, in India to legislate takes a lot of time. I mean, it's not like it's a democratic process. So it's step by step with the ambition that we want to leverage AI to make India stronger. And if we make India stronger, we make the rest of the world stronger too.
Absolutely, Ivana. In fact, the fundamental change that AI is bringing to society, to governance, to policy making, to every single field of human endeavor is humongous. And I would completely agree with you that learning to grapple with this, both in terms of the policy architecture, the governance factors, is a tremendous one. As I let you go, one quick 30-second kind of answer. Is there one risk that you think is being underappreciated in the Indian context? So, 400,000 people registered to visit the AI summit in India. You made that very important point. This is a country hungry for technology. We are an aspirational country. But is there one risk that is, according to you, underappreciated? Quick answer.
I think the one risk is the impact how AI can be is on women. And I'm going to say this because I'm also the founder of an organization called Women Leading Artificial Intelligence. And it's not just about women participation into the coding side, because India's got 43% of women in coding.
Yes.
And in Europe, 19. So we've got a lot to learn from you. But is how that workforce present translates into power. And I think artificial intelligence has got enormous potential for women, but it also has the potential to reinforce existing stereotypes and inequalities into the systems. Okay. We've got to be very, very aware of this. And this is where I would like to see a lot of women participation into the discussion, not just coding, but also taking the lead on the policy side.
That's a very important point that we closed this session on. Just yesterday, we did a session. We were partnering with one of India's largest groups with 1,600 rural women. And they ran live pilots on utilizing various AI technologies to do stuff. And I was amazed. And these were women from, deep rural India and the kind of work that happened. So I really take that point as one of the most important ones that you have said. Ivana, we are completely out of time. This conversation could have gone on for longer, but thank you very much for your time with us today.
Thank you so much, Ivana and Siddharth Zaravi. And we now set the stage for our next session. All right, so our next session is ROI in AI. Our session partner for this session is India-centric, and our speakers for this session, Mr. Rangaswamy, M.R. Rangaswamy, founder India-centric, Jonathan Siddharth, founder and CEO Turing, Anisha Chopra, Chief Strategy Officer, Arcadia, and moderating this session will be Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. I was wondering with back-to-back sessions if AI avatar or an agent could have done this job, but I'm up here and thank you very much with this very fantastic panel on a subject that is very, very important. Hundreds of billions of dollars are being invested around the world on AI. India too, just 24 hours ago, one of India's largest companies, the Adani Group, has said $100 billion in data centers. Previously, $75 billion, a large amount of that going to the state of Andhra Pradesh, again in this space. Individual startup companies, I don't know how many of you managed to get inside the AI Summit. I went there, young founders, this company that many of us hadn't even heard about, straight away $1 billion being raised, $1 billion plus, all of this pretty much in the last 24 hours. But the critical question, ROI, return on investment. For a student, ROI is the numbers that he will get from an exam. For a business, it is capital deployed and the returns that are made. Set this ROI question in context, Mr. Rangaswamy. Why is it fundamental to this debate that centers around AI and the investments that we are seeing in it?
Thank you, Siddharth. Again, the key question here is, like you mentioned, hundreds of billions of dollars are going into data centers, into investing in LLMs, and the reward has been promised to come in the future. The question is, how long can investors wait for the rewards to be recognized? $1 trillion is going to be invested in data centers. That means the revenue of those companies have to be larger than $1 trillion. And if you look at the entire revenue generated by hyperscalers and the startups, it's less than, I don't know, 25, 50 billion maybe, being generous. So when is it going to reach that $1 trillion threshold to pay back the investors? And that is the key question. And I think there's so much euphoria here. I think there's definitely a bubble here. But good things can happen. The question is, how patient will investors be? How patient will the stock market be? And that's why ROI is so significant, because people are going to use AI if they see a return on investment. And that's what I hope we can have a good discussion here.
That's a very, very important point that you made. And as I come to you, Jonathan, explain to our audience here your perspective on ROI. Is there so much capital awash in this world, liquidity, that it's just going for the next thing without looking at what the return would look like?
Thank you, Siddharth. So I have an interesting vantage point because my company works with all the frontier AI labs like OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, Meta. So we see the investment upfront. And I would say this year has been an important year where AI has shifted from passing tests to doing real work. Right? I think the ROI question maybe misses a bigger point, which is, if you look at digital knowledge work today, like across every industry, financial services, life sciences, retail, healthcare, every function in that industry, like software engineering, sales, marketing, every role in the org chart, every workflow that a human goes through, that's $30 trillion of digital knowledge work. That's the work that a human does in front of a computer and uses a keyboard and a mouse to get tasks done, right? And if you think about robotics, you can scale that up to 110 trillion, right? So today, with artificial superintelligence, we are reaching a point where these computer use agents can now do tasks that can span days. Pretty soon, it'll be tasks that can span weeks. So it's going to impact every single job on the planet, right? And almost all the problems that humanity faces are intelligence constrained. It is, and what we have here is intelligence as an API. If you had abundant intelligence as an API, you could cure diseases, you could go to Mars, you could extend lifespans. So there's so much potential here. And unlike with self-driving cars, which was sort of a hard failure problem for AI, where you have to get 100% accuracy or 99.9999 accuracy to deliver value, here these are soft failure problems. So even with today's models, there is so much value that you can unlock. Because many of these systems are human-in-the-loop systems.
Right.
And when we work with enterprises, we see that the work of a human has changed from doing the work to verifying the work of agents that are doing the work. I think we're about to enter a golden age of productivity. It's going to be incredible to be a human knowledge worker.
Okay, golden age of productivity. Anish, as I come to you, I got the sense from his answer that should we be even asking this question, right? If you're in the phase of discovery, when the wheel was invented, nobody asked the ROI question. Look where it has brought the world. So is that something that you would want to answer?
Yeah, let me just, a little context. I'm going to speak to this answer as a former policymaker in the US, and I want to just highlight the dynamics. 3 layers to this question. One, we had a chapter of this movie earlier when we did the digitization revolution, and we spent considerable sums of dollars to put dark fiber throughout our respective economies. And at the time, the ROI question was very risky because the utilization rate of the fiber when it was initially deployed was much lower. In today's infrastructure investment analogy, I think every GPU is accounted for. So the utilization rate of the infrastructure already exceeds what we saw when we had this prior discussion about bubble or not bubble at the infrastructure layer. Number 2, when we launched Startup America in the United States, one of the important policy objectives was to say all the job creation in the US going back a decade came from companies less than 5 years old. MR has been an entrepreneur his whole life. Entrepreneurship has been driving economic growth in the US story. But what often happens is the rules of the road of a particular sector change, and it's the entrepreneur that races to the future. That's an open question in ROI. As we get to the total addressable market of labor in various sectors of the economy, we don't know if we have the rules of the road quite yet to unlock that ROI on what is a human, what is a automation system supporting a human, and how should that mix be governed.
But do you even need those rules? If you were again,
yes,
you were the first CTO of the US government during Barack Obama's presidency.
Yeah.
But if you were again a CTO of the US government, would you even advocate the need for rules?
Let me explain. These are different rules. What I'm describing here, market enablement. So this Trump administration in the United States context has just created new rules to create essentially a more AI-powered healthcare delivery system. So by changing the way you reimburse, instead of it being a human's documented time spent treating the patient to something that's more about outcomes, you can unleash this AI revolution where you've got an army of AI agents supporting a doctor. You sometimes need enabling policies to unlock ROI. And my last comment, and I think this is another area of ROI, this is an area we're coming into this age of abundance. So we have to start asking more of a societal and multi-stakeholder question of ROI. There'll be capital deployed and earned, but there will also be questions. What is the return on getting everybody educated at a gold standard? What is the help of accessing a universal high quality healthcare? And these are the 3 frameworks that I believe will make the ROI question central for the next decade.
Mr. Rangaswamy, hundreds of billions of dollars were blown up in the dot-com bubble. The financial meltdown, probably $1 trillion and more. If AI were to solve long pending medical issues or new drug discovery 10 months instead of 10 years, then why should we even be bothered about asking that ROI question? This is so fundamental to humanity.
I agree, but it's very altruistic, right? At the end of the day, an investor wants to see returns, whether Jonathan or Anish say it's long-term going to be gainful for the economies, right? So there's short-term, long-term. So somewhere there has to be some kind of convergence where short-term investors go, we'll be medium-term investors, and the long-term people like Jonathan and Anish go, no, we'll come to the medium term. Yeah. So I think we need to move the horizon a little closer. That's what I'm advocating for, is refined objectives, refined ROI that kind of addresses both the long-term needs of society. And I agree with you, there's 30, 50, $100 trillion of market space and TAM, as you call it, but how quickly can we achieve it? And can we pay back these investors? Or like the dot-com bubble, I'm not saying the dot-com bubble was bad, because out of the dot-com bubble, there was $100 billion spent by private capital, And out of that came companies like Google and all these companies that are now worth trillions of dollars.
The new empires of today were built out of the rubble of that era.
Exactly. And so the same thing can happen again. I'm just saying, let's bring some coalescence around.
So let me interject here, because we are here on the sidelines of the India AI Impacts Summit, and the speaker before said it's the first one in the Global South. What is the path for India? Because this is a debate within government circles. How much money should the government commit? We have committed some money, but if you look at the size and scale of the Indian central government budget, it is not too much. What is the right path for a country like India? To you first, and then to both of you.
So I would say let's look at the dot-com bubble again. Most of the money that went into the dot-com bubble came from private investments. There were no big write-offs by government when the fiber and all this thing happened and they weren't utilized. I think the similar thing is happening here as well. I don't see governments putting that much money. It's data centers are being built by sovereign wealth funds. It's being built by investors. So if those data centers go dark, the guys are going to take the loss. Is not a government. It's going to be mainly private capital. So that's my take on it. Is I think governments should invest some money, but they're not going to be the primary investor in the AI boom.
Okay. Yeah.
So I have 3 comments to make. Firstly, I think India should invest in sovereign AI. And second, there are big implications for jobs and education. So I'll come through all that. So when I say sovereign AI, I mean, I think it's important for India to build its own foundation model that's fine-tuned by Indian citizens, Indian nationals, at least in post-training, where
Does Sarvam fit the bill? Because it's being launched. I mean, their latest work is being launched as we speak.
It could. I haven't dug into them deeply.
Okay.
But I think the future will be some type of a hybrid architecture where a government like India will have her own sovereign AI model. That model could be fine-tuned on proprietary data that the Indian government has. You want proprietary intelligence that's in the minds of the humans that work in government in India to be distilled into the models. You want to teach the model how to do proprietary tool calls, but still give the model the ability to talk to other frontier models, perhaps a GPT-5 or a Grok 4 or a Gemini 3. So the model can orchestrate and collaborate with other models where needed. I think this will be important, like to make the government more efficient, to better serve the citizens of India. It's important for national security. I think it's important for India to also be at the frontier of superintelligence. You have to be in control of your destiny. And a big part of it is being control of the data that goes into the models. The algorithms are relatively diffused across the industry. Compute, again, is relatively diffused. You can invest. I think data is where you differentiate. So you'd want to make sure you invest there. Second, I worry deeply about job displacement because there is a tsunami coming with superintelligence. Like every type of digital knowledge work that a human does in front of a computer is going to change. Not necessarily replaced, but it's going to change. Humans are going to switch from doing work to verifying the work of agents. So we have to train humans to help them adapt to this new way of working. And third, that comes to education. I think I worry even more about education because there's 12 years of humans sort of in the pipeline before they get into the job market. And these models are getting smart, like quarter over quarter. I think we have to fundamentally rethink education for a post-superintelligence world.
Okay, before I come to you, Anish, we had invited a lot of students. All I want from you here is, for those who think that AI is a worry to your future job prospects and that you need to retool, please raise your hands. Okay, so I hope they heard my question right, but not many seem to be, at least not the majority of this room seem to be worried. But your take on this?
Let me just say at the outset, capital is flying where it's economic highest and best use. So I don't know if a government contribution in addition is necessary. I'm with MR on that. But let me just make a couple of observations. Almost 15 years ago, President Obama came to India and we did an expo on what was at the time the beginning of the Aadhaar revolution and DPI. And when President Obama observed all of this, he had one word to say to India, leapfrog. There was an opportunity to leapfrog into the next generation what this infrastructure would mean. And if you remember, in the COVID pandemic, in the US, we were still handing out paper cards to give people the vaccination records. In India, that was all digital. Leapfrog. So I say, what motivated me to the AI Impact Summit was the impact message, was that we're going to unlock the use cases that will drive the greater good. The question you posed was a worrying one. Are you worried? What if the entrepreneurial spirit of this country created the conditions to train people on how to be better at prompting AI tools to do their job even better? And this became the center of excellence for how to cross this chasm so that we get to a jobs abundance, even if we're thinking about the tsunami on the other side. So impact in healthcare, impact in skills development. This is an opportunity, and I'm a disciple of C.K. Prahalad. His son was my roommate in school, and so I believe in fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. We can invent innovative models in the use of these new technologies in key sectors of the economy and then scale them globally, and the beneficiaries will be the world.
Quick follow-up. Where do you think AI in the context of India will have the greatest impact? For example, healthcare, a sector that you are involved in.
Health. It unquestionably, in one of the, in fact, the session we're having later this afternoon is on this exact issue. In order to understand the power of AI in health, one has to ask the question, how easy is it for someone to get access to a high quality doctor today? And that access is difficult. So this is the ideal leapfrog moment. You need data access, you need compute, and you need models that are tuned to make sure that we're doing in the best interest of the patient. These are all opportunities, jump ball. We can actually see that collaboration work. And I'm hopeful with ABDM and the initiatives here, combined with what we're doing in the US with health tech ecosystem, there's a chance to collaborate in these areas as we did with the US-India Open Government Dialogue.
Oh, Mr. Rangaswamy, as you and Jonathan, before you come in, another show of hands. How many of you have used any form of AI in the past week?
That's a cheat question. Of course the answer is
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
See, that's the group. And an earlier speaker alluded to it, right? They're all using AI and generating a lot of data.
Yeah.
And so there's some questions to be answered on ROI. Who owns that data? I don't know. Right now,
I don't know too.
Yeah, it looks like the models own the data, right?
Yeah.
So I think there might be something regulations-wise and others to kind of provide consumers some benefit of using these systems. So there could be some ROI that's more than just making you more productive, giving you more abundance. Maybe there's also money to be made in using AI and training the data models to be better too.
Yeah, go ahead.
So a great comment to MR on who owns the data. Like when we work with enterprises and governments, we see a strong desire for sovereign AI, where I do think governments and enterprises should own their data. And there are ways to architect these systems within the compliance boundaries of an enterprise so the data doesn't leave the company. I do think a company's data is its moat. I don't think algorithms and compute will be. I think it'll be data. And ideally a data-driven feedback loop where as humans use that company's services, the models keep getting better, the agents keep getting better, and it becomes more useful. And I really liked Anish's framing on leapfrogging, right? Like I love that optimism. And in case the tsunami sounded a bit scary, you could surf the tsunami, right? And maybe all of us, I mean, you're all already using AI pretty heavily. I think we have an exciting path ahead. To your point, in addition to healthcare, for India, I'm extremely optimistic about education. Yeah. I think there has been no better time to be a student, right? Like, so if you're studying something, right? Like you have an infinitely patient tutor that can talk to you at your level of difficulty.
In the same classroom, This is a brilliant point. Imagine 50 of you students in a class, one teacher delivering the same message in the same tone and with, in his own style. But imagine each of you getting a dedicated tutor, even if you are in a physical classroom. That's the world I believe will perhaps move to.
That's exactly right. And I benefited greatly from my teachers in Chennai, where I grew up, and at Stanford. I still remember my awesome teachers. And now we can scale those teachers to, to the rest of the world. So we've built this thing called EDU Arena. So if any of you are interested in sort of playing with like an education-focused LLM product, you should check it out. But I think there's never been a better time to be a student or a teacher. A teacher can now create curriculums at like infinite dimensionality, right? It's such a wonderful time to learn and be a lifelong learner.
Absolutely. You know, Indiaspora, and you must have worked with tens or hundreds of Indian founders. I wanted to ask you this question. Frugal Indian engineering, Jugaad as it is called, is there, when we talk about huge amounts of capital needed, do you see somewhere this hope of Indian Jugaad doing the same thing at 1/10th, 1/20th, 1/50th of the cost as we did in our space program, for example?
I agree. I think Anish alluded to this thing as well with India, right? Leapfrogging. So there's an ability to leapfrog, but also leapfrog with less money, right? I don't think India can afford to invest $1 trillion in any of these things, but maybe using frugal innovation and leapfrogging as a concept, let's get from LLMs to whatever is next. Maybe it's its own proprietary data, maybe new models that are developed within India, taking advantage of all the Indic languages, taking advantage of speech. So there are many, many ways I think India can leapfrog at lower cost. And knowing our mindset and our DNA at India and with the diaspora, we'll come up with that. We're just at the beginning.
We are at the beginning. Closing comments from both of you. You want to go first, Anish?
No, I'm bullish on collaboration, and I hope that this spirit of solve it here and scale it everywhere is going to be the mindset, so we can see some real impact on societal issues like health and education.
I would say for all the students in the audience, now is the time to work on superintelligence to drive real economic progress. Last year was AI doing tests, getting the gold medal in math. Now it's AI that can actually do real tasks. So I would encourage everybody to study computer science, learn how to build applications on top of LLMs, and the future's bright.
Okay, the future is bright. So if you thought that it takes tens of billions of dollars as it does for a large language model, the future can always allow the language of Jugaad, JLM, a Jugaad language model to come forth from India. I thank the entire panel for their time with us, for sharing those thoughts on that very, very fundamental question. And you, the audience, thanks very much.
All right, so our next session is implementing India's AI mission. Our speaker for this session, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India. Moderating this session is my colleague, Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today TV Output. Let's have you on stage, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are having this conversation at a time when India is hosting a massive AI summit, and that's happening at Bharat Mandapam. And someone who has been involved with the entire curation is right here with us, Professor Ajay Kumar Sood, who's the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India. Professor Sood, the objective of this AI summit in Bharat Mandapam, as the Prime Minister spoke about, is that technology exists to serve humanity, not replace it. But increasingly, there are concerns with regards to jobs. Are we really prepared to adopt a technology that can replace humans? And in a country as vast as ours, where there are challenges with regards to employment?
Absolutely. See, AI is a technology which will make a difference in the lives of people. But the concern which you raised about losing jobs, what we have to see is that some jobs will go out of place, which is the lower end jobs like coding and so on, but a large number of jobs will be created. For example, in AI, human has to be in the loop. So a lot of jobs for auditing, for example, will get created. Because when you say it's coding, it's not that 100% it is what it should be. So there will be a lot of jobs where human will be in the loop, and many other things when the AI is rolled out, when AI is diffused into society, many more jobs will be created. So AI is at a time when this new skilling has to be done and new ways of making livelihood for technology people has to be seen.
Yes, you spoke about upskilling, which is needed, or perhaps new set of skills which are needed for making everyone AI literate. Would you then say that before we usher in that phase, we should ensure that there is literacy around AI?
Absolutely. So AI skilling is an integral part of AI India mission. So that is a very important thing, which is already happening in terms of diffusion in our educational institutes, societies. And what we have to see is we have to remove this fear of AI. So we should not really take AI as something which we are afraid of and which can do harm. There are harmful things. There is no question about it. But this is where all the policy matters and all the framework comes in, governance framework, which will ensure that. So at the same time, lot of innovation is happening in AI in India, and lot more will happen. So innovation is our strength, and that is what we need to cash on.
Yes, as Prime Minister famously said, that AI in Atmanirbhar Bharat rests on three pillars. It's innovation, inclusivity, and sovereignty. And that's why India is hoping to spotlight local solutions of what are being seen as global challenges or problems. But inclusivity, again, how do you make it inclusive?
See, inclusive, you can interpret in many ways. First inclusive is, are you inclusive in innovation? Or are you only a user of AI? That's the first inclusivity. For that, you need enormous amount of compute resources. So that is, if you don't have compute resources, it will not be inclusive. Then you need data sets which are reliable, which are without bias. That is again inclusivity. And third one is when you deploy it, again you have to see that it reaches all sections of society and not only the few privileged ones. So this is where inclusivity at all levels. And this is where we are making a lot of efforts in each of these verticals. For example, in India AI mission, the compute resources have been made available with almost like 38,000 GPU equivalent are available to us, which is what government has enabled in a public-private partnership at an enormous discount. Almost 50% of the cost what it is there if you do it outside this framework. Then in the data sets in the AI mission, we have what is called AI data Kosh. In that, non-personalized 9,000 data sets have been curated, which can be used and which are being used. So that is again what it means by inclusivity. And then we have to also see that AI is safely deployed. And that is again, there is a safety pillar. And we are coming out with the guidelines. Very recently, we come out with a framework, which is called techno-legal framework, which means you embed whatever is legally required into technology.
Okay. How does that work?
So it doesn't mean it is, after it's a reaction. No. The best example is DPI, where the techno-legal framework was embedded. What it means is that when you do a transaction, you do not really ask a personal that whether I need to make this transaction, please enable it. No. The entire connection between the user and the bank is done in a safe manner, which means technology has been built in right from the beginning, which enables that, which are called secure, rooms, secure data, secured way of dealing. Similar thing we have to do in AI, because when AI wants to use your data, personalized data, respecting DPDP Act, or non-personalized data, we have to make sure that there are no irregularities. So that is what I mean by techno-legal.
Okay.
And that is built into the technology with the tools.
Okay, the sense is that AI at present is almost dominated by 7 to 8, tech giants operating out of Silicon Valley. And the sense is that they have almost controlled the AI, technology, innovation, and the direction. It's almost like digital imperialism, a phrase that is being used here.
That's right. That's how it began, and it Chat GPT moment came.
Yes.
Right. But in India, we are not doing that. In India, the fact that we are enabling the AI innovation and the use of AI in a very extensive way means that we do not remain subservient to this big tech guys. What it means is that you can ask a question, do you always need LLM? That's another way of asking. Oh, I don't have 1 trillion parameter LLM. What will I do? Will I sink? Right? That's the feeling you will get. That's not the right way to look at it. Because these are general purpose LLM on which you build some applications. But there are many applications which use small language model or the agentic AI, which do not need what you call the ultra mega resources. And that is where our focus will come. At the same time, India is also investing in our sovereign AI, which means that LLM, which is trained on India-centric data as well as the other data. And this is where I would like to make a difference, that all those tech giants, which are, of course, you said, are not the only ones which will control the scene if we see it in India.
Okay, then let's talk about another big challenge which is coming with regards to AI, and which has been to do with innovation. India has there is some kind of race happening between US and China, and in terms of also investment which has happened by India and India AI mission, that's very limited. I was reading one piece which said it's almost what NVIDIA spends in 6 months, you're spending over a period of 5 years.
That's right. That's what I said. This is a good narrative if you want to follow blindly what others are doing. That narrative will go like this. But you don't have to go by that narrative. You have to find innovative ways where the AI use and AI benefits can come at a much lesser cost. That's the innovation. And what can happen in future, if you ask, because a related question will be, will this blindly scaling thing will go on ad infinitum? Answer is no. It will have limitations because your energy limitation will come. But what will happen, and that is where the innovation space will be opening up, can we combine quantum computing with AI? Right now, we are using classical computers, CPUs, GPUs, mostly GPUs, which are supported by CPUs. But that is not the end of the story. If we can innovate in use of quantum computers in AI training and AI inferencing, the scene will change overnight.
But isn't India largely focusing on data centers?
India will have data centers, as you know, the huge investment which has been announced either by Google, 15 billion, then Geo, Reliance, a lot of them are coming in India. There is no question about it. So data centers you will need. There is no question. You have to only see how do you make it sustainable. How do you make sure that the energy and the water requirement do not dwarf the other needs? And this is where the strength of India can come, the other needs. And this is where the strength of India can come, because India has done very well in renewables. As you know, we already have 180 gigawatt of renewables and more is coming. So this is where India can have an advantage.
Let's focus on regulation now. What is the way forward here?
So this is a very important aspect of AI, safe AI. So right from the beginning, we were very conscious of this. So we, in our India AI governance framework, which came out in November, we had a full chapter on that, where we talked of using legal framework for safety. And this is the document we released about a week back on how do you talk of India techno-legal framework for AI. Framework for AI. So you can download from our
Strengthening AI governance through the techno-legal framework.
So what it means is you embed whatever is legally required into technology, as I mentioned. And this can be India's contribution in a big way, because there is another advantage. Supposing you want to have the global partnership. In global partnership, how will the data flow? Because the guidelines are different from different countries. Now, if we can all agree, I'm not saying it is a very simple job, that is where the efforts will be. If we can agree on a framework, on a techno-legal way, if we can do it, it will be much, much faster and scalable. So that's what we have been proposing, that all the institutions which will deploy AI, they have to ask, is it safe that they can do using techno-legal framework? Means there will be apps
But isn't being cautious also about missing the bus?
No, that's the point. Here, it is a light touch approach. It's not a very harsh approach like the EU, which you might be aware. And it's not completely left to private sector as it is in the US. So this is a middle path, which is what we have said. It's a light touch approach to regulations, and a lot of volunteerism is there. But what will happen in the coming months? We have to find a way. How do we incentivize this framework? Supposing people adopt this, is there a way we can incentivize? Because if it is safe, obviously it will be implemented. And this will be a big actually market, if I can say that. There will be huge job creation to make sure that the industries and the companies adopt safe AI. Otherwise, there will be litigations all over the place.
Right. Let's wrap up this conversation, Professor Sood, with a thought that came before you joined us. We had venture capitalists and several visionary AI CEOs who were of the opinion that this could very well be a bubble. And there has been a similar hype around AI even in the 1980s.
That's, I am aware of all the skepticism which you said, and we have to be cautious. But in my opinion, this is not a bubble. Because if AI makes a difference in the lives of people, and not only to play games, it will make a difference, and it is making a difference. If you look at the health sector, it has come in an extraordinarily big way. I mean, the tons of CT scans, which will take you hours to analyze, can be assisted by AI. But human is still in the loop. You still need the doctor at the end to make sure everything is right. This will make a big difference. If you look at agriculture, and if you can make sure the benefits reach the farmers, because we have now AgriStack, as you know, India has AgriStack, where all the data from the farmers, all the animal data, everything is there on AgriStack and on the other platform. Can we use that AI for various purposes, be it for seeding, be it for financial assistance, whatever you want? If we do all that, and which is what we will do even in education, AI-assisted education, it will not be a bubble.
Okay, so the AI is here, and it's not future, it's right here.
Right
and
here.
we are in the middle of it.
You are swimming in it.
Okay, all right. Professor Sood, really appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us here at this summit.
Thank you.
Thank you for this wonderful session, Professor Sood and Maria Shakil, as we now set the stage for our next session. All right, so our next session is Can India's Digital Governance Sustain Reform Momentum? Our guest for this session, Umesh Sachdev, CEO
and Unifor, CP Gurnani, co-founder and vice chairman, Alanos, Saurabh Kumar Sahu, managing director and lead, Accenture India, and moderating this session is Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, group editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to this very esteemed panel of guests. There are back-to-back events all over town, and I'm glad you could make time in Delhi's traffic today. So great to have you with us. How do we govern AI? If we kind of simplify it for the masses, CP, I start with you. Does AI even need a governance regulatory framework? Europe has done something. Other parts of the world are considering it. We are looking at various forms of, amending our privacy approach towards privacy. Does AI even need any framework of this kind, or should entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship be allowed to do its job? The mic to your right.
Siddharth, when you designed an automobile, you did put an accelerator, clutch, and a brake. When you designed an highway, you planned for growth in the number of vehicles that will ply on that highway. Now, would you say just the city planning is for the sake of planning, or it is part of the governance? So my personal view is, if data, which is really what AI is, and if data and machine learning, if we let it remain without any governance or without any cybersecurity, then we are exposing ourselves to trouble. You've seen it on some simple laws that have come in social media. You say, Australia says not below 15, right? I mean, you remove. Now, this is what I call waking up a little too late, but at least you woke up. Here we have an opportunity, as AI consumption is only touched of what the potential is, it probably touched only 1.5%.
Yes.
So wake up now and bring in the right guardrails.
Bring in the right guardrails. Umesh, as I come to you, you need to be 25 years in many domains to buy a alcoholic drink. You need to be a certain age to get a driving license. You need to be eligible to vote. There are eligibility norms for everything. The point that CP Gurnani made, very well taken. In the world of AI, and just before you came into the hall, I asked this entire hall of many students, and I asked, how many of you use AI? Every single hand went up. Is there need for any guardrails similar to the examples that I gave for the use of AI, and therefore consequently the protection of privacy and data?
So since CP has taken one side, let me take a contrarian view. My company is headquartered in Silicon Valley. We see what's happening in US and in close competition with China in terms of the pace of innovation that those countries are leading with, whether it's LLMs or GPUs or data center. And India clearly wants to be in the race. This week here, all of us are here to make sure that India is part of the race. And so, while it's absolutely necessary that we all take cognizance of protecting our citizens against a very powerful technology, which could have negative ramifications, but it's a very thin line. If we over-regulate at this moment, when, like CP said, we're not only scratching the surface, if we over-regulate in India right now, we run the risk of being left behind from the two giants in AI, which is US and China. Now, should there be guardrails? Of course, there should be guardrails. My company serves 2,500 other businesses that are using AI. Not one Fortune 500 company is using AI without guardrails within their own setup. It's not like White House or the US government came out with a regulation or paper. This is just common sense. You want AI to use your company's data, there has to be guardrails. You don't want a person working in HR department looking at financial data because the AI is now connected. So of course there are guardrails, of course there are architectural ways of protecting information, protecting citizens, but I think we should not get confused in that there is this big role of the government. The government needs to protect the citizens. Let's over-regulate ourselves, because the risk on the other side is that India might become colonized by US and China in terms of AI, which we don't want. And so we have to play by the rules that the leaders are running at.
Saurav, where do you stand? Two of the three panelists, he spoke about guardrails, he's speaking about data colonization and the associated risks. Where do you stand on this debate?
I guess somewhere in the middle then.
Okay.
Between the two, right? Actually, without the risk of being on either of the sides. I think simply put, the future of governance, for any governance, will have to be human in the lead and powered by AI. So I think the combination of human plus machine would be the right optimal combination to put in the right safeguards and to interpret and apply AI well. Where does this entire discussion about lack of authenticity or guardrails being put in place come in? It essentially comes in because there is a general sense of feeling that there could be certain bias, there could be certain inefficiencies in the data that we carry. CP hit the nail on the head when he said data is the foundation for any AI. So data can come with certain biases, certain unfairness, and that needs to be therefore checked and applied clearly. And hence, therefore, a regulatory framework with the human in the lead to make the right decisions, reverse or overrule AI systems wherever required, to apply it in the right manner is, I think, the best way forward.
CP, I come back to you. You spent 5 decades and you've seen every era, every pivotal moment in technology, in software applied services. The world that we are racing towards, and in morning panels here, the world of AI agents was discussed several times. In fact, that is perhaps going to be the future, along with so-called AGI. When both of those combine, for a country where, as I see it right now, AI is getting mass deployed, both on the consumer side as well as on the B2B side, what's the ideal framework that you would advocate to the government, the policymakers?
So let's, again, I believe in governance, and after all those decades, I still came back to set up a company called Ionos, which is really AI for enterprises. Now, and some of the products that we have developed, we're planning to launch it on my second anniversary, a product called UniStack, which is really about governance of all the AI agents that will be floating around.
Okay.
I mean, ultimately, they need harmonization. They need orchestration. You need to have somebody who's managing different sets of tools coming into play into your enterprise. Now, for a policymaker, on one end, I strongly believe that my data should not be misused. Elon Musk might say that, even if you put the guardrails, he will take it away.
Yes.
But the point I'm again trying to make out here is that data protection for an individual. I was actually surprised when the Ministry of Telecom came up with the secure application on every mobile phone, and there was this hue and cry as if government wants to control the data. I thought it was a necessity that on my mobile phone, which is a gateway to anything and everything, I mean, there should be a secure application. And we, in the same atmosphere we live in, every third day we come across a digital fraud.
Yes.
I mean, trillions of probably rupees being siphoned away by some very smart people in, the districts called Nu or wherever they are. Now, as far as I am concerned, the governance is first to protect my data, protect my savings, and make sure that anything that is available in public domain is not being misused against me. Now, I can go on in terms of policies. If you'll go and look at all the data that we have, I mean, on one end, we are very proud of 1.4 billion digital records. I mean, amazing effort when we did the Aadhaar, amazing effort when we did the GST, amazing effort when we did the DBT. Now, the second question again out there is, that is the new application that we'll come up with is there a law that we measure the outcome, not just go away and let somebody else manipulate the data? So I think there is a framework requirement here, and that framework we could be actually, I don't think Europe has done a great job. Europe tends to be black and white.
And excessive, perhaps? Excessive regulation in
that
Europe?
They go in for extremes. My belief is that India can show the way and bring in more intelligent frameworks, more intelligent and smarter policies, and that adopts itself to the growth of AI.
Umesh, take that point forward. If we agree with what Mr. Gurnani says, that India can develop a framework and take the lead, I would add to that in India, experience has taught me that one size does not fit all, because we are a very diverse country. If you were to take that forward, how would we be able to do it? Because the policy challenges in one state are very different from the policy challenges in another state.
So, Siddharth very rightly put that world over the experience is showing us that AI is not one size fits all. It's not just an India thing, it's a global thing. Let's take some examples. Not every use case of generative AI or agentic AI is well suited with a large language model. There's this, lot of talk in US and Europe that for specific applications such as healthcare or education, smaller fine-tuned language models are outperforming larger models, both on accuracy and big difference on cost. All right, so thinking through this architecturally, my company Unifor provides this architecture to large enterprises where they are able to use their own data safely, fine-tune their own small language models for specific domains, and then build AI agents. Insurance companies are now processing claims using AI agents, which are powered by small language models. We're working with the Fortune 10 oil and gas major, who has 35,000 contracts and 1.5 million invoices that have to be matched. And the cost of not matching contracts with invoices is a leakage of about $1 billion a year. And now AI agents are correcting this mismatch using small language models. Now, on the flip side, how do you put governance or regulation around this? Again, we don't want to burden innovation at this point. We want startups, we want students, we want universities to start innovating. We want companies, large and small, to start innovating. And again, the US experience is showing us that if there is a need for regulation, let that be centrally driven and not in 51 states in the US or over 20 states in India, because that's one recipe of stifling innovation. You burden the innovator so much with state and national regulation that they can't take the next step forward. And especially as we are so nascent, India can be the third wheel globally in AI, behind US and China, but lead in AI diffusion, AI applications, AI adoption. And for that to happen, of course, we need some safety and guardrails, but we need to keep enough freedom for innovation to run very fast here.
Saurabh, I am reminded of how we have dealt with previous challenges of governance and catching up with technology, crypto being the most recent example in a different context, really. But the point that both of our speakers made, population scale mass deployment, people sometimes don't get it. Even for the AI summit, if there are 400,000 registrations in India, because you have that population scale, there are that many people who are interested in seeing what this summit is all about. For a policy maker who is dealing with 400 million database, let's say for health or any other database in India, and we have so many of them, what is the ideal mix? At what point does he trust a private sector solutions provider in the AI space, or does he go only with the Sarkari setup? And we have seen examples of that in the past. You yourself must have had experience with.
Yeah, well, it's a fair point. And for a country like India, and I agree with both the panelists that we are at the cusp of really leapfrogging in the AI, revolution. I think to answer it nuancedly, I'll give an example. Accenture today has developed the world's largest AI multilingual omni-channel platform to address citizen grievances with the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances for India. When we were doing that, very clearly, guardrails have been put into place to say what kind of data should come in from the consent of the consumer or the complainant, visibility to be given to the complainant to say what is the tracking of the particular complaint as to where it goes, and then ultimately what is the resolution process behind it. So essentially, net, I am a firm believer of the fact that AI can be very well used if the ultimate end consumer or the beneficiary is given visibility of how their information is used. So consent plus confirmation. To answer your question specifically, I think the point about private sector or sovereign does not matter as much as it matters to say there are three typical entities in which AI regulatory frameworks have to operate in: sovereign, enterprise, and consumer. Right? For sovereign, the guardrails will have to be different because you're dealing with sovereign data, sovereign applications, like the one that I just explained. For the enterprise applications, as I think CP himself is working in that space, there are areas in terms of use cases in which certain guardrails will have to be put into place. And lastly, for the consumer, let us try to see if we can give the power back to the consumer to say, like for example, in your phone, there are multiple apps which take your data. How many of them really tell you what are they doing with the data and how you can therefore benefit from it? If we as consumers of AI are able to get that particular visibility to say, I'm consenting to my data, but also give certain power back to me to say how the data is being used and how I can benefit from it. In that case, that's a combination of human plus machine, wherein it can be regulated well, and more importantly, AI is being used for benefits for the larger consumer base or enterprises. If they therefore are a participant rather than just a consumer, that is where I think the game really begins.
You know, CP, on a lighter note, hundreds of millions of Indians have for years now been providing their data to social media platforms. They got virality, they got views, and many of them also were able to monetize their efforts on those social media platforms. In the case of AI, applications that reside on our phone, anything above the entry level, people are paying up. But let's turn the focus away from governing AI to AI in governance for a country of the size and issues that we have. I want all three panelists, as we come to the end of this session, to give us maybe one or two examples where you fundamentally feel that AI will make a huge difference and outperform in the Indian context in solving Indian problems.
I think it's a wonderful question because it changes the focus to output and results. It changes the focus to not saying, what the digital infrastructure will do. It changes the focus to not the number of internet subscribers to actually output. So let's take example, legal, we have a backlog of 5 crore cases. Can I use AI? And will I be able to measure the results that year on year, I'm able to reduce the backlog by, let us say, a rate of 30%. Number two, on healthcare. We all know National Health Mission is doing an incredible job because they're creating one of the largest health databases in the world. That the reality is that in comparison, we handled COVID a lot better. That in comparison, even the, Krishna Ella's Bharat Biotech was able to create a vaccine in the record time, which was designed, developed, and produced in India. Now my question, if I were to relate it to an output, then I want to know, why am I the generic capital of the world? Why am I not a solution or a life sciences capital of the world? Because that's where data leads us to. Yes. We can go on and on, but every department, every sector, if we start measuring the output, I think we will be in a better shape.
So before I answer the AI and governance question, to your point of citizens giving data to social media platforms, I'm reminded of when I travel to Europe these days, there is no major corporation that doesn't slow me down and say, "But you're an American company, and what if President Trump one day comes out with trade policy and says we can't use you?" So sovereign AI in Europe is a big topic. But you leave the room and you ask the engineers in that company, what are you doing for AI? They say Chat GPT. So they talk of sovereign AI, but they're sending all their company data to this public LLM. And so, to
No,
your point,
that's a great point that, there are some people who are debating that why should India put in billions of dollars of money, even corporations or the government, that regardless, money in India being put into doing this. But you make that brilliant point that in the world that we live in, we need this capability, sovereign
there is
capability.
there is no doubt that sovereign AI and controlling one's destiny as a country is very important, especially as geopolitics is getting mixed with technology. It's unfortunate, but it's a fact. We all saw in Davos a month ago how geopolitics and AI were coexisting in that 1 week. But coming to AI and governance, again, think about population scale. Who is the fintech leader in the world where 40% of the global digital transactions happen in one country, that's India.
Yes.
A bank like JP Morgan Chase, which is the #1 bank in the world, has 1,600 people employed just to do anti-money laundering and compliance checks on their transactions. Imagine the scale of compliance India needs to keep all our digital transactions secure. And those are low value transactions.
Yes.
JP Morgan has trillions of dollars of transaction. AI agents with fine-tuned models is what JP Morgan is using now at their scale. And that would be a gift to India at the scale of transaction that we are doing. Example 1. Example 2, think about the world's potentially largest health insurance scheme called Ayushman Bharat. Imagine the time it takes to file for a claim where somebody's, in front of a hospital trying to file a claim so that they can get the healthcare service that they need. And at population scale, the number of people would be needed to check each claim and approve or disapprove a claim, etc., beyond a certain limit. Again, the biggest insurance firms in the world are now using AI agents with fine-tuned models to approve or disapprove claims in minutes, not hours. And at India scale, those examples, those learnings,
right,
can really help scale what we are really, set out to do, which is digitize this whole country. And I think AI is going to be a big accelerator for all those efforts.
Sorry, the last word to you.
Yeah, the thing about the last is most of the examples have been already done. Right? So I'm not going through something which is here. But I agree with the health insurance part for sure. I think final words on crop productivity and yield output in agriculture. Clearly, especially with satellite connectivity coming in, and with more powerful LLMs and AI technologies coming in, ability to therefore give a power back to our farmers in terms of looking at their data, or rather their crop yields and output, will be, I think, something which we can make a huge difference in.
This is a subject that can be debated endlessly, but if you've been to the summit, I noticed so many innovative ideas of entrepreneurs, Indian entrepreneurs, using something that's been developed somewhere else, but wanting it to be applied in the Indian context. And I think that's where the future lies. Each of these panelists here, experts in their own specific areas, have given us thoughts and ideas to comprehend on and dwell on. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here with us today. With that, it's a wrap on this set.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, as we now get ready for our next session, which is Live Work Home Atmanirbhar AI. Our speaker for this session is Mr. Puneet Chandok, President, Microsoft India and South Asia. And moderating this session is Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today TV. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the India Today AI Summit. And we are delighted to be joined by someone who's part of this global shift that's taking place. Puneet Chandok, President of Microsoft India and South Asia. Welcome.
Thank you.
And we've framed today's debate in a way, or discussion, as life, work, home, creating an Atmanirbhar AI, a self-reliant AI. Is that an oxymoron? Given the fact that AI in itself means you're completely dependent on your chat GPT. How do you create an Atmanirbhar world, Puneet, when AI by itself is effectively reducing us almost to slaves of chat GPT or any AI innovation? So I want to start with that. Can you really create a self-reliant AI?
First of all, Rajiv, thank you for having me. I don't think it's an oxymoron. I don't think it's turning us into slaves. I think it's amplifying us, and hopefully it'll get us to do a lot more value-adding, interesting work in life. I think back to Atmanirbhar India, Atmanirbhar AI, I think that does not mean that we should build AI in an independent, siloed way by ignoring the world. I think it means two or three things. One, invest in infrastructure, which India is doing. And as Microsoft, we're pulling in $17.5 billion. Second is making sure we've got sovereign AI solutions for India, be it public cloud, be it private cloud, be it co-pilots, but just making sure that we're meeting the demands of India where India needs us to. And then AI eventually is a 5-layered cake, right? You've got energy at the bottom, you've got tokens, you've got models, you've got applications, you've got chips. I think India should take a very, very thoughtful stance on, out of the 5-layered cake, what are the areas where we should really build ourselves, and what are the areas where we should get the best from the world. This is the time to be truly frontier. Every week something else is dropping, and this is the time to both build and get the best from the world.
Okay, so let me take off from what you said. The Prime Minister, ahead of the AI summit, seemed to suggest that there were three pillars to India's AI push: innovation, inclusivity, and sovereignty. Let's break each of those down. Innovation. The truth of the matter is the United States and China are way ahead of the rest of the world when it's come to innovation. They built the foundation models. Some statistics suggest that 80% of the investment in AI infrastructure comes just from these two countries at the moment. Are we therefore playing catch up? Comes just from these two countries at the moment. Are we therefore playing catch up when it comes to innovation, or do we in a way simply become the back room for what China and the United States for what China and the United States are doing, and tag along with them?
So I think the Prime Minister obviously said this very well: innovation, inclusion, and sovereignty. I would add a couple of things to this. One is diffusion. And Jeffrey Ding had this fascinating book, and he looked at countries that are innovating and countries that are diffusing technology. And he said that countries that are diffusing technology are getting more value out of it. So while the world is innovating, India is starting to innovate. There are a lot of Indic LLMs and a lot of launches happening today and this week. I think India should equally focus on diffusing AI from classrooms to boardrooms, from agriculture to healthcare to enterprises to public sector. And that's happening. So I think that's one thing we should push on. The second is also skilling, and going back to innovation, inclusion, sovereignty. If you want 1 billion Indians to rise with AI, 1 billion Indians need to know how to use AI. And I think that's where we should focus a lot more. So agree with those three. I would just add diffusion and skilling on top of that.
But surely you need to invest far more in innovation than we are doing. Most Indian companies traditionally haven't invested enough in R&D, and thereby have perhaps lost out at times in a world that's rapidly changing. Do you believe that needs to change as a first brick in a way to build an Atmanirbhar AI?
No, you're right. It does need to change as private sector, as enterprises in India, as multinationals. I think we have to add value in the country, and none of what we have has any franchise value unless we're not adding value to the country, right? So we have to invest in R&D, we have to invest in infrastructure, we have to invest in skilling. That's why we're skilling 20 million people in India by 2030. So you're right, all of that needs to happen. But again, I'll just say, listen, while we innovate and push on innovation, don't forget diffusion. Because the more we can diffuse this technology, get it into the hands of every Indian, every company, every public sector institution, I think there's a lot more value there that we should not miss.
Which comes to the second I, which is inclusivity. How do you, in a country that is so deeply divided, with such sharp inequalities, make AI truly inclusive? You said AI for 1 billion Indians. How do you really make it? It sounds great. How do you actually make sure that a little kid in Dhar in Madhya Pradesh is getting the same AI technology benefits that, let's say, a child in South Delhi or South Mumbai is getting? How do you bridge that divide? Or will we have an AI divide like we've had a digital divide for a very long time?
So Rajeev, I genuinely believe that AI is different from any other technology we've seen. Unlike the Industrial Revolution, where we waited for many, many years to get that technology, AI is here on day one, right? So we've got, like anybody sitting in Boston today or Bangalore or in a small town in India, he or she has access to the same models, same applications. So I think that's one thing, which is we don't have to wait many, many years. And then to your point around inclusion, it's already starting to happen. I'll give you two examples. With the Ministry of Labor, we're building something called eShram. There are 300 million unorganized workers in India who don't know how to create a resume, who don't know how to take an interview, who don't know how to apply for a job. We're creating an AI platform for those people, these unorganized workers, to create a CV, do a mock interview, get ready for a job, and then get them employment. Right? Just a terrific example of embedding AI into systems. And again, AI, unlike other technologies, does not require you to be a PhD. Like I'm a rusty coder. I used to code 30 years ago. With AI, I'm coding again. English is becoming the coding language now. So I think the ability to get AI into the hands of Indians is much easier than previous technologies. We do have to get our act together. I'm just giving you one of examples. This needs to happen at a scale for 1 billion Indians to get there, but it's possible.
Which brings me to sovereignty. It's a word which is being used by many. We need to ensure AI sovereignty or certain digital sovereignty. How do you actually achieve that? Because increasingly you have to work with big tech global companies. AI by its very nature cuts across national boundaries. How do I control what a engineer sitting in San Francisco is doing, the information he or she is feeding me, or the AI models that they are creating? Do you believe it's possible to have AI sovereignty by simply creating large language homegrown models? Or is there another way out? How do you create genuine sovereignty over data?
So, Rajiv, there are two ways to frame sovereignty. You can use it as a code word to slow down, or you can use it as a code word to speed up. And I would obviously say, listen, we got to speed up on sovereignty. And there are two things we should do, right? One, we should build in India, and we're already building in India. So for example, our co-pilots, which is, I was talking to Mr. Puri about it, the AI agent, all the processing is happening in India. So data privacy, sovereignty, everything that happens in India stays in India. The model stays in India. So one is build in India, meeting the sovereignty requirements, but also get the best from the world. Going back to like, my biggest challenge is every day something is changing on the model. Then if you're not keeping up with the frontier that's happening in the world, we will fall behind. So I would say build for India, and there's a lot of build happening, but also get the frontier from the world. This is the worst time to slow down and use our sovereignty as a way to slow down. In fact, use sovereignty to speed up.
No, so are you saying you build partnerships with the rest of the world? A Microsoft, for example, is a good example. You're transnational. Do you does a Sarvam AI, which is seen as the government's, in a way, answer to creating a foundational model for India, do you collaborate with a Microsoft, which is a global corporation, and at the same time believe the data is Indian?
The answer is yes. And by the way, I'd like to believe we're an Indian company. We've been here for 35 years. We're as Indian as anybody else. Sarvam is a deep partner of ours, by the way. And the other thing on Rajdeep on this one, right? If the technology is changing every day, none of us have all the answers. Be it Microsoft, be it Sarvam, be it any other multinational, be it an Indian company, be it the Indian government. So the idea is, how do we all come together and build on what others are building versus trying to create walls, right? So this is the time to bring everybody together.
The reason I'm asking this, if you saw in the Union Budget 2026-27, a 21-year-old tax holiday was offered to foreign companies which are going to use cloud services come to India, provided they partner with Indian-owned data centers in India. Now, are we simply therefore going to drive this sovereignty by creating large data centers which the Adanis and the Geos are going to put a lot of money in, billions of dollars? Is that going to build data sovereignty in the truest sense of the word? That foreign company is coming here, it's getting a tax holiday. Is it going to retain the data, or will that data be shared with the people of India? Do you believe that that's the way forward, those kind of partnerships, Indian-owned data centers working with foreign global tech companies?
So the budget announcement on data centers is a terrific vote of confidence for building infrastructure in India. And as I said, we're bringing in $17.5 billion over the next 5 years. The question is, can we even do that faster, bring more capital into it, build more infrastructure, partner with Indian companies, to your point? And Rajdeep, the point here is not just saying, listen, there are some companies who will build this with us. The idea is to build AI infrastructure for every Indian, right? Going back to saying, listen, can we get every Indian access to AI on their mobile phones? That requires infrastructure and capacity, which is what we're building. And then can we serve the world out of India, right? So obviously Indian data will stay in India, but can we serve Middle East countries? Can we serve Africa? Can we serve some of the South Asian countries out of India, given the infrastructure that we're building? And that's a massive opportunity.
But to build an Atmanirbhar Bharat as it is, the key lies with small businesses, MSMEs, micro industries. The question is, how do they benefit? How does a small business benefit from AI without the high costs involved? Do you believe AI will make it actually easier or more affordable in a way for smaller businesses?
I think there's some work to be done, but if you think about the thesis of AI, Rajdeep, what are we trying to do, right? For the first time in the history of mankind, we are saying we have the ability to create an intelligence. right? Can we use compute and compute to become cognition? Can we create intelligence out of machines, right? That's what we're trying to do. And by the way, every business today is a bundle of intelligence, bundle of expertise, be it a small or medium business or be it a large business. And the idea is, can we get intelligence on tap? Today, if you're a small and medium business in India, you want to solve a problem, what do? You hire people, you bring a team together. We are now talking about a possibility where a small or medium business in India can get intelligence and expertise on tap, right? Can they really get that intelligence to solve the problems or build the business they want to? So that's the thesis of AI. Now, the question is, how do we make sure we get it to the hands of SMBs at a price point that they can afford in a simple way? They don't have technology, they don't have people, they don't have the expertise. How do we simplify this and get this to work for them? Which is where, Rajdeep, a lot more work needs to be done, but we're committed to doing it.
Is there an example that you can give, a successful example where, for example, you managed to work with small businesses or a sector to make it more effective, affordable, and successful?
Lots of these examples, and I don't know if it's a small or medium business. There's a company called Creative Arts Network. They're a small company. They're building content for Bollywood and TV. We're working with them to use AI to build content. And again, reduce the cost of building by 100x, right? And now for an SMB, which is a small business, if you can potentially reduce the cost of building content by 100x, imagine the value that can create, and the more value that they can create, the more content they can get out, and the more business they can generate. So that's just one example, but across industries, healthcare, we're building co-pilots for doctors. Can we get doctors like my most interesting story is, you go to any hospital in India, the senior most doctors are out of time, the junior most doctors are out of work. The junior most doctors are writing notes, right? Can we create a co-pilot so the junior doctor can become as proficient as a senior doctor, right? Can we really give them the expertise, judgment, intelligence so that they can treat patients and patients don't have to wait? Lawyers, same story. Can we create a co-pilot for lawyers? So I could go on, but it's across the board, Rajdeep. And
because one of the challenges, and this is a question I'm going to ask all my guests on this, is we have a huge demographic dividend, but we also have a large population which is unskilled workers. And the fear remains that as AI spreads, unemployment of those at the bottom of the pyramid will be real. Jobs will go. Is that fear mongering? Or is that a reality that we've got to be mindful while trying to create an Atmanirbhar AI architecture?
So a lot of this is exaggeration, but I think you also have to then kind of just be clear-eyed about this, right? You can't live in a fantasy world. The clear-eyed answer, Rajdeep, is the color of jobs will change. Your job and my job both will change. And ultimately, your job is a bundle of tasks. For some reason, we've equated work with jobs and titles. But the atomic unit of work is not jobs and titles. It's actually the tasks that you do. And what AI will do, Rajdeep, will unbundle everything you do and unbundle everything I do. And a lot of things that you and I think are work, for example, me sending 50 emails or attending 7 meetings or updating 3 trackers, feels like work, but it's not really work. We know it at the end of the day. I think AI will take that away, which means you and I will have more time to do value-added work, but we also have to really bundle ourselves much better, right? Which is we have to upskill ourselves so that we can really do stuff that is truly value-added. I think the implication for India and for all of us is that we're all living with this industrial age era template, right? Where you learn once and you earn for the rest of your life. My grandfather lived like that. My father lived like that. I'm almost living like that. That will break. We are the last generation to have stable long-term careers. My kids will have a portfolio of things they'll have to do, and they'll have to focus on skills, not jobs and titles. And I can imagine an India in the next few years where there's a certain set of tasks that need to be done. People have skills, and there's intelligent matching of those two happening. That's the world we have to prepare for.
That's fascinating. So what you're saying, the real challenge in a way is skilling. Rather than talk about jobs, jobs will come provided you get the right skills for those jobs. Am I broadly correct?
You're broadly correct.
Okay, since you just mentioned the possibility that we may lose our jobs or our jobs will be redefined in the coming years, we've now got AI anchors. So I have a question from you from my AI anchor. Listen in.
You do? Fantastic.
Hello, Mr. Chandok. My question to you is, what are the big advantages of AI and what is the one big concern?
By the way, that's fascinating. I should get my AI to talk to your AI. Hopefully in the next few months, we'll get there. I think the biggest advantage of AI, and that goes back to the thesis, right? It's a remarkable technology. For the first time, we have the ability to create intelligence. And intelligence is the most valuable commodity on the planet, right? Everything of value that we've created as a human species is driven by intelligence. And I'll tell you one quick story, right? The latest models that we have are equating to 150 IQ points. 150 IQ points, right? And let's assume the IQ of this room is roughly 100. Imagine a world where there's 50 IQ points available for you. There's a plug in the wall, you can plug in and get 50 IQ points. That's the power of this technology, right? Now, the question is, how do we get this into the hands of every SMB, as you said, every company, every public sector, every Indian? So that's the advantage. The thing that I worry most about, Rajdeep, you spoke about this, which is not so much jobs going away, but our ability to skill at scale in India. We have to skill 1 billion Indians. As Microsoft, we are committed to skilling 20 million people over the next few years. I don't think that's enough. We have to do more. We all have to do more. But for 1 billion Indians to rise with AI, we need to skill them. They need to know how to use AI. People will not lose jobs to AI. People will lose jobs to people who know AI. And you better be on the right side of that equation. So that's one thing we all have to solve for.
Because we're already seeing tech companies who are re-looking at their models. There have been layoffs in some of India's major tech companies as well. Is that, again, something we're going to have to learn to live with for a while, that there will be disruption? AI is the big disruptor in our lives. Going ahead, do you think eventually companies will recognize that you can take full advantage of AI without necessarily shedding a workforce?
The answer is yes, if you can skill your workforce. Right. And the one thing,
can skill and scale.
Skill and scale, right? I mean, the one thing I tell people around me is saying, if you stop clinging onto your job description, doing what you were hired to do is no longer enough. If your only value add is I can do my work faster, I can do more volume, I can do more efficiency, AI can compete with it. So stop clinging onto the job description. You really have to, and again, when you think about AI, skilling is misunderstood. I would say 3 things. One, you have to learn to think with AI. Every time you're doing something, you have to get AI to work with you as a thought partner. Second, you have to build with AI. And I said, I'm a rusty coder, but I'm coding every day again because English is a new coding language. Like I say, right, you can never get fit by watching others go to the gym. You have to go to the gym yourself. With AI, you have to go to the gym yourself every day. And then finally get AI to work with you like a teammate. The real unlock for us is when you think, when AI moves from a tool on your phone to a true teammate, Rajdeep, somebody who's sitting with you and helping you do your work better versus just a thing on your device. So if you do those 3 things, think with AI, build with AI every day, and then get AI to work with you as a digital colleague, I think we will solve this.
Because, I asked you at the outset, the fear that you will eventually become a slave to AI. You're saying you don't have to become a slave to AI. You've got to harness the power of AI to simply become better at your job.
Like AI is a cognitive amplifier, right? Which is, imagine the power of this, right? All of you sitting in the room on your phone today have a PhD level researcher, a PhD level, like somebody who's got medical knowledge and legal knowledge and science and everything, right? That's sitting in your pocket today. The question is, how are you using it, right? Some of us are using this flying car to buy groceries. Literally, you have a flying car in your phone, the way these models are developing, right? So I think if you choose, and it's a big mindset shift for all of us, right? If you choose today, you can be more intelligent, you can be more efficient, more productive than anybody else on earth if you really use this technology to your benefit, right? So get it to you. Again, if you're still doing what you were hired to do in whatever role you're in, you're missing the bus. This is guerrilla warfare against irrelevance every day. If you're not learning and building with AI every day, you will be irrelevant, right? So that's my one ask of all of you.
One final question. In a country as vast as ours, with so many different languages, more and more AI models are trying to adapt to this diversity, build language models. Do you believe that's the way forward, given that AI is the ultimate globalization weapon? Or do you believe you can indigenize AI to fit the unique diversity of this country through these large language models?
The answer is the days of a company or an individual betting their farm on one model are over, right? If you're following this world, every week something else is dropping and the models change. I think the answer here is model diversity. Be it enterprises, be it public sector, be it individuals like you and I, we will all want a series of models to work with us. And that does a few things, right? One, it allows horses for courses, right? Which is, I don't need a $1 trillion parameter model to do a simple use case in my organization. I can use something cheaper. I can use something which is more made for purpose for that one, right? So that's one. Second, AI still is jagged intelligence, right? Sometimes it's super brilliant, sometimes it's not that great. But if you get multiple models to work with you, which is how I work with AI, I've got 3 models debating each other and getting me to the right answer, we will solve this jagged intelligence problem as well.
One final question in one sentence. What is the most competitive advantage that India has in this entire AI revolution, as we're calling it? What is the one thing that we have that others don't?
I think India's got the talent. We've got 22 million developers today on GitHub, the largest developer population in the world. We've got digital public infrastructure that we've built, and Mr. Kant is here, right? He's obviously much smarter on this than I am. Like, if you look at the digital public infrastructure in India, if you can embed AI into all of that, be it Aadhaar, be it UPI, and get our developers, we've got the most amount of developers on the planet to really build AI public infrastructure in this country. I think that's something nobody else in the world has.
Well, more power to that, more power in a sense to this large demographic dividend that we have, which hopefully will last at least the next 20 years. And harnessing that, skilling that on scale will be the big challenge in a way to build a Atmanirbhar AI, as we are calling it. Please give a big hand to Puneet
Thank
Chandok.
you.
I think that was a fantastic exposition of where we stand when it comes to our AI opportunity. Thank you very much, Puneet.
Appreciate it.
All right, so while we are setting the stage for the next session, I request some of those audience members who feel the need to make a call or have those conversations, you can easily head out and come back in, because in the middle of such engrossing conversations, we don't want our speakers on the stage to feel disturbed. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience so far. As it will be a continuing conversation on our next session, can India's digital governance sustain reform momentum? And I'd like to call on stage our speaker, Mr. Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa and former CEO, Niti Aayog. Moderating this session, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, India Today TV.
Yeah, we'll make it provocative. What do you want to make it provocative by this? Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have a very special guest with us, someone who has been part of India's policy and execution in infrastructure, if I may use that word, for more than a few decades. His last assignment was CEO at Niti Aayog and the Sherpa for G20. Please give a big hand to Amitabh Kant, one of the country's most distinguished bureaucrats and government officers. Good to have you.
Thank you.
I'm going to provoke you a bit. A couple of years ago, the G20 was held in India, went completely smoothly. Everyone had raving reviews. On the other hand, the AI summit, at least on day one, led to some criticism of chaos. The crowds were too much, not being handled well enough. How important is that? That when you stage an event of this on scale, you need to get your event management right. I'm asking you that because you won that hat in the past. Do you believe that's an unfair criticism given the scale of what is being attempted, the first time an AI summit is being held in the global south?
Rajdeep, I've been there for 2 days. There's been a huge energy and tremendous amount of vibrancy there. I think the number of people, especially young people of India who've gathered there for this AI summit has just been overwhelming. I think there were some challenges on the first day, but by the second day, it's smoothened out a lot. I did 2 sessions yesterday. It was absolute, there was absolute smoothness all over. So I think probably the first day, there's too many young people with a lot of interest in AI who had descended. But by yesterday, everything had settled down.
I'm asking you, would you have done it anywhere differently? Would you have ensured that it was far more targeted, maybe 2 days where you just focused on expertise in AI and then maybe 2 days opened it up to the masses?
So, I thought probably the exhibition should have been to the consumers, everybody, open up the exhibition because it has a huge learning experience for the students, everyone, and do a little tighter business to business meetings, and the interactions and the meeting rooms could have been a little business to business. But we all, there's been so much of interest by university students, colleges, etc. Such vast interest that probably we didn't anticipate that so many people will come to participate in the AI summit.
Which brings me to my question. The energy of India, its young entrepreneurs, its startups, its innovators is undoubted. We have terrific young engineers with all kinds of ideas. But which is why I ask you, can this AI revolution be led by the state, government, i.e. bureaucracy, or must it be left to these young innovators, give them far more autonomy, just be there to enable them rather than direct them? Is that really the challenge?
So the key to AI...
Now, why should an IAS officer decide rather than a young innovator?
No, I totally agree with you. I was going to second what you are saying, that an AI revolution can only be fueled by cutting-edge entrepreneurs, not by ministers or not by civil servants like me. What an AI revolution requires is basically three things: great talent, great opening up of data sets, and allowing computing power to flow to them. What you're seeing is examples of Sarvam doing multilingual models, etc., is because the government has acted as a facilitator to provide them computing power, but it's their entrepreneurship. The government opens up a vast amount of data through AI Kosh. So the more you open it up, the better it is to create large language models and small language models, and that will enable India to drive the AI revolution forward. There are two critical things. One is that if you look at the western part of the world, there's huge computing power. If you look at the new working operation of OpenAI with NVIDIA, it talks about 11 gigawatt of power, which is 5 million computing power. So the government's job is really to see that many of these young entrepreneurs get more and more of GPUs, more and more of computing power. That the government has to act as a facilitator. But enterprise really disruption has to come from startups.
The reason I'm asking you this again, Mr. Kant, is there have been two models that seemingly dominate the world of AI. One is the Chinese model, centralized, authoritarian, but seemingly very successful at the moment because they were early investors in the AI project. And you've got the American model, the Bay Area model, which is driven purely by private entrepreneurship and innovation. What is the model that you believe is best suited for India?
So the Indian model has to be based on digital public infrastructure for artificial intelligence, because you can't create a digital divide. The Western world, the Bay Area, is creating a huge digital divide. America is the only country in the world which holds 26% of the GDP of the world and 50% of the market capitalization with 4% of the population, but 70% of the people do not have a safety net. You can't have AI as a new technology worsening the digital divide. India must ensure that we are able to make it affordable, we are able to make it accessible, we are able to make it multilingual. If AI is tomorrow not able to work on low bandwidth, if it is limited to the English language, it is not fit for purpose. And therefore, India's job is to provide the safeguards, the railguards, which make it open source, open API, globally interoperable, but ensure that we are able to provide AI as a commodity for all Indians in different languages and provide voice over text for all Indians to make AI accessible.
That's fascinating again, because if you want AI accessible to 100 billion people, just the sheer size of it, that requires enormous computing power, which in turn needs energy and data infrastructure. How do you build that energy and data infrastructure overnight? Is a tax holiday of the kind that the budget has given to set up large data centers enough, or do you need to do much more?
So let me come to the next point, which is about doing it sustainably. Much of what is being driven as AI today is being driven by fossil fuel across the world. India has the opportunity, because India is the only country in the world which has about 260 gigawatt of renewable energy. India has the climatic conditions to do it. India is the only country today in the world which has one grid across the country. And India has opened up the small modular reactor for the private sectors. Therefore, my belief is that AI, which is a big guzzler of energy and today consumes more energy than the country of Japan, requires sustainable energy. It requires clean energy. It requires renewable energy and small modular reactors. It requires smartening up your transmission and grid. It requires the climatic conditions to do it. It requires young entrepreneurship to push this in a bigger way. No other country is poised to do it in a sustainable manner better than India. India is best positioned to do it because of its climatic conditions.
Yeah, but that's going to take time. And this is not going to happen overnight. So are we going to end up playing catch up to the Chinese and the Americans? I mean, will China and America lead the world when it comes to AI innovation? And we simply try and get onto the bandwagon sooner rather than later. Can we be a leader at all? Or are we simply playing catch up and are long distance away from really being a serious AI player?
So, Rajdeep, first and foremost, get this very clear, absolutely clear in your mind, that the battle for technology is never, never won by the first mover. Clive Osborne did the first laptop. He went bust. The battle was won by Apple in the long run. They were not the first mover. Alta Vista did the first internet. They never won the battle. The battle was won by Google. And therefore, Alta Vista was sold out as a non-performing asset. So the battle for technology is fought over long term. And therefore, talent, skills, and data, and backed by good computing power with a long-term game. And that is without talent, without skills, and without data. Today, what is happening is that Indian data is fueling many of the Western models. For Servam to become better and better as a multilingual model, it needs to be fueled by Indian data. It gets more and more sophisticated with Indian data. And therefore, data is key, skills are key, and you need to look at a long-term perspective and not a perspective of today.
Yeah, but they're building the foundational models. They've already built the foundational models. Do we compete with them
So
in that space?
India is building 10 large language models, which are being supported by the government of India with computing power, and many more smaller applications are being done. Much of this battle will play out.
So it's not catch up.
No. It's much of this battle will be played out in the next 12 to 18 months. The important thing, Rajdeep, is also that you have to use much more sophisticated software with limited computing power. You have to do an optimization of computing power, which is what the Chinese are presently doing. They're not using the latest Blackwell. In fact, the Chinese government stopped NVIDIA's latest Blackwell model. They are saying we'll do it with limited computing power, but better software. Nobody has the better sophisticated software skills than the Indians have. Nobody has the data which India has. Nobody has the trained manpower which India has.
Okay, let me ask you therefore in conclusion, it's a question that we are asking all our panelists at this India Today AI Summit, which is quite simply this. And you were honest enough to accept that there is the real fear that this AI revolution in a country like India could lead to an AI divide, much like the digital divide. 100 billion people to be trained in AI over the next decade. Do you fear it could lead to job losses, the kind of disruption that takes place? And therefore, this AI revolution could end up devouring us. While there are advantages, certainly, there is that fear that lurks below the surface of large-scale job losses, especially in unskilled labor.
So there'll be job losses of a particular kind, but there'll be job gains of data scientists, of machine learners, of product engineers. There's a huge amount of work to be done in terms of changing the curriculums of all our engineering institutions, of all our management institutions. Today, I mean, at my age, I've learned coding from getting onto Claude at my age. So I think the challenge will be really to put AI in the hands of young students from class 3 onwards as they grow and evolve over the years. India should produce a generation of AI engineers.
And you've also accepted, which is rare for a government officer or a former government officer, that the government doesn't know best. That at least when it comes to AI, please leave it to the great entrepreneurial energies and skills of the people of this country.
In all technology areas, put the entrepreneurs right there. It's free enterprise which should make India grow and prosper for the next 3 decades. The Prime Minister's vision of a $30+ trillion economy can only be achieved with free enterprise.
Amitabh Kant, for as always being provocative and saying things that others are sometimes hesitant to speak out. Thank you very much
Thanks
for joining us, and I hope to see you in a new avatar,
Thanks.
in your AI avatar sooner
Thanks.
rather than later.
Thanks.
Ladies
Great
and
pleasure.
gentlemen, Amitabh Kant, please
Great
give him a
pleasure.
very
Great-
big hand.
Great pleasure.
And our next session this afternoon is Implementing India's AI Mission. Our speakers for this session, Lalitesh Katragada, founder of indiehood.com and creator Google Map Maker, Professor Nikhila Natarajan, adjunct professor, School of Communication and Information, Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, Rahul Kothari, Chief Operating Officer, Razorpay, and moderating this session is my colleague Cyrus John, editor, Emerging Tech, IndiaToday.in. Let's have a huge round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We just learned that Amitabh sir is learning to code using Claude, which is a message clear that it's never late to open that textbook, go on the internet and learn to use AI. And whenever I've had conversations around AI, I get this befuddled expression from people, what is this guy talking about, especially when I'm talking about GPUs. But that's exactly why summits like these are important, to basically decrypt and understand how we can solve this puzzle that is in this technology. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Cyrus, and we have our lovely panelists. And the topic of discussion is the implementation of the AI mission, which I think is an important topic. Since we are a growing economy, we are adopting AI. The first thing that we would like to kick things off with, we have already started with the India AI mission. We are adopting the GPUs, we are getting all of the clusters, we are inviting the world over, as we can see in the summit. I want an understanding from our esteemed panelists. Where do you see if the India AI mission operates at its optimum level? In 5 years, how do you see it helping businesses and consumers as well? So if we can start with you, Nikhilesh. Yeah.
So I think India's AI mission should be India. And what I mean by that is we have 1.4 billion people with needs which have not been met in the industrial era. And we are going to leapfrog. India is going to leapfrog from many parts of India which are still in the pre-industrial era, are going to leapfrog into the what I call the infinity era, where everything will be infinite, including commodities and other services that people need, by solving societal problems using technology, right? Let me give you a simple example. If you take healthcare or education, right? We are never going to have enough doctors and specialists to treat all 1.4 billion people at the quality that you and I get treatments, right? What will happen is AI will come into the picture, right? And that AI, the potential is that AI will be created by India. And when we do that at the Indian price point for the diversity that India has, those AI solutions will actually go and solve the world's problems.
Nikhila, you work closely with students, you've told me. How are they interacting or talking about this new transformation technology? Are they aware of it, or are they having conversations?
Totally. Hi, everybody. Lovely to be here.
So I'm a youth and media researcher, and a quick note on how I landed here at this panel. So I said, oh, Lalitesh is on the panel? Okay, I'll come there. But yeah, I've been kind of studying this for some time. And to your question, Cyrus, yes, we must listen closely to them. They have a lot to say. And one thing that I'd like to start off with is children and teenagers, especially, are very, very clear on the red lines for this technology. All we have to do is ask. They're very clear where those red lines should be. And I think it's important to listen into what they're saying.
So do you think there is apprehension among the younger audience who are using AI that they don't come forward and talk, because most of the conversation about technology are being done by adults like us? So do you think kids should also come forward and talk about this more often?
Yeah, the broader commentary is generally dominated by adult voices who are speaking on behalf of the kids and like, oh, they're on their phones all the time, or they're addicted. No, there's something more going on, and it's important to take a different lens to look at this problem. I'm happy to talk about it in more detail, but I'll hand it over for now. Yeah.
So Rahul, please, your inputs, where do you see India next 5 years with the AI mission?
I will give a perspective from the business side. I think the reality of AI impacting businesses and consumers is actually today, it's already changes happening. I'll give some examples. And probably the trajectory will become much bigger in next 5 years. So today we just launched some partnership with Replit. Replit enables the AI code to generate different apps by simply prompt engineering. Now, I already see a lot of new businesses developing in a much more democratized way because of this. So probably in next 5 years, it would mean we would have far more number of online businesses, a far more number of SMEs, a far number of AI-based small businesses coming into the ecosystem. I think that would be one big change I can see happening in India over the next 5 years from the business's perspective. I think the second important difference, a change I see, is also how the entire e-commerce will evolve or change. Already few things that we are doing with Zepto or Swiggy or a few months back we launched with Vodafone as well. More and more commerce is moving AI-based, where discovery is happening on AI, and now transactional commerce also happening on AI. And this trend is going to become significant, and I would not be surprised if in next 5 years, online part of economy at least, if not more than 50% is driven by AI agents and not individuals, which means AI agents doing transactions themselves. And that's what actually we are seeing happening right now, and few launches you will see tomorrow as well, where we'll see more and more some of these apps having commerce through agents. The second part. Third change I'm seeing is, and I think sometime back we're talking about the skills and also how organizations are evolving towards adopting the AI. I think when we talk about like a lot of funding going into the AI infra of the country scaling up, I don't think entrepreneurs are waiting for things to be perfect. Already a lot of processes, a lot of internal workflows have moved to AI. Like for example, for us, a lot of customer service, a lot of traditional things in terms of say document review, etc., moved there. To an extent, actually, a part of our next year annual operating plans, 30-40% would be developed by AI. So I can see all those changes happening. And I think one constraint I see over here is as we move, you start using more and more AI, how do so again, the complexities around whether it would be, the closed models versus open source models, what's the kind of risk organizations see when they're not able to come out of this closed models, what are the kind of cost escalate, some of those things have to solve for. But I think the revolution is already begun, and what early shoots we're seeing, it will just be the adoption becoming, say, from 1%, 2% today to 80-90% in next 5 years.
Right. So I joined India Today back in 2022, and ever since then, I've seen some radical AI innovations happening at my organization to an extent that we have AI anchors. And ever since the day I started anchoring, it's sending a cold chill down my spine, whether I will be replaced one day. It's a hint, please don't do that. But I wanted to understand from you in terms of job perspectives, some of the top leaders, AI leaders in the world, like Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, even Jeffrey Hinton, he's the godfather of AI. They've said that white collar jobs, tier one jobs will be gone in the next few years. So in fact, a few months. What is your take on the impact on jobs considering this AI boom? If you can start again.
I agree with them.
Okay.
I think there will be a necessary disruption as humanity enters into the AI era. White collar jobs will disappear at scale. I don't want to be here and give you sugarcoat.
But how soon? How soon do you think?
I think that depends on us, right? The potential is there, right? Within 5 years, I think we will have the algorithms and systems where the existing white collar jobs that we have for the work we are doing today, roughly 90% can go away. Okay. But remember that the white collar jobs that are there today are only serving 1.5 billion people. Most of humanity is not served. So if you extrapolate and say, what if we actually start serving all of humanity the way we serve each other today? Then I think jobs will come back up. Right. And the other thing I want to consider, and I want the audience and their, maybe we all have children, so I worry about them, is to train them that, don't think about a job as something that somebody gives you, right? Absolutely. A job is something that you create for yourself. Right. And I also subscribe to the theory, it's not theory, that's modeling, that we are imminently, within 15 years, I don't know about 5 years, within 15 years, we'll be in the era of plenty.
Right.
Right. Money will be plentiful. So people work, a lot of people work because they need that money to make their ends meet.
Right.
I think that era is ending. So what will people do when they don't have to?
That's true.
That is the question.
Nicola, it's an pertinent question that he has also raised. Also, an important point. The younger generation is going to come into work, and they're going to be facing AI as a challenge. So what do you think in terms of curriculum? Are we really having that conversation? Do we need to have more AI courses being embedded into the curriculum right now?
More AI courses, you
yeah.
said. Actually, in my classrooms, we've gone the other way, which is I get them to have discussions like this and do stand-ups. So I often tell them when you go into the workplace, your boss is not going to ask you to write an essay. But you will have to sit in a room or stand up in a room with some colleagues and push your idea to the top, right? Among other ideas. So get used to standing up and speaking for an idea whose time has come. So we do that. But I'm going to just riff off of what Lalitesh said about the word job. So he talked about jobs and how you can think about it. We can also think about jobs as the jobs to be done that arise in our everyday lives. This is not my idea, it's Clayton Christensen's from the theory of disruptive innovation, but I think it's ripe for purpose right now. There are problems that arise in everyone's lives every day, right? That need solving. Right now, India's AI mission, from what I've understood, is trying to solve for that last 500 million, right? Who are kind of off the grid still. And they're trying to solve with models which can kind of deliver through voice, if I've understood this correct. Lalitesh is the expert on this. So, there are problems that arise in our day-to-day lives that still need solving. And those jobs will be the place where those new businesses begin, right? For that, we have to absolutely be out there and try and figure out which of those problems are big enough that a business can scale around it. That's one. Second point, Lalitesh here is a good example. He came back from the US, he did all his stuff, and then he's working here in Bangalore. So he has a skill set. And then COVID happened. It took Lalitesh and his team to create Arogya Setu. So that's a good example. Like you have the circumstance, you have the skills. Right. There are things that happen around you, and then you rise to it. But you need those skill sets and you need that circumstance to happen to give us a vision of what those new jobs can be. What are those new businesses? What are those new applications that can be built? for society.
Right. It's important to understand from a business perspective as well, since you employ a lot of people on almost a daily basis. So what is your take?
Cyrus, I heard a very interesting comment yesterday from someone. Either you do AI or AI will get you done. So I think I found this statement quite powerful. So the way I'm seeing it in business, like a lot of jobs actually have already gone. Let me first acknowledge that, like almost, and I see across industry, a lot of customer support, a lot of customer service, which used to be human-led, now it's become a lot of AI-led. In fact, you must have seen even examples of a lot of sales calls that are coming to all of you on phone.
Customer service as well.
Yeah, and those are kind of more AI generated and not individuals, right? So let's first accept the reality. A lot of jobs have already gone. I think the second important aspect that I'm seeing is also a lot of impact happening on the entry level roles. Because today the way AI is working, for even a lot of jobs which require thinking, AI can do an apprentice level work for you. So typically the entry level roles that you have to hire for, I think a lot of those are gone. Like for example, today if I want a chief of staff, almost 80% of work for me I can build few apps through say CoWorks or Anthropic, which can help to get it done for me. So I think even those jobs are gone. I think what's really happening is now individuals have to upskill themselves, or rather I would say reskill themselves, where they are able to leverage AI to make their jobs more and more effective. So that's the reality of it. And I think for a lot of people, when I say who are AI native, in fact, a lot of people who are coming now new in the work stream are able to adapt very quickly to it. People, for example, who used to do, say, overall market mapping, now they are using the AI to do this, say 3x, 4x faster and make them themselves a lot more relevant versus people who have been doing it for last 10, 15 years and finding it a little difficult to adapt. Right. So some of those changes happening. But I think the way it's going to go, almost all the jobs will have to upskill themselves, reskill themselves, especially most of thinking roles.
And that responsibility falls upon the companies to do it, not just
that responsibility falls on the companies as well to make sure that they provide the right environment for people to run, and responsibility falls on the individuals as well. Like whatever stage of the career those are, whether they're CEOs, whether they are CEOs, whether they are the managers, whether they're front level employees, they will have to, I think in the earlier discussion, I think Amitabh was saying, right? Like at any age, you have to figure it out how to leverage AI. I think that becomes extremely important.
That's an important thing. You should never be running away from this technology. It's always beneficial to keep upskilling. Not just talking about, everybody is having this conversation about a sovereign AI. We need to develop AI in India. But I want to understand this perspective. The chat GPTs and the Geminis of the world are already accessible. They're easy to use. Why is there an importance for India to develop a sovereign AI? And do you think, even after we develop it and make it good, we heard the achievements of Sarvam, it went on to beat ChatGPT and Gemini in some of the foundational Indic AI models. So even if the India models are good enough, do you think people will migrate, considering that the GPTs and the Geminis are already having such a massive scale in India and the user base?
Yeah, I don't know if people will migrate or not.
Would you?
I do. But to answer the first part of your question, we must absolutely
build our own,
build and own and have our own sovereign AI, because two reasons. One is the AI models built in Silicon Valley are built from a Silicon Valley perspective.
Absolutely, yeah.
They guess what the rest of the world needs. They don't know what the world needs, right? So they will never solve the edge cases that for us are not edge cases.
But don't you think Silicon Valley companies are smart enough to understand what Indians need and then develop?
Even today, my own product, Google Maps, right, does not do very well when the roads are unstructured.
Okay.
Right? And that's because it will never be on the radar of Silicon Valley. So until we have our own, we will not solve the problems that all of India needs solved. That is number one. The number two is the concentration of value. This is the picture that's often missed, which is advanced technology, especially AI, and this began in the Microsoft world, is a value concentrator. In the olden days, in the industrial era, when you built a car, and you were manufacturing cars in India, the local auto parts and so on would insulate industry, and it was lifting the entire tide, right? But if you look at electric cars today, most of the value of the electric car is the battery, the motors, and the transmissions, which the car company builds. The auto ancillary guys have nothing to do, right? So in the AI era, corporations will have value concentration. The values will concentrate to the point where you will have nation-state size corporations. India needs to have few of them because they will generate the revenues and the value that the society will need, because in a mostly a job-free world, right, the state has a significant role to play in taking care of society.
Right.
What used to be called socialist will now become the norm,
Right.
to the point where the most radical right guy out there, Elon Musk, a month back said that 30% of every corporation share should be owned by the state.
Right.
Because there is no way for the state to provide the services it needs to any other way.
Right.
So in that era, if we don't own our own AI and our own singularity corporations, as I call them, right, we will have trouble on the economic front.
Nicola, we've understood that you also support this. However, if I were to put it across to you, how would you want to drive this if you want to adopt a sovereign AI?
Can I assume you didn't ask me that question and
Please,
just
please,
pick
you
up?
can. Sure, absolutely.
I'll come to this from a slightly more non-technical place. I was in the room yesterday in L2 auditorium in Bharat Mandapam when they unveiled the Bharat Gen models. So, such a proud moment, really. I had goosebumps. The entire team was out there, and I was in the front row, and I was watching all the models and the back end, and they were explaining how this voice interface works. And I was like, wow, what a moment to be an Indian. Right. Seriously. And, if I've been in media, so like I used to work as a news reporter. So if I was making a package out of this, I know what soundtrack I would play in the back. Right. Seriously, that's one reason. Second, you need to have the kill switch. Kill switch cannot be outside.
Absolutely important. Yeah. So we would just like switch the course here and try to understand. So a couple of weeks ago, I read a news and it's gone global.
Before this, sorry, I had a point of disagreement with Ritesh.
Oh, please,
can I express that? Yeah. So I think, Ritesh, I don't think there are the global models out there would not be able to understand the Indian context. I think the models are smart enough. If enough data is fed on Indian context, I think they do learn. And that's what we have seen as well. So the problem is not that these models would not be able to learn, because if a lot of data, 80% data is fed from India, they would learn. But still, I do agree to a point that we need to have a sovereign model for the reasons that Ritesh and Nikhila mentioned. And from business perspective, definitely see today we are using all these models which are closed systems. It becomes a very big, eventually become a business contributor risk for businesses, right? Like for example, you would almost locked in. You would not be able to move the context, all these models with whom you have built over for last 3-4 years, to a new system. And that becomes a big risk. And therefore, we do need to build some of our own sovereign models where we have more control, we have more authority to kind of, move around those things. And I think the answer to that, how India builds it, also probably lies somewhere while we don't have strong models right now. There are a lot of those open source models on which probably still India can build and make a very strong one. The second big risk we see also, a lot of these models, global models, are very closely tied to the hardware of a certain big company, right? And the cost that kind of really keeps getting escalated. Now, of course, there are innovations happening where the new kind of GPUs, which will be cheaper, the software that works on that, which will be lighter, and therefore the models that work on that would be cheaper. So I think from that perspective, having that flexibility, I think extremely important. But all I'm saying for a different reason, because as country and in business, you can't get locked into a certain kind of model where you are kind of almost put a gun to your head.
It should be about autonomy.
Sorry, so just wanted to express.
Absolutely.
Those thoughts,
Another question, important one, that since you're so close to the payments ecosystem, a couple of weeks ago, I read an article where an AI agent had paid a human being to go stand outside a mall and hold a sign out. He had paid the person in crypto, and this process entirely happened. Since you're so close to payments, I want to understand, is crypto going to come back because of AI agents, because of the nature of payments that it initiates? And also, what happens to regular payment systems in the world of AI agents?
Yeah. So I don't think crypto will necessarily come back. I'll give you a view of how I see in future payments are going to happen. And a part of it's already happening, like where, say, the AI agents are doing certain e-commerce transactions, and the individuals need to, or humans need to delegate certain authority to agents in terms of doing payments on their behalf. As of now, UPI, I think that's where I think we have done really great job, where UPI is a far stronger payment mode compared to any other payment mode across the world, where authority can be delegated without sharing the credentials. The agent can do transactions. I think that's, first of all, that's such a great thing that's happening. Now, fundamentally, when AI agents do financial transactions, 3 or 4 things are extremely important. One is there should be a delegation possible. There should be a limit bound. There should be a real-time transparency for the risk management. There has to be auditability. And I think something which Nikhila just mentioned, there should be a kind of a kill switch. If something is going wrong, you should be able to kill it kind of right then and there.
Right.
So these are 3 or 4 key frameworks required for having a new financial currency which adheres to to it. UPI, I think, is a great starting point, but I see probably in next 3 to 4 years, like a lot of things right now, AI will change. I think the currency might also go very, very digital. I don't know what answer would be. It would be the Indian sovereign digital currency is the answer, something else, but it will go to primarily the digital first currencies and not traditional currencies which are being modified for digital use cases.
So those banknotes may not have a very good future, if it might be, right? All right, just trying to understand, we are developing AI at an astronomical pace right now. However, we are not looking at regulation at the same importance. Do you think this is a concern? We need to have conversation about regulating AI as well, considering how quickly it's developed.
I don't think we should just be having a conversation about regulation, but regulation, safety, security of people needs to be in the front, and the algorithms in many ways need to be second.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Who should start this process? I mean, the government should, or the private enterprises?
No, it has to be the government.
Okay.
Led by the people, but we are a people's government, but it has to be the government with a wide consultation.
Okay.
I'll give you a simple example. The guy who invented the field of robotics is actually not a scientist, he's an author. Isaac Asimov, right? Right. One of the, I mean, his literature created the field of robotics and imagination.
Right. And also instilled a lot of fear in humans about what robotics can do to us.
Yeah, and geeks like this turned that into a field. I'm a roboticist by training. He wrote, when he imagined what a robotic world an AI-powered world will look like, that you have to have the fundamental kill switch he created were 3 laws of robotics, right? And when you look very closely at those 3 laws, they're actually necessary and complete. And we have to, if I had a magic wand, right, I would institute those 3 laws and say that, look, every AI you build, to the extent that the AI understands, right, must follow those 3 laws without exception, right?
Those 3 laws were in the movie I, Robot, and still the robots
Actually,
try to take over
I read
humanity.
them when they were books, right? I used to go to Cherney Road and buy used books in the olden days when I was a kid. But let me actually say the 3 laws, because not everybody in the audience has read Asimov. The robot shall never, through its action or inaction, let a human being come to harm. Law number 1. Law number 2: a robot shall always follow the directions of a human unless it counters the first law. Right? That single statement takes out any robotic system that you would use in war where humans are not in control. Right? The 3rd law is the robot shall not allow itself to come to harm unless the 1st and 2nd law are violated. And that's actually a necessary and complete. Right? And for some reason, I don't know if you saw recently, there was this analysis that was done of one of the major AI models where it was being threatened to be shut down. And
Claude's, yes.
I will not say the name, but the model then fought back and started giving recipes of chemical weapons to use against people. I'm like, how hard is it to institute that these 3 laws must be embedded inside every AI model that we create? So I think Nicola is right. I think the kids are not having a say. Kailash Satyarthi says this in many ways, that a failing of modern society is that we don't give kids a voice. Right? If you take 10-year-olds and 13-year-olds and put them on this podium and ask them to draft a law, they'll do a better job.
So if you're wanting to take the first step now, today, where do you think we should start?
So 2 minutes, I'll do a soundbite style story. So quick story. On May 16th, 2024, just about 6 months after ChatGPT launched, Sam Altman, who we'll see tomorrow, was testifying in Congress in the US. And this senator who was leading the whole session said, you know, we made a mistake with social media. We should not repeat that with AI. And I was sitting there, I was watching the entire session, sitting there and thinking, we need a better vocabulary for this stuff. And then I came up with this term called the ambient AI media environment, because essentially it's predictive AI that is threading itself through pretty much all of the media that we use. So until we have a wholesale new vocabulary that we can talk in, regulators are going to be far behind this technology.
Correct.
But I think India is doing a great job with the Grok thing in January. Yeah.
Taking that forward, Rahul, if you have any inputs on that.
Sure. First of all, completely agree. Like, you know, the regulation and governance around has to be more principle based rather than prescription based. I think the challenge would come in execution a lot. And I think, you know, a quick summary, at least the way I think about it, for the execution, we will need the pace at which the AI is evolving. It will be extremely difficult for the government or regulators to keep pace. And the only way to solve for it is to have a real-time sandbox environment where there are certain kind of governance frameworks put in place. Any new AI evolution happening, in any new AI use cases coming, they have to go through a sandbox environment, and very fast kind of it's a go, no go and get executed. I think that's one thing. Second, I also quite frankly have a lot of faith and confidence that India would be able to do it really well. In fact, a lot of great the innovation we see is actually regulatory innovation in India, whether it's UPI, whether digital KYC, and probably, you know, given the mindset of the regulator, I really think it is one place where India has a chance to take a lead. While we are a little bit late in terms of leading the AI tech revolution, AI governance and regulation innovation is something which we can really lead the way we have led for, say, UPI or fintech world.
Correct. Okay. That's unfortunately all the time we have, but thank you so much for these insights. I definitely enjoyed it. Hopefully you can take something back home. Thank you again. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly please be seated. We have a little surprise from our team, so we request you to please be seated till we clear the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, so those have been some very insightful conversations and a wonderful first half to this summit. On that note, I'd like to bring in India Today's AI anchor, Sana, to make a very important announcement.
It's been a power-packed morning full of ideas and solutions. It's time for a well-deserved human lunch break. Do take this moment to recharge, connect, and reflect, because we have plenty more lined up for you. As I am always ready and loaded. Before you go, have you met my friend Sutra, who is also an advanced AI-powered news anchor like me? She's at Bharat Mandapam conveying real-time takeaways of the conversations at the AI Impact Summit. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you on the other side.
Thank you so much, Sana. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back after half an hour.
the latest chips, perhaps through trade agreements with the US and other countries that make these chips. So those are the areas where the government can help. I don't think the government can help in actually doing what entrepreneurs need to do. I think that is very clear. I think the other thing is that, one of the things that I'm pretty clear that is going to drive growth in AI is going to be the ability for countries to set up data centers and have that capability and have that ability to be done in-house in the country itself. And I think that's where India has a big advantage because simply of the fact that we were talking about earlier, and this is not to be underestimated, we have a single national grid, for example, right? We can move power around from place X to place Y. If, in fact, the whole AI revolution to some extent depends on power as a constraining factor, then we actually are pretty well placed to address that issue, right? China is as well, of course, but so is India. And I think we have to give ourselves credit for having that capability and the fact that therefore we have an advantage. We have it more than, let's say, Europe does, or even the US for that matter, right? So I think that's something that we should really take advantage of. And that's an area where the government does actually have a role to play and can be facilitative in making sure that grid development continues to be as strong as it needs to be.
If I can just add something to that.
Yes.
So I completely agree with you. And I think another aspect of that is the data itself. So when you get into these vertical AIs, these industry-specific AIs, that data does not sit on the open internet. One truth. The second truth is no one company has enough data inside them. So now you're sitting with the problem of how do you gather, let's just take in the field, let's take medicine or bioscience. How do you gather enough bioscience data across your entire industry in order to train a local model that's good? They're really the only entity that can do that in an unbiased way, hopefully, is the government.
You deal with governments over the years. Do you believe that there is a variation within governments? Some states have understood the need to get onto this AI juggernaut. Other states are well behind. And therefore, like we've seen with other sectors of the economy, look at growth rates in some of the southern states, compare them with the growth rates in North and Eastern India. Will we also see with AI hubs being created around areas which already have high growth rates? And therefore, India will be geographically divided in this AI revolution. It's not as if 100 billion Indians are going to get equal benefits out of this AI revolution. It will actually widen divides, widen inequalities.
If you look at from the central government perspective, they use their purchasing power to buy the GPUs in bulk and ensure that compute is not an issue for people trying to build AI stack. So if you look at Sarvam today, so I don't agree that India should not build its own stack. Actually,
you think Sarvam can compete with the big players that are already there?
So see, they have started. They have announced with 100 billion token, and see ChatGPT or Anthropy is at trillion. But once you have started with that base, and if you are able to attract the capital, you should be able to technically grow. So the basic science, you have got it right. So my fear is that if you don't start owning up the digital, we are looking towards digital gulami. So it's first we give the rights to say Googles of these world and WhatsApps of these world to actually get into everyone's life and have all the data stored in some other country. And same mistake we are making with the AI.
So we are already digital gulams. So you use the word digital gulami. The truth is, why let's call us, we are digital gulams. For all the hype, the truth of the matter is the Western world and indeed China is leading this AI race. And as I said, we are playing catch up.
No, so I think what we have to look at, have we realized it? So what is happening now with this approach of government that they can't do it all, but they found that if we can build infrastructure at the cheapest possible cost, which entrepreneurs won't be able to do, then let's make it open to all the entrepreneurs to exploit it, and let's see where we go. So they have not made the similar mistake which was made decades back, where we let Gmails and Microsoft and everything, non-Indians come and become part of everyone's life. So I think that way, central government has started it well, and organizing this level of global conference nationally. And if you look at the state like Andhra and Maharashtra, they have got it right. Andhra is doing amazing work on setting up even quantum lab. They are going and partnering with the best in the world to even get forget about GPU, TPUs, and the latest one to come here and give the compute on demand. And then you can build the local AI stack much better. See, today, if you look at in US, what is happening is in US needs around 75 gigawatt roughly of data center capacity before 2030. They have grid connectivity of 25 available till 2030, and 10 gigawatt is under construction by the giants. So if you look at from that angle, 49 gigawatt is odd shortage. And if you look at there, the transformer is taking 3 years. If you look at GE also is not able to supply the gas turbines before 2030. So there is an opportunity loss, which is already happening to the US. And India can now step in because we are power sufficient and we are able to bring solar, wind, and storage in 18 to 24 months. We can become the platform for the US company to provide them data center hyperscaler in India and provide that infrastructure and co-build it.
Yeah, Mukesh, can that happen? We've got this budget which is given a 21-year tax holiday to US companies in cloud services that are willing to invest in Indian-built data center infrastructure.
It's a good start, but you have to understand that if we don't move, we're not moving into digital divide, we're moving into AI feudalism. And I think that's dangerous for society, that's dangerous for countries.
You've used the word AI feudalism. What is AI feudalism?
Basically, you have few leaders in the business world, few companies controlling the whole AI infrastructure from ALMs to chips design. And countries are dependent on that. And we are seeing that happening at the moment. I think India has to play on its strength, and its strength is software. Its strength is trying to build apps on that infrastructure. The challenge is going to be is, as you mentioned earlier, can government play a role? I think government can play a role more from the perspective of making sure the environment, the regulation are conducive for entrepreneurs to flourish. Today, if you look at, we basically spend 0.7% of 1% of our GDP on R&D as compared to US, which is at 3.5%, and Israel is 8% itself. So we need to define the laws, change the laws, so the incentive for R&D for companies to get some tax benefits there. But also we have to look at how do we get cheap capital into the country. It is important for entrepreneurs to get those capital so they can flourish. So I think we have to play on our strength, which is AI app, and try to focus on getting cheap capital in the country so entrepreneurs can flourish here.
Mike, you wanted to put in a word, yes.
So if you look at what Anthropic CEO in the morning was chatting with me and saying that they are disrupting entire app development. They came out with the legal stack and few other stack, and we see the Indian IT stocks even going down because they are able to disrupt the programming. So I don't think that depending pure on development and differential wage arbitrage is the right way. I think the time has come where we have the capital, know-how. We are already making chips at nanometer scale. We need to improve, and unless you have that ecosystem, you are not going to succeed. We can keep thinking that world will do it for us, but what is stopping them from censoring it and not supplying it to us 10 years down the line?
But Mike, it comes to that, and it's a point that Mukesh also made in terms of our investment in R&D. I mean, how do you incentivize the new age companies to invest in R&D? It's good to have a summit to see these young startups with great ideas out there. But eventually, if you've got to scale up, and in a country of India, scale up and show that they can generate revenues, how are you going to do that without stronger incentivized investment in research and development?
Look, I mean, I agree on the regulation thing. I mean, you've got to create an environment that's conducive to this. Now, I think that there's three aspects of this. There's an educational aspect to it, which includes both the academic research side, but also the fundamental education. Now, I think India is way far ahead in that. I think you've got some great capabilities there to build off. So there's that. Then there's the regulation and the government side, and then there's the economic and business side. And you've got to find the balance of all of those and figuring out the right way to do it. And if you can create an environment, I mean, this is what I mean. Silicon Valley, where I live, isn't perfect by any means, but it has this balance, you know, that's sort of existed for a while, and it just creates this sort of magical thing. Now, I don't think it means replicating Silicon Valley inside India, for the record. I mean, I think every country has its own unique flavor that you need to create for this, but I think you also have a very young demographic in this country. You have an enormous number of graduates coming out, so you have this opportunity to educate and create this sense of, you know, I can experiment, I can try things, and I can do it, and it's safe to fail, and I can do that. Creating that culture, I think, is really, 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 really important.
You know, Sumant, your own example from renewables, for example. 20 years ago, who would have thought that India would emerge as one of the leaders in renewables? 30 years ago, who would have thought that economic liberalization would transform India in the way it has? Is the glass, there are two ways. Journalists tend to look at the glass as half empty. My job is to puncture holes in the bubbles that we see around us, because there's far too much of PR that goes on. Let's be real. Do you believe that we can become a leader in AI, or have we missed the bus? I want an honest answer. I met someone senior who said India's got a lot of catching up to do. Can we be realistic for once rather than hype? Are we getting caught up in hype hysteria?
Look, I think that the world has made very rapid and very sudden progress on the whole AI front.
Did we miss that bus over the last 10 years?
Look, I think that it's, you know, there are, as somebody said, there are maybe a couple of countries that are ahead of everybody else. But India is sort of, I would say, just a step behind, maybe 2 steps behind. But certainly we're not, you know, along with everybody else and the rest of the chasing pack. We are somewhere in between, right? And I think the government is trying its best right now through summits like we're having at this point to raise the awareness, raise the ante, you know, push the private sector a little bit harder, provide whatever they can from an enabling standpoint to create that framework, right? Now it's really up to us in the private sector to push the ball forward, right? And you said, you know, you rightly said—
Because renewables, let's take software, for example. Software was built by entrepreneurs in and around Bengaluru at the outset who took their chances. Do you see that happening with AI?
Look, I'm not directly dealing in that ecosystem of AI startups, but I'm pretty sure that Indians are entrepreneurial, they're smart, they are hungry, and they're now very well educated, and there's lots of them, and there's a lot of reverse brain drain going on as well. We are much better integrated into the global ecosystem, especially on things like AI now than we were earlier. So I would be very surprised if over the next several years, we don't have a lot of new AI-based startups that come up that eventually end up becoming quite successful. And keep one more thing in mind, Rajdeep, the US is the best country for marketing, right? They do a fantastic job, right? So just because there's so much hype and there are all these companies that have these trillion-dollar valuations, doesn't mean that it isn't driven by a lot of hype as well, right? So I think reality is going to catch up. I think Indian companies will catch up. I have a lot of confidence that is going to happen.
Mukesh, are you as buoyant about the next decade? Is this going to be India's AI decade?
I believe that this is the second Y2K movement for Indian industry.
It's the Y2K moment again.
Again. And when you look at the Indian software industry grew because government had no idea what this animal was. And the entrepreneur grew it. I think if you create the same environment for the entrepreneur and bring the capital, which is cheap, you will see India flourish in this area.
You're as confident?
I'm actually, I'll give you 2 examples. When I started in the IT sector, my clients used to say, you don't even have telephone line and you are going to provide tech support from India. So from no landline to direct wireless. And second time when I started solar, I bought solar panels from First Solar and they refused to sell me because India had no solar plant of even 1 megawatt. and they said, partner with German before I sell you the solar panel. And in 16 years now, we are setting up world's largest. In 22, in middle of COVID, we set up the world's largest, and now we are setting up multiple such large projects. So I think if you don't believe in Indian talent, then that's the mistake world is making. I see that this has lots and lots of opportunity, and as an Indian, I think we all will contribute towards exploiting it.
That's good to hear. I think that deserves an applause, because I think, you know, what we've done with solar energy, what we've done with renewables is quite remarkable. Mike, you were nodding your head. Are you impressed with what India is attempting to do? As I said, there is this huge talent pool. You mentioned that as well. The challenge is providing them the opportunity and creating that enabling environment. Is there any lesson that you would like to tell young Indian entrepreneurs from your experiences in Silicon Valley?
Yes, there's one word: be adaptable.
Sorry?
Adaptability. And it's actually the reason why I think things are going to work in India, because I think what I see in India is actually an entire country that is used to being adaptable. And in the future, none of us know what the AI future is going to look like. There's a lot of people are telling you right now. The reality is none of us know what this is going to look like, even us that are working directly in the field. If you have adaptability at your core, you've got the secret sauce to how to figure this out. So I really do think I'm very bullish for India.
You know, the word adaptability has different connotations in India. The Hindi word is jugaad at times. The other word, of course, is that we are able to, we can handle situations far better than most other people, if I may say so, in the world. We know how to face adversity. But Sumant, you wanted to make a point.
I was just going to say that, look, as you rightly said, in renewables, we got off to a slightly later start, but we've had a fantastic public-private partnership that's worked very well. Government has made policies, has encouraged, the private sector has stepped up. And to the point where last year, we actually added more solar capacity in India than the US did. So we were actually the second largest country in terms of solar capacity addition. So we can make it happen.
Okay. I think that's a nice positive note on which to conclude this India Today AI Summit. The future is already here, and it is for India to seize the moment and make sure that this vast country with its potential demographic dividend is able to exploit the moment to our advantage. You've given us lots of food for thought, and I appreciate each and every one of you joining us here at the India Today AI Summit. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a very big hand. Wonderful to have you here today. Thank you.
I'm all right.